Nanman Bay. The tranquil sea mirrors the cold glow of the full moon. The observer, who has been on duty at the watchtower over 20 hours, is suddenly startled awake by a falling newspaper. He looks around in confusion and only regains his senses after a few seconds. Then he walks to the telescope while stretching. Through the round lens, he sees a human-shaped object floating on the dark blue sea, drifting closer to Nanman Bay's beach with the tide.
あれは
And to its headquarters. After finishing work at the law firm, you take the subway to the headquarters as planned. Usually everyone would be here, but this time the meeting room lies rather empty. A month ago, the International Security Organization discovered the body of a Gladiolus Valley researcher near Nanman Bay port and contacted the NSB. Since Luke has been following the Gladiolus Valley case, he was immediately sent to Nanman Bay for investigation despite still being on suspension. As for Marius, he has boarded a private jet to Zinjiga Island early this morning and can only participate in the meeting remotely. However, 5 minutes have passed and he still hasn't responded to the video call invitation. Looks like the signal on the jet isn't very good.
一旦切っておこうか。音声は残るから心配ないだろうし。
Vin raises his hand and is about to end the call when Mary's voice comes from the device.
ごめんごめん、待たせたね。気流の関係で機内の通信状況が悪くてさ。
Vin clicks his tongue softly, withdraws his hand and slowly sits down, revealing the screen he has been blocking, which shows the image of Marius. He wears a leopard print shirt paired with a burgundy suit jacket embroidered with gold stripes, looking both flashy and dignified. Marius, you've got quite a unique style. Even though Marius is often misunderstood as a playboy by others, he rarely wears such eye-catching clothes.
その格好は一体頭でも打ったのかい？
Unlike Vin's directness, Artem only takes a glance before furrowing his brows tightly, as if trying his best to refrain from laughing.
笑いたければ笑えばいいさ。別に気にしない。
まあ、少なくともその服装なら、人混みでも見間違えることはないだろ
う。左京先生が言葉に詰まるなんて、なかなかレアな光景ですね。これは光栄だな。
With that, Maris elegantly pulls out the sunglasses hanging on his suit pocket and puts them on.
さて、全員揃ったな。始めようか。
Since Jerome Adams' arrest, the police investigation into Gladiolus Valley is also drawing to a close, but you still don't know where they source Anthrax from. The deciphered half of a symbol found in Wilson Soldiers' office, which belongs to the Oracle Research Institute. Coincidentally, it is located exactly where Jerome Adams had planned to flee, Zinjinga Island. And Nanman Bay, where the Gladiolus Valley researcher's body was found, was the closest tourist spot to that island. All these clues suggest that this island is not as simple as it looks, so all of you plan to investigate further when everyone has time. However, official records about it are unclear, probably due to it being a private property. Soon after Luke arrives at Nanman Bay, you have a teleconference with him. He explains that he is going to the island and also shares some information about it.
以前新ジガ島に潜入していた諜報員の報告によると、島には主に2つの勢力があります。一方は銭林という男が広大を支配しています。スウォルト家の老貴族から島を買い取った後、数年かけて広大を最先端技術の町へと作り変えたとか。高級な療養所やホテルにサプリメント専門の研究所も揃ってますね。その一方で島の反対側、下町では 先住民たちが組織する神翼会が主導権を握っています。島に入る方法は2つ。銭林の招待状か神翼会が発行する通行証を手にすること。銭林の招待状は専用飛行機の送迎があります。神翼会の通行証は闇市で高値で売買されていて、海路での移動になります。大体の状況は以上ですが、何か質問はありますか？
After briefly explaining the background, Luke pauses to give you time to digest the information. Who is this Mr. Jin?
正体は謎だらけで、本名なのかも分かってない。ただ一つ確かなのは、相当な金持ちだってことくらいかな。
神翼会とはどのような組織なんだ？
現時点で分かっている情報によると、現地の独立した組織で、表向きは銭林とは分かれて統治しているようですが、実際は揉め事が絶えないそうです。詳しい状況は俺が島に入ってから調べることになるかと。
When are you going to the island?
今夜カイロからだ。
Will it be dangerous? The thought of Luke going to the island first fills you with undeniable worry.
大丈夫だって。こういう任務は何度もこなしてきたから問題ないぞ。むしろ島の状況が予想以上に複雑みたいだから、全員で調査するのは一旦保留にした方がいいんじゃないか？
As soon as Luke finishes speaking, Maris can't help but laugh.
誰かさんは俺たちを見くびってるみたいだな。
心配しないで。安全に島に入る方法を見つけるから。君には下準備をお願いすることになると思うけれど。
Which means that he wants Luke to find a temporary N2X headquarters for you all on Zinjinga Island.
任せてください。ただし、しばらく連絡が取れなくなるかもしれません。
なぜだ？
神事賀島は一応何万の管轄下にありますが、自治状態にあるようです。島内と外部の通信は厳しく制限されて、一般の通信機器を持ち込んでも電波は届かないし、盗聴の恐れがある。だから身元が割れることのないよう、非常時を除いて外部との連絡は控えた方がいいと思います。
I guess we have no other choice.
ですが島に着いたら、国家安全調査庁特製の端末で連絡を取り合うことができます。
その端末でも外部とは連絡ができないのかい？
全くできないわけではありませんが、盗聴や追跡を防ぐためにかなり制限をかけています。島内で連絡するには十分かと。それと事前にちょっとしたソフトを入れておくので、きっと今回の調査に役立つはずです。
へえ、結構面白そうな技術を使ってるんだな。ファックスをかませてみないか？
調査庁の関係者に話してみるといいかもな。
Luke replies indifferently when Mary shrugs with a helpless expression.
では、他に気になることがなければ終わりにしましょうか。
そうだね。次は島で会おう。
To make the investigation into the N2X ingredients on the island go smoothly, we all agree it best to go in under fake identities, something that would make your presence more believable. This meeting is to make sure everyone is clear on their new identities, and Vin first takes out 2 sanatorium invitations from his pocket.
先日、神事賀島にある療養所がスウォルトの貴族たちに大変人気だと知ってね。その中でも医薬品の研究開発分野への投資に熱心だった貴族が失踪していて、最後に目撃されたのが神事賀島の神聖療養所だったそうだ。
創薬への投資、療養所、貴族の失踪。これだけ材料が揃ったらドラマじみた巨大な陰謀が潜んでそうだな。
否定できないね。 それもあって、島で語る身分についてもいい案が浮かんだし。
You think this aristocrat's disappearance might be connected to N2X? You turn to Vin. You know he wouldn't pay attention to just any missing person case unless... He meets your gaze with a slight smile.
うん。僕もそうじゃないかと考えている。
どんな身分で療養所に潜入するつもりなんだ？
オジェにスワルト貴族の重症患者として療養所に入ってもらって、僕は主治医として同行するよ。
Even though Vin had already told everyone that Duke Hashbrand is his father, you didn't expect Ogier to be the one posing as the aristocrat.
なんだそのごっこ遊びは。
ごっこ遊び？そういう系坊ちゃまは今回どのようなお立場で島に赴くつもりなんだい？
それに答える前にチャットに送った画像を見てほしい。
Maris posts a photo of an investment invitation for a health supplement in the group chat.
重要なのはサプリメントの説明書きだ。
You glance at it. The supplement claims to cure terminal disease and grant eternal youth. Honestly, it sounds even more ridiculous than Wilson's black market drug.
この案内状はどこから受け取ったんだ？
俺宛てではなく父のメールに紛れていたのを見つけたんですよ。過去のメールもさらってみましたが、他に手がかりはなさそうでした。父に悪影響があっても困るので、密かに調べていたんです。残念ながら手がかりとしては使えそうにないですが、N2X が関係している可能性は高いでしょう。どうせ島に調査に行くなら、投資家として乗り込むのが手っ取り早い。島のスポンサーが一体どんな魂胆でいるのか見てきます。
So, you're going as someone from the Von Hagen family?
まさかそんな噂が広まったらバックスのイメージに関わるからね。藤崎に頼んで去る有名な御曹司の招待状を手に入れてもらったんだ。他はどうにでもなるとして、ちょっとキャラ設定が派手すぎて俺のイメージとは違うんだけど、まあ今は襟好みしてる場合じゃないし仕方ないかなって。
Maris sighs and runs a hand through his hair, looking rather helpless. Taki, trifle on Peacock. You feel like he should have a spotlight following him around. This is a real stretch for Marius.
そうだ、お姉さんはどんな身分で島に入るつもり？ちなみに俺の方で女性の同伴者の枠が一人だけ空いてて。
問題ない。すでに手配は済んでいる。
You nod. You and Artem had previously helped the police go through legal documents from Bloodless Valley, having uncovered solid evidence of their crimes along the way. And you'd also found some curious emails between Wilson and the Oracle Research Institute. They were really pushing to get detailed research data on the miracle drug, but Wilson kept turning them down. So with police authorization and backing, Artem posed as a greedy lawyer and used the miracle drugs data as bait to negotiate with the head of the institute. And eventually he scored an invitation to Jinjiga Island.
じゃあ、あんたたちは変わらず弁護士のままってこと？
Yeah, but not the typical kind.
合法と非合法の境界を渡り歩く灰色の弁護士といったところかな。
役を演じるとはいえ、本来の自分から離れすぎても不自然になってしまうからな。真実を混ぜた嘘ほど疑われにくいだろ。
俺たちは水瀬のように訓練された特殊調査員ではありませんし、この程度で十分でしょう。
ただ、一つ問題がある。
What is it? Artem shares the photos of two passes in the group chat. The names of you and Artem are scribbled on them in messy handwriting.
これまでの話によれば、戦地研究所はシンジガ島の所有者の施設だから、本来なら招待状が渡されるはずだろ
But instead, we've received passes from the Zenji Society. Luke did mention the passes would be issued by them, but for some reason, Mr. Jin and the Zenji Society are now at odds. That makes things even murkier and casts a shadow over this whole mission.
う。念のため、岩崎刑事に詳細を確認してから出発しよ
そうだね。警察の協力があれば動きやすいだろう。だけど、僕とオジェの日程はもう決まっていて、明日には出発しないといけない。
Vin glances over at you as he speaks.
残念ながら、今回は一緒に島へ行けないね。
It's not a big deal. We'll catch up once we're there.
お姉さん、俺と会うのも忘れないでね。そろそろシンジガ島の空域に入るだろうから先に切るよ。どの道繋がらなくなっちゃうし。
Okay, safe travels. On the deck. 1 week later, Artem and you board a passenger ship to Zinjinga Island from the Nanman Bay Pier. To your surprise, the ship looks pretty normal. Nothing like the old cargo-style steamships you've seen in pictures online. You glance at the group chat. The last message is still from a week ago. Since the three of them arrived on the island, you haven't heard a word. Sensing your unease, Autumn sliced a cup of Nanman Bay signature fruit juice over.
う。大丈夫だ。彼らならうまくやっているだろ
I know, but with no updates at all, I can't help but overthink. Autumn shakes his head with a sigh and is about to say something when a shadow suddenly looms over. You look up and are surprised to see a familiar face. Just as you are about to call his name, Luke suddenly motions under his tray for you to stay quiet.
ようこそシンジガ島へ。もうすぐ港に到着しますよ。入島カードの記入をお願いできますか？
You and Artem exchange a glance, then take a card and communication device from Luke's tray. What's this?
安心通信機といってこの島にしかない製品なんですよ。電波が弱くなったり盗聴されたりする心配もありません。今なら半額でご購入いただけます。
う。支払いは何が使えるんだ？
現金でもカードでも。
With Luke's help, you fill out the entry forms and receive 2 new devices.
ご協力に感謝します。
Luke says with a small bow, then leans in to whisper in your ear.
これが以前話した端末だ。改造アプリはもう入れてある。下船したらチャットに送った住所に来てくれ。
Got it.
それではお二人とも良い旅を。
Shallow water harbor. Not long after Luke leaves, the ship pulls into port. You both turn your terminals. The interface looks nothing like your usual phones, clearly customized with a retro minimalist feel. This is gonna take some getting used to it.
水瀬が送ってきた場所に向かうか。
Yeah. And towards temporary headquarters. Following the address share in the group chat, you and Artem locate Antoak's temporary base on Zinjiga Island. Luke had chosen a basement located in the border area between the upper and lower districts. Following the instructions, you push open the door to find Vin and Marius already waiting for you in the brightly lit space. Long time no see, miss. As Marius greets you, he takes off his sunglasses and tucks them into his chest pocket. You have both had a long journey. Was everything smooth along the way? It went well. The conditions on the ship were much better than we expected. As you talk, a beep sounds from the outside the door and Luke walks in carrying a bag. He has changed out of his waiter's uniform from the ship. Now his outfit bears a striking resemblance to Marius. How thoughtful of you to bring local specialties. Luke places the items on the table, takes out a locally made guava soda, and hands it to you. I didn't buy these. They are gifts from the members of the Zunyi Society. The Zunyi Society? Isn't that the indigenous organization you're undercover with? He nods and takes everything out of the bag, not just the soda, but also a box of local snacks underneath. Looks like you're getting along pretty well. Bad, probably more popular than some cocky rich kid from the upper district. Marius visibly deflates and turns to you with a pitiful gaze. Might as well help him out. I have something to ask Luke anyway. Oh, by the way, Luke, how did you end up working as a waiter on the ship? The Zenji Society controls almost all maritime operations on the island, so rookies like me have to take shifts on the ships from time to time. Because of that, I noticed that the Zenji Society has been shipping out much more frequently lately, and even though their cargo manifests haven't changed. Do you suspect they are secretly purchasing things that can't be brought to light? Luke nods with a serious expression. I've asked the international peacekeepers in Nanman Bay to investigate what kind of goods they are buying, but there's no word yet. Besides that, have you found any leads regarding the Gladiolus Valley researcher who drowned at sea? Autumn changes the subject. When you were on call with Luke earlier, you only asked about the island. It would be clearer to discuss the details of the researcher's death in person. Luke seems to have anticipated questions on the matter from the team, appearing well prepared for the discussion. The victim's name was Adrian Foster, a member of Gladiolus Valley's new drug development team. His team leader is Chen Dong, who has worked under Wilson for many years. As he speaks, he sends the list of researchers who traveled from Gladiolus Valley to Jinjiga Island to the group chat. Just like what you found in Sally's, there are 15 of them in total. Luke's data, however, is more detailed, even including recent photos for reference. Adrian looks young with an impressive resume, but unfortunately, according to the autopsy, the cause of death is drowning. Based on ocean current simulations from the date of death, the body likely drifted over from the Zinjiga Island pier. That's all we have for now. What about the other researchers from Gladiolus Valley, like Chendong for example? Autumn gestures to the documents as he asks. As the head of the new drug development team, Chendong should know more. Luke shakes his head with his arms crossed and a tense expression. I've used every possible method to track them down, but there's still no trace of them. I suspect they're either hidden in the Oracle Research Institute or they've already left the island. Left the island? What makes you think that? The day after the researcher's death, someone spotted an unsearched vessel leaving Jinjiga Island from the dock. But we can't be certain. There's still a 50% chance they're trapped in the Oracle Research Institute. That place is the hardest to infiltrate on the island. It's equipped with the most advanced security system available. Even with the building's blueprints, we still can't break in from the outside. If even Luke is struggling with their security system, then this institute must be no joke. I can help with that. Yes, I'll assist you as well. As soon as you speak, all eyes turn to you. Alright, you are reaching out to the Oracle Research Institute as Grey Area attorneys. We should have a chance to get in. Yes, it's agreed we will visit the Research Institute tomorrow to discuss a potential partnership. But we still don't know if it's safe. If we go in and blindly, you're not worried about Mary's concerns. They need us right now, so they won't make a move just yet. I think so too. In that case, I'll send over the Oracle Research Institute's blueprints in a bit. I'll mark the areas where the researchers are most likely being held and outline the routes. Once inside, you can find an opportunity to investigate. Alright, I've also prepared 4 self-defense kits, instructions included. Luke takes out 4 bags from the cabinet in the temporary headquarters and hands them to you. Surveillance jammers, brushbugs, tranquilizer darts. You've really thought of everything. Better safe than sorry, right? By the way, you two have been in the upper district since arriving on the island. Have you found anything interesting? He turns his gaze toward Vin and Marius. Of course, thanks to Mr. Jane's thoughtful arrangements, I've witnessed the power of these health supplements firsthand. Please elaborate. They performed a magic trick for us through a live broadcast, first showing us a white mouse that appeared very old and frail. Then they injected 3 doses of the so-called health supplements into its body. A few hours later, that little white mouse not only became younger but also pulsing around with energy. As Maris vividly describes the details, a hint of intrigue appears on Vin's face. Revitalizing a dying lab mouse? How intriguing. Yeah, it's just as fascinating as watching someone come back from the dead. Later, the experimenter gave us a long string of incomprehensible data. To sum it up, people would become younger through supplement injections. So did health supplements really have the power to make people young again? I have no idea. No one dared to try it on the spot. Besides, don't forget that Wilson's black market drugs are effective in treating terminal illnesses too. That means the health supplements on Jinjika Island are likely to have severe side effects, just like those black market drugs. We don't know for sure yet, but we'd find out if we could get a sample and run some tests. Maris turns to you with a bright smile. Miss, are you free in 3 days? Me? I don't think I have any plans. Then I'll reserve that evening and invite you to be my date at Mr. Jin's banquet, miss. Huh, am I even allowed to attend such an event? Of course you can, and there's no one better for it. You won't turn me down, will you? Though he's asking for your opinion, there's an undeniable pressure that makes it impossible to refuse. Alright, I'm actually quite curious about this legendary Mr. Jin myself. Then it's settled. It looks like your schedule will be quite packed, so I will keep it brief. Vin sits down beside you, his gaze slowly sweeping across the room. Other than the age reversal in lab mice, the sanatorium caters only to aristocrats and celebrities, which also makes it appear rather strange. They publicly claim that their sanatorium can cure terminal illnesses and slow down aging. I initially suspected these medications might contain anti ingredients, but after examining what OJ had been taking, I found no such evidence. Their composition is more akin to ordinary vitamins, and in these past 2 weeks, I have yet to see another patient at the sanatorium. Regular vitamins? Could the sanatorium be a scam? Upon hearing your question, Vin lowers his eyes thoughtfully, and after a moment, he looks up at you. I cannot be certain just yet, but we will undoubtedly find the answer. Time passes quickly during your meeting, and before you realize it, the clock on the wall already points to evening. It's getting late. We should all start heading back now. Luke stands up, his previously serious expression melting away into a relaxed smile. If there are any new leads, we can either update each other in the group chat or we can meet up at the headquarters. As he speaks, he opens the door. The remaining rays of the sunset falls upon the bustling street outside, as lively as any other place in the world. Meanwhile, the prologue of your journey to Inzinga Island officially begins, where you'll find the answer you've been searching for. Modern Era Hotel. While checking in at the hotel lobby, you are surprised to find that although your room number is adjacent to Artem's, you are actually staying quite far apart. This issue stems from the twin tower structure of the Modern Era Hotel. You wonder if the manager who handled your booking did this on purpose or if it was just an oversight. Should I switch to the room next to yours? Maybe out of concern for your safety, Artem hesitates about changing rooms. It's fine, there's just a corridor bridge between us, and it's not that far. If anything comes up, contact me directly. I'll be there within 2 minutes. Sure. And don't forget to check for any listening devices after entering the room. I understand. You don't need to worry about me. Hearing your reassurance, Artem shakes his head with a helpless smile. Then I'll see you tomorrow. I'll take the elevator on the other side. Okay, see you tomorrow. After parting ways with Artem, you arrive at the floor where your room is located and start looking for your room according to the key card. As you finally get closer to the number on your room, you see two people in hotel uniforms standing outside the room just as you are about to reach your destination. From the looks of it, the older staff member seems to be scolding the young man in front of him. I should probably not intervene for now. The guests are about to arrive, and you still haven't cleaned the room. I'm sorry, Mr. Hellman. I wasn't feeling well just now. Not feeling well? You better be telling the truth. The man called Hellman glares at the thin youth, but when he catches sight of you in his peripheral vision, his angry expression instantly transforms into a warm smile. The guest staying in room 7032? Yes, I am. Is there a problem? No, your room is ready. There are just a few details to go over. Hellman shoots a glance at the young man. Good day, miss. All the items in your room have been replaced, and the room has been properly aired out. The only thing left is arranging fresh flowers in the vase. I was planning to pick some new ones after finishing with the cleaning. I see. That shouldn't stop me from going into rest, right? The young man lifts his head, a gentle smile blooming on his pale cheeks. No, it shouldn't. You turn to Hellman, who wears a professional smile. Well done, Mr. Hellman. Let's leave it at that for today. He seems unprepared for your easygoing response. His smile falters for a brief moment before quickly returning. Alright, thank you for your understanding. As he finishes speaking, Hellman's earpiece lights up, seemingly signaling an urgent matter elsewhere. I won't keep you from your rest, miss. I'll have the staff send up some refreshments as compensation shortly. After he leaves, the boy standing behind you lets out a sigh of relief and gives you a slight nod. Miss, thank you for helping me out. Otherwise, Mr. Hellman will definitely dock my pay again. Don't worry about it. It was no trouble at all. Would you like me to show you to your room? He opens the door for you while speaking. A breeze tinged with the scent of the sea drifts past your nose. Just as he says, everything is already cleaned up. Only the empty vase on the coffee table remains unfilled. You turn to look at the youth and unintentionally notice some bruises on the back of his head. In the center, there seems to be needle marks. Wait, is his appearance? He looks young, but his face is so pale. Is it because the hotel work is too tiring? Judging by his height and size, he should be only 14 or 15. They're not employing child labor on Jinjiga Island, are they? The needle mark on his wrist is still fresh. It should have been from an IV after falling ill. I better let him go home and rest. He just said he's sick, yet he took him to work. He's working too hard. This child isn't feeling too well. I should tell him to rest. We've only just met. Will he think I'm nosy when if I see too much? Alright, what's your name? Burn Green. I'm a native of this island. Even though you just arrived on the island today, you already know about the indigenous people of Zinjiga. Generally, they are strong-built with thinner skin, but Burn is rather frail and pale. Perhaps noticing your confusion, Burn explains with a smile. I'm half Swartian by blood, so I look a bit different from the other natives here. I see. Miss, you must be tired from your long journey. Please rest for a while. I'll step out for a moment and be right back. Before you can stop him, Burn leaves the room and quickly disappears down the hallway. Isn't he supposed to be sick? How can he run so fast? Even with this small interruption, you still check all the appliances and features in the room after setting down your luggage. You carefully check every corner and only after confirming there aren't any suspicious devices installed do you realize and start unpacking your luggage. Just as you finish hanging all your clothes in the wardrobe, there is a knock at the door. Miss, it's me, Bern. You open the door. He hands you a bouquet of roses still glistening with water droplets. What beautiful roses! This is a unique rose, especially native to Shinjiga Island, and is currently in its prime blooming season. Is that why you wanted to deliver them later? Bern shakes his head with a smile. I picked this especially for you as a token of gratitude for your help. Thank you, I love it. You're not sure if it's just your imagination, but he seems to have regained some color after that run. Do you have any other work to do? I'm done with everything for today, so I have the rest of the time to myself. If you'd like to know about local customs and culture, feel free to ask me. He seems to have a knack for sensing others' emotions, seamlessly following their train of thought in conversation. Sure, I'll take you up on that. Do you know Mr. Jin? As the owner of Jinjiga Island, Mr. Jin is probably the most well-known person here. So, what do you think of him? Ben holds his cheek with one hand and thinks for a while. Mr. Jin always has personal bodyguards around him. It's hard for an ordinary person to approach him. But I think he's a very kind old man. According to your previous inferences, Zinjiga Island is likely providing N2S ingredients to Gladiolus Valley. As the owner of the island, Mr. Jin may be involved in illegal activities. Why do you see that? Sometimes I see Mr. Jin in the greenhouse. He is always very friendly and talks to me, and he gives me a generous tip every time. Maybe Mr. Jin is a friendly guest to Burn. You said you weren't feeling well. Are you sick? Not really. Don't worry, I just have a cold and I'll be fine soon. Ben winks at you, seemingly trying to avoid the topic. I should ask about something else. How old are you, Bern? 15. You're really not an adult yet. There are no strict age requirements for part-time work on Ninjiga Island. Although Bern doesn't seem to care at his age established, he is probably just going to school and playing around. Don't worry about me, miss. I love my job. And compared to others, I can take care of the flowers and plants in the greenhouse every morning and evening, which is a good way to relax. Now that I've accumulated enough experience, I might just become the youngest hotel manager. Seemingly sensing your worries, Ben offers a few more words of explanation. Why does it sound like he's worried about me instead? Don't forget to rest. You are only 15 and your body is still growing. Okay, I got it. How long have you been working at this hotel? A while. He seems to have thought of something and lowers his voice mysteriously. Miss, there are rumors about the hotel. Would you like to hear them? Sure. Mr. Jin has a luxurious suite in the top floor of the hotel, but he forbids anyone from approaching it. Not even his most trusted mercenaries are allowed in, and the room is never clean. Have you seen him in there? Ben thinks for a moment and then shrugs his shoulders helplessly. Never. After all, that place is a forbidden area in the hotel that no one dares to go. The chiming of the hotel's clock tower interrupts your conversation. His smile fades slightly as he looks at you apologetically. I apologize, miss, but I must take my leave. If I stay any longer, Mr. Hellman will scold me again for disturbing the guest rest. Not at all. I really enjoy our chat. Really? Then can I come see you again next time? Of course, you can. After receiving your reply, Bern gives a slight bow and then turns and walks out the door. Good night, miss. Good night, and thanks for the flowers. Just as Bern leaves, your communication device starts vibrating repeatedly. Message from the N2S group chat. Good evening. Since Luke has created a group, I came over to liven things up. I didn't expect this seminar to be so retro and even has built-in emoticons. It's just a personal preference of my NSB colleagues who work in development. Haha, it's quite fun to use. You really are the only student in this group. How childish. You. Sure, have yourself go in. I haven't finished unpacking yet, but I can save the rest for tomorrow. Anyway, we'll be staying on the island for a while, so it's okay to unpack later. Okay. Haha, it seems Miss also likes to use stickers. We speak the same language. By the way, Vin, now that you're a private doctor, does that mean you'll have to wake up earlier every day? I fear I must disappoint you, but my job only requires me to take care of one patient so I can actually enjoy a good lie-in. I heard not everyone can adjust well to the climate of Shinjika Island. Really, I'm adjusting quite well. It might depend on the person. Most people should be able to adjust after a day or two. Mr. Wing, if you're real worried, how about adjusting the room to be the same as your room, Miss Alice? Thank you for your suggestion. I hope I won't need it. It's getting late. If you don't have any news to share, you should all get some rest. Yep, you've all worked hard today. Let's leave everything to tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Good night. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Good night. Good night. After leaving the group chat, you tidy up a bit more before preparing everything you need to bring to the research institute tomorrow. Luke's toolkit is quite well equipped. It even includes a fire alarm trigger, a human detection device. These might all come in handy. I'll just take everything with me. Better safe than sorry. Oracle Research Institute. The next day, you and Artem visit the Oracle Research Institute as planned. You are greeted at the entrance by the headquarters manager, Aaron Collin, who appears to be in his 40s and is impeccably dressed. If you hadn't known that he was currently researching N2S-related drugs, he would seem no different from any other researcher. Mr. Wing, did you bring what I asked for? Colin looks upset and shows no intention of getting friendly with you. Of course, but Autumn glances around the surroundings with a meaningful look. Are you sure you want to discuss such important documents here, Mr. Colin? Collins frowned, muttering what a hassle under his breath before stepping aside. Follow me. Most of the Oracle Research Institute's facilities are underground, with only a few unassuming structures on the surface. Funded by Mr. Jin, it took years to complete and remains a sealed research institute. Without permission, ordinary people are not allowed to enter the premises. You and Artem are likely among the few non-researchers who have been granted access. You descend in the elevator as Colin leads you to a small conference room. In a show of sincerity, Artem hands over half of the miracle drugs paper documents to Colin. The sound of pages being flipped instantly fills the room. He scans through the documents at a rapid pace. You have no concern about being exposed as everything Artem had provided him was authentic. If Colin has studied this before, he will quickly grasp the value of this half of the data. Artem leans back against the sofa, waiting for his response. Why only half? Mr. Colin, as the head of Oracle Research Institute, I believe you should know very well. Even half of this data would advance your research far more than starting from scratch. Artem unhurriedly uncrossed his legs. His gaze is sharp as he locks eyes with the man before him. For some reason, the Artem beside you feels unfamiliar, as if he has become a completely different person. Colin falls silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how to obtain what he wants at the lowest cost. How much do you want? Mr. Colin, I'm not in need of money. Then what do you want? I want to sign a long-term supply contract for the raw materials of N2X with you. Artem states his demands coldly, and Colin isn't surprised. As far as I know, Gladius Valley has already been sealed off. What do you need the raw materials for? It's just one Gladius Valley. If it's gone, we can simply build another one. You mimic Artem's tone, stand up and stare right into Colin's eyes as you respond. But who will refuse something as profitable as a miracle drug? Artem nods with a smile, tucks his hands into his suit pockets, and leans back comfortably against the sofa. My partner is right. All we need now are the materials. Seeing you coordinated act, Colin doesn't respond immediately, letting silence spread through the space. Artem and you both know that in moments like this, staying silent applies more pressure. As suspected of Mr. Wing, even outside the courtroom, he knows how to use his abilities to put pressure on his opponents. Even if we're to collaborate, I need to verify whether what you provided us is of any use. Go ahead, but my patience is limited. Oracle Research Institute isn't our only potential supplier. Artem pauses for a moment and gives Colin a cold stare. I hope you will seize this opportunity. Mr. Colin, you have a call. Just as Colin is about to waver, someone who looks like a staff member hands him a phone. After listening for a few seconds, he quickly leaves the conference room, leaving you and Artem standing there. Please wait a moment. Once Mr. Collins starts handling matters at the Research Institute, it's hard to say when he'll be back. Would you like to leave first or wait a bit longer? You and Artem exchange glances, already having made up your minds. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, this is our first time at the Research Institute. Can we look around outside? It should be no problem if you stay on this floor. Let's look around this floor then. You and Artem walk through one of the surveillance camera's blind spots and you take out the fire alarm trigger you prepared last night. It's safe to raise the temperature without an open flame triggering a false alarm. This way, you can take advantage of the chaos to explore other areas of the research institute. Artem holds a data chip that can interfere with the surveillance system. Once activated near a camera, it emits disruptive signals. Are you ready? He softly asks you for confirmation. Yeah. I'll count to 3 and we'll start together. You nod, waiting for Artem's countdown. 1, 2, 3. You throw the fire alarm trigger in your hand toward the alarm, and instantly the entire space fills with a blaring sound of alarms. The lab is thrown into complete chaos. After all, it is truly a terrifying thing for a fire to be breaking out in such a confined area. Let's hurry. Thanks to Luke's internal map and guided route, you quickly find the freight elevator. You take the elevator straight to the lowest level. Based on Luke's earlier deduction, the Gladiolus Valley researchers are probably being held there. Should we try using the human body detection device? You have to see NSB products never disappoint. The body detection device Luke provided is not only compact but can also move on its own. You just need to follow behind. Before long, the detector stops in front of a tightly shut door, signaling that someone is inside. Let's go in and take a look. Detention room. It's not what you expected. The door has no security lock and opens with just a light push. A middle-aged man is lying inside, barely hanging on. When he hears footsteps, he struggles to get up from the bed. Mr. Collin, is that you? Please, give me one more chance. I can create the miracle drug this time, I swear. Who are you people? He presses both hands against the glass and looks at you suspiciously. The Gladiolus Valley logo is barely visible on his filthy clothes. Filthy coat. Comparing him with the information Luke provided earlier, you confirm that he is Chen Dong, the head of the new drug development team under Wilson. He is a native of Salis who joined Gladiolus Valley in 2020. He has a rather reserved personality. 5 years ago, he divorced his wife and has a son named Derby. Time is running out. You and Arthur need to earn Chen Dong's trust quickly and get the information you need. Tell me who you are, or I'll call for help. He's getting increasingly emotional. I must calm him down. Chen Dong, before you go yelling, why don't you think about your family in Salis? I have no family. No, you and your ex-wife have a son, Derby, who is a student in Salis number 2 middle school. How do you know him? What did you do to him? Suddenly, Chen Dong gets agitated and throws himself against the glass, glaring at you with eyes wide open. He's doing well. He'll take his entrance exams next year, and he doesn't know about all the things you've done. He doesn't trust us yet. We should say something to make him lower his guard. I remember that you were the one who recruited Adrian Foster into Gladiolus Valley, am I right? He's a researcher you personally trained. I'm sure you're familiar with him. The mention of Foster brings a hint of sadness to Chen Dong's expression. Has it already returned to Stalis? Did you really think he could leave Zinjiga Island alive? He's dead. His body was found only after it drifted to Nanman Bay. Hearing the news of Adrian Foster's death, Chen Dong freezes for a moment before smiling sadly. That's good. At least he's free now. I feel that he's still cautious. I should think of other topics. Chen Dong, I am an attorney and beside me is my colleague. If you still want to atone for your past sins, cooperate with us and turn yourself in. Chen Dong lowers his head and doesn't immediately respond to you, but his expression seems to soften a bit. Are you really capable of getting me out of here? Of course, but before taking action, I hope you can tell us a few things. You're not here to save me. You're just here to get information out of me, aren't you? I think you misunderstand. We're not here to rescue you. We're here to take you back to face justice. So, I'd appreciate your cooperation. We don't have much time, and if we get caught, you'll have more to lose. Artem doesn't try to comfort Chen Dong, he just lists out the stakes. Chen has been on the island longer than you have, so he should have a better grasp of the situation. Fine, at this point, I might as well take a gamble. What do you want to know? Why did Wilson send you to Shinjiga Island? To research his miracle drug, of course, but all the core research data is in Wilson's hands. We may be called researchers, but in reality, we're just pawns who do whatever he says. Without Wilson, there's no way we could develop a drug that meets Mr. Jin's expectations. We'd just be wasting precious materials. Why does Mr. Jin want the miracle drug? Even every question Artem asks is precise and to the point with no wasted words. Really no. But judging by how desperate he was, the miracle drug must be very important to him. Have you met Mr. Jin? Not in person. Every time he came to the institute, he went straight to the lowest level lab and he's always accompanied by bodyguards. The laboratory on the lowest floor? Following the internal map Luke provided, you and Artem should already be on the lowest level of the research institute. Seeing your confused expressions, Chendong traces an area of the glass with his finger. The Oracle Research Institute is entirely underground. The deeper you go, the higher the clearance level required. Only a select few with special clearance can access the lowest level labs. They don't even appear on the elevator's floor display. A hidden lab? Could the N2X raw materials be stored there? How do we get in there? Chendong thinks for a moment, then points to the far end of the area he just marked. If there aren't any machineries guarding that emergency exit, you'll be able to go straight down. What do you know about the raw materials for the miracle drug? N2X raw materials? So, the N2X materials that Gladius Valley used to develop the miracle drug come from the Oracle Research Institute? I suppose so, but there aren't many raw materials here. Why? Chendong lets out a bitter smile, spreading his hand as he glances at his sorry state with soft mockery. If they had enough materials, then why would they have left me in this state after just 2 failures? According to the list obtained by the police, Wilson has sent 15 researchers to the Oracle Research Institute. Aside from Adrian, who is now dead, where are the others? At the mention of his former colleagues, a hint of sorrow crosses Chendong's face. They've probably been transferred to the prison. Prison? I heard there's a secret prison on the island where people deemed useless to Mr. Jin are locked up and subjected to inhumane experiments. I'll probably be transferred there too, soon enough. I suppose this is karma. Alright, we've asked everything we need to. Now we just wait for our demise, I suppose. Chendong sneers, speaking out where Artem left off as if he doesn't believe for a second that you will save him. I said I would bring you back to Salis to face the justice you deserve. Why go this far, risking yourself for a criminal? Chendong, I think you misunderstand law and justice. They are not like vigilante justice. The goal isn't punishment, it's making every criminal recognize their mistakes. Believe it or not, we're doing this. With that, you and Artem stepped back into the hallway. The conversation took some time, leaving you with about 20 more minutes of free movement. 20 minutes to find the entrance and search for the N2X raw materials. It feels like we're cutting it a little close, but if we miss this chance, we might not get another one. Artem directly voices your concerns. Shall we keep going? Since we're already here, we have to give it our all until the final moment. What if we actually find the N2S raw materials? Alright, let's keep moving. Through the security passage, you arrive at the hidden floor, which has the exact same layout as the others. Not only there are no security guards, but there are also no researchers inside. Only the faint hum of the temperature control system fills the silence. Looks like there's no one here. Artem glances down at his watch. Only 17 minutes remain. But with so little time, it's clear not enough for you to search the entire floor together. Let's split up and search. If you find anything, let me know through the earpiece. Alright, I'll take the right side, and you take the left. Artem stops you just as you're about to leave and helps you set a countdown timer on the terminal. Once the timer goes off, head out immediately. We'll meet at the emergency exit. Got it. Please be careful too. After parting ways with Artem, you head to the right. This floor is about the same size as the one above, but there's only one laboratory on this side. A faint blue light glows inside with no sound of equipment running. You carefully push open the door. Laboratory. It houses a medium-sized laboratory not much different from the one you saw previously in Gladiolus Valley. You tap your earpiece to keep the communication channel open. Mr. Wing, I'm starting my investigation of the laboratory now. Alright, be careful. From Artem's side, you hear the faint clicking of tools. He seems busy. In the corner of the lab, there is a small safe with a password of 4 numbers. Look around for any clues nearby. On the office desk lies an open folder. On the first page, Psyche is written in bold. Psyche? What? Nothing, I just found some research materials. You continue reading the research materials and find that it is a drug that can make people younger. It was officially named on December 7th, 45 years ago. The drug developed by this research institute is very similar to the health product with the rejuvenating effect that Maris mentioned before. You keep flipping through the pages. At the end, the side effects are marked with asterisks. The list of side effects is really long and dense, including but not limited to addiction, neurological pain, discontinuation will accelerate aging and lead to physical decline. There's too much information. I'll take photos and study it later. Okay. Did you find anything, Mr. Wing? I'm still trying to get into a storage room. The lock is a bit complex, but I can handle it. Okay, then I'll continue my investigation. On the wall inside the lab, there is a strangely shaped device with an electronic lock on it. You try 3 times, but it's completely locked and triggers a beeping alarm. What happened? Nothing, just a locked device. It doesn't look like a container for storing N2S ingredients, so it may be related to the lab. Don't worry about me, Mr. Wing. Just focus on your end of things. Okay, be careful. In the corner of the lab, there is a small safe with a 4-digit password. 4 numbers. The only important day I've found so far seems to be the date Psyche was named. The safe opens with a click and you find research cases sorted by year inside. From the early results, most people who'd taken Psyche died tragically. Except for one person, Wow. This name suddenly evokes your memories and you recall the snow-shrouded villa in Yuchen town. He was supposed to be an old man but appeared looking like he was in his early 40s and had once vanished from the public. Could the truck that what had been taking be a prototype of Psyche? Let me take pictures of these materials first. You look around and see a one-way glass door. What's in there? Just as you're about to continue investigating, the timer atom set for you goes off. Once the timer goes off, head out immediately. We'll meet at the emergency exit. Atom's reminder echoes in your ears. Just then, the corridor alarm blares, followed by the thick smoke that clouds your vision. Atom clearly hears the alarm too. His anxious voice comes through your earpiece. Get out of there! Before he can finish, a series of crashes sound from his end and the transmission cuts off. Mr. Wing! There is no response from the other end. You quickly back out of the room, intending to retrace your steps to find Artem. But just as you're about to leave, an unexpected figure appears before you. Miss? Bern, what are you doing here? Someone who seems to have absolutely no connections to the research institute is actually here. He looks even weaker than he was at the hotel. Faced with your question, Bern hesitates for a moment before answering. I need the money. Money? He nods. The Oracle Research Institute has an experimental project recruiting people in my age group for trials. The pay is 10 times what I make at the hotel, so Bern still looks like a kid. Why does he need money so badly? Noticing your doubts, Bern bites his lip and continues. My mom racked up a lot of medical debt before she passed away. I just want to pay it off as soon as possible. How much do you still owe? Not much. Once I get paid for this trial, I should be able to clear the debt. Then I won't have to do this anymore. But you still don't know what kind of drug Bern is testing, but you can't help thinking about the research cases you just saw in the sieve. How are you feeling? Aside from getting tired easily, I don't think there are any other side effects. Was the discomfort you mentioned last time also because of this drug? What exactly is it for? Yeah, but I went for a checkup and the doctor said I'm fine. They say it's for treating neuropathic pain, but I don't really know the details. By the way, how did you end up here? Saying that you're about to press him further, but turns the question on you instead. But should you tell him? Telling him everything would not only put our operation at risk, but it could also drag Bern into this. I should just tell him what I can. My colleague and I are here to discuss a deal with Mr. Collin. A deal? Yeah, since it involves trade secrets, I can't share the details. No, I should be the one apologizing for putting you in a difficult position, miss. Hearing your explanation, but is considerate enough not to ask further. By the way, do you know what this place is? It seems unusually empty. This is an experimental zone, and entry is generally prohibited. Means you should leave quickly to avoid trouble. What about you? Burn shakes the paper wristband on his arm. I'm a test subject now and need to have my data recorded, so I can't leave. Please don't worry about me, miss. I'll be fine. Even so, please be careful. Got it. After parting ways with Byrne, you return to the meeting spot where Artem is already waiting, repeatedly checking his watch. Fortunately, he is safe and sound, and the tension you feel from the cut off communication eases. Just as you are about to call out to him, Artem has already turned and see you. The crease between his brows smoothed out instantly. He quickly takes your wrist and leads you toward the elevator. Hurry, the surveillance will be restored soon. We need to get back quickly. Mr. Wing, have you been waiting long? No, I just got here too. I was going to look for you but was worried we'd miss each other. And he turns his head to look at you. I knew you would come back. With no time to spare, you and Artem don't speak further and manage to return to the conference room just before any suspicions arise. By now, the minor disturbance at the research institute has settled. Fortunately, the security personnel assumed it had just been a malfunction and didn't suspect deliberate sabotage. After hearing the report, Colin impatiently waves his hand and turns to look at you and Artem sitting on the sofa. Apologize for startling you both. We're not startled, just a little disappointed. I'm considering whether to reassess our potential cooperation. You left us waiting here for at least several dozen minutes, and then this happens. It's clear that you're not very satisfied with what I brought. Rather than continuing like this, we should be clear with each other now to avoid wasting time. Artem stands up and gives Colin a meaningful look. You know this move is to distance you from any connection to the incident in the research institute. It's what they call a thief crying stop thief. The usual Mr. Wing would never do this, but now he's playing the role of a grey area attorney. His act is quite fitting, and to play along, you quickly stand up and stuff the documents into your briefcase. Mr. Wing, I assure you my sudden departure just now was for good reason. I'm very interested in what you've brought. Regarding the collaboration you mentioned earlier, I can agree to it. But first, I need to confirm that what you're offering is worthwhile. Then, shouldn't you give me a time frame? Artem pushes Colin to a point where he has to make a promise, and Colin finally makes a temporary concession. 1 week. Okay, it's a deal. Miss, have you returned to the hotel yet? Chet, what's up? It's nothing, I just want to remind you not to forget that you're my dance partner later. I remember, why are you reminding me so early? Because you're so popular, I'm afraid you might forget. So I'll be your artificial assistant for a while. See you, I'll leave you to it then. VIP lounge. You meet up with Marius at the appointed time. You thought you would arrive early. You didn't expect him to be even earlier. Not only that, the lounge also has exquisite jewelry, evening dresses, and a makeup artist. Wow, that's quite a setup.
もちろん。あんたは俺がエスコートする相手なんだから派手に行かないと。
He snaps his fingers at the makeup artist on the side, then leans closer to you.
じゃあ、外で待ってるね。
Okay. After about 20 to 30 minutes, the makeup artist finishes dressing you up. Marius hands you a pair of white lace gloves that clearly match the dress.
さすがお姉さん。何着ても似合うね。
Please stop teasing me. Although you've attended some business banquets with Celestine before, tonight's dinner is clearly different. You are worried that you might slip up in a situation like this, and if you do, it will mess up Marius' plan. I must coordinate well with Marius later. Just as you are quietly steeling yourself, a burgundy-clad arm appears before your eyes.
そろそろ時間だね。行こっか。
You take a deep breath, wrap your arm around his, and gently raise your skirt.
心配ないよ。俺にとってお姉さん以上にふさわしい相手なんていないんだから。それに、今日の本命はサプリメントの情報収集だし。他のことを考えるのはなしで、俺の格好見たらわかるでしょ。真面目な姿なんか誰も期待してないよ。
You feel less nervous after hearing what Marius said. I see. Thanks for the reassurance.
じゃあ、今度こそ準備はいい？
Okay. Banquet hall. With the pleasant music in the background, you are ushered into the banquet hall by a server, but Mr. Jin hasn't arrived yet. Just as Mary said, you see many well-dressed wealthy merchants here. Compared to them, Mary's clothes are a little unorthodox.
お腹すいたな。先に何か食べておかない？
Before you can answer, Maris has already picked up a plate and started selecting food for you. Marius, don't you need to go greet those wealthy merchants? You take the plate from him and ask him quietly.
今は身分を偽ってるから、俺はいてもいなくても変わらない透明な存在なんだよね。挨拶しても相手にされないだろうし、これはむしろ好都合ってやつ。この機会にいろいろ観察させてもらおう。言葉で聞くよりも自分の目で見てわかることの方が役立つし確実なんだ。
You have a point. Before you know it, you arrive at a dessert area where the table is filled with a dazzling array of cakes.
ねえ、このミルフィーユ甘すぎなくて美味しいよ。お姉さんも食べてみない？
Sure. Marius helps you get food while introducing these wealthy merchants to you. However, halfway through his introduction, he suddenly stops staring at a certain figure in the crowd. Marius? Following his gaze, you see a middle-aged man who seems out of place at this occasion, but also inexplicably familiar. Before you can ask, you hear a commotion outside the banquet hall. Mr. Jin, whom you've heard so much about, walks in surrounded by a crowd. Contrary to what you imagine, Mr. Jin doesn't seem to have taken psyche. He looks just like an ordinary old man. Next to him stands a striking woman with a commanding presence, and her posture alone suggests she is highly skilled in combat. You recall Byrne mentioning that Mr. Jin always has mercenaries protecting him. Could this woman be one of them?
ようこそ 信じがとうへ。誠に申し訳ございません。少々時間がかかってしまい、皆様にお目にかかるのが遅くなりました。
銭林さん、お気遣いなく。このような投資会に参加できることが何よりの栄誉ですから。
A middle-aged man in a business suit squeezes his way to the front row.
早速ですが、代理権の入札はいつ頃から始められるのですか？
まあまあ、落ち着いてください。皆様、こちらのサプリメントの効果はご存知でしょうか？
知らないわけがありません。このサプリメントが発売されれば、間違いなく市場で9割以上のシェアを占めるでしょう。
さよう。素晴らしい商品だからこそ、皆様の資質を慎重に見極めたいのです。
しかし、もう1週間以上経っています。これ以上は。
恐れ入ります。銭林様はこの後にも予定がございますので、先に失礼いたします。
The man in the suit wants to continue speaking, but the woman standing in front of Mr. Jin reaches out to stop him. At her signal, a group of people wearing similar attire clears a path through the crowd. Under their escort, Mr. Jin leaves the banquet hall, leaving behind a room full of whispers. Mr. Jin is quite different from what I imagined. He seems to lack presence.
本物の悪人ほど群衆の中に紛れて気づかれないものだよ。
That makes sense. By the way, did you notice that person who escorted Mr. Jin away just now? There seems to be a special badge pinned to her clothes. Do you know what it represents?
外国人傭兵のシンボルだよ。一人一人が10人の兵士を倒す精鋭らしい。その傭兵団のリーダーがあの女、ハリエットだ。破格の報酬を求めると聞いたが、彼女を雇うとはさすがは銭林だな。
The man in the suit who spoke with Mr. Jin walks up to you, raising both hands in a gesture of approximation. I have no idea how much that's supposed to mean. He hands Marius a business card with an air of familiarity. On it are two gilded characters, Zhenhao.
君、服のセンスがいいじゃないか。これも何かの縁だ。一緒に人儲けするのはどうだ？
Looking at their identical leopard print shirts and thick gold chains, you can hardly hold back your laughter.
ぜひ。ここでは新入りだから、ゴー兄さんにはいろいろと迷惑をかけるかもしれないが。
いいさいいさ。兄さんと呼ばれたからにはしっかり面倒を見てやろ
う。Their interactions made them look like two spoiled rich kids.
そうだ、ゴー兄さん。あのカウンターに寄りかかってる人が誰なのかわかる？
Marius points at the middle-aged man he noticed earlier, and you suddenly realize why he looks familiar. He has an aura similar to Marius, but Zhenhao shakes his head after glancing at him.
う。いや、知らないな。話しかけてみたが、プライドが高いのか釣れない態度だったよ。
へえ、尊大な人なのか。
そういうことだ。まあ、あんな不愛想な人なら銭林は選ばないと思うが。
Just now, you were asking Mr. Jun when the bidding for the agency would start. But from what you're saying now, even if someone wins the bid, the agency isn't secured.
お嬢さんは聡明なようだ。いきなり確信をついてくるとは。聞いたところによると、銭林という人は変わった御人で、自分の思い通りにしないと気が済まないらしい。困った話だが、実力は折り紙付きだ。君も見ただろう？瀕死のネズミがサプリメントを飲んで、数時間で元気を取り戻した例の実験を。
あんな薬、誰が見たってボロ儲けだとわかるよ。
だよな。だが、どうしてか銭林は案内状をばらまいて、みんなに代理店契約を競わせようとしている。きっとお気に入りを見つけて、ひいきしてやりたいんだろう。テレビでお決まりの物好きな社長と同じさ。お金持ちが欲しいのは、金より感情的価値だからな。
Could Mr. Jin have sent out those invitations just for fun?
いや、そうとも限らない。彼の考えがどうあれ、俺たちで力を合わせれば、きっと勝ち取れる。
つまり
単純な話だよ。もし君が銭林に選ばれたら、俺にも少し権利を譲ってほしい。
So, Jinhao blabbers on because he is worried he won't become the agent, but can't let go of this juicy deal. That's why he's trying to get on everyone's good side by talking to them. This way, no matter who becomes the agent, he can sell some of it. You have to admit that he is dreaming big, but somehow he doesn't think he's going to get chosen for some reason. Something feels off about this. While lost in thought, a figure passes you by. It seems to be the middle-aged man that Maris has been paying attention to. Maris' expression freezes for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Then he continues chatting with Jinhao.
OK。銭林が俺を代理人に選んだら、ゴー兄さんに連絡するよ。
よしよし。じゃあ、決まりだな。
じゃ、今日はもうこんな時間だし、また後日改めて。
おっと、もうそんな時間か。それでは、連絡を待っているよ。
Hotel room. Maris walks you back to your room. You two only ate a little at the beginning of the banquet. He uses the room's telephone to order a dinner for you.
今日は疲れたでしょう。食べ終わったら早めに休んだ方がいいね。
Don't you want me to accompany you to meet that person from the banquet who caught your attention?
気づいてたんだ。やっぱりお姉さんの前だと隠し事はできないな。
Do you know that person?
そこまで付き合いがあるわけじゃないよ。家族のアルバムで写真を目にしたくらいかな。
You could have guessed it from his aura, but you hadn't expected Maris to admit it directly. Huh?
しかも、写真は俺が生まれる前に撮られたものだったから、はっきりしなくてさ。もし分かったことがあったら伝える。それでもいい？
He patiently explains it has something to do with his family, so it's okay if he doesn't tell you. Alright, I'll wait for your updates. Coffee shop. After leaving the Oracle Research Institute, you and Artem head to a busy coffee shop to avoid drawing attention. While Artem goes to buy coffee, you upload today's investigation findings to the cloud storage. Mr. Wing, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier what happened when the alarm went off. Seeing him return to his seat with the number ticket, you hastily ask about what has been bothering you earlier. Nothing much. When the alarm went off, the doors closed as an emergency measure, and my earpiece broke while I was getting out. Are you hurt? No, fortunately, we had agreed on a meeting point beforehand, so I headed straight there. Did you find any clues at the warehouse? I wouldn't say there were any real clues. The storage had been completely emptied out. He takes out a crumpled delivery note from his pocket, but all the characters are crossed out, leaving only the date barely visible. Judging by the delivery note, everything in the warehouse storage had already been gone for 3 months. Yes, it's been quite a while. This lead might be difficult to pursue for now. Fortunately, you managed to find information about Psyche. Autumn enlarges the shared files you uploaded to the cloud and quickly scans through them. Rejuvenation. It seems Colin's research direction differs from Wilson's, but their methods are similar. They're both using innocent people as test subjects. He nods gravely, and at the same time, his terminal on the desk starts ringing. Autumn doesn't answer, letting it ring 4 times before rejecting the call. It's Captain Morgan. This is the signal we agreed on. If everything goes smoothly, he'll arrive at the coffee shop within 15 minutes. He's here too? Yes, I forgot to tell you earlier. He arrived a few days before us. I only received his message when I reached the research institute. I heard he received special clearance to come to Sinjiga Island to arrest the researchers who escaped from Gladys Valley. I see. This is the first time I've heard of Captain Morgan working on a case outside of Salis. Actually, I can handle the initial communication alone. You can go back and rest first if you're tired. No need, I'll check in with the others in the group chat to see if anyone needs help. Just as you're about to send a message in the group chat, Luke shares his location. You open it right away and see that although he's in the lower district, he isn't too far away. We found the person Mr. Jin was looking for, but it's too late. He's already dead. I'm going to the scene to investigate. I'll let you know if I have any information. Good work. Nicely done. Good job. Luke, can I investigate with you? Of course. Where are you right now? A coffee shop near the border of the upper district, not far from you. Oh, I know the place you're talking about. It's close. Is the lower district safe? Don't worry, with me around, you all can rest assured. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Keep in touch. I'll wait for your news then. If you need remote support, let us know in the group. Yeah, we are all here. Got it. Shara, I'll be waiting for you on Junji Street. The entrance to the hotel is hard to find, so it will be easier for me to take you there. Got it. Coffee shop. After exiting the group chat, Artem's coffee and cake arrives at the table. Mr. Wing, You can get your coffee to go so you can drink it along the way. I'll bring the cake back to the hotel for you. Autumn thoughtfully takes care of everything. Thank you, Mr. Wing. Be careful on your way. If anything happens, contact us immediately. Zhenyi Street. Following the route Luke provided, you arrive at Zhenyi Street, but before you can even open your terminal to contact him, a familiar figure wearing a thick chain necklace leaps down the steps right in front of you. He casually pulls out a handful of fruit candies from his pocket and offers them to you. They come in all colors and flavors. Want one? They're a local specialty from the island. They're pretty good. Sure, I'll take this one. You pick a rather rare flavor from his palm. That's my favorite flavor too. By the way, how's the investigation at the Oracle Research Institute going? Luke unwraps the candy and hands it to you with its shimmering wrapper. Everything went smoothly. I've uploaded all the documents to the cloud and I'll organize them later. Good, come on, this way. Watch your step. Luke leads you down a narrow alley. The walls on both sides make it cool and damp, with moss growing at the base. After walking for about 10 minutes, you stop in front of a dilapidated hotel that looks like it was converted from an apartment building. It's a motel where you can check in without showing any ID. The body was found by the owner this morning, and since there are no police officers in Jinjinga Island, he contacted the Zhenyi Society. Does the Zhenyi Society handle cases too? Not investigation, just handling the bodies. They don't even verify whether it was suicide or homicide. Luke doesn't answer you directly, but instead pushes open the half-closed door in front of him. Unlike the crime scenes that involve fatalities that you've seen before, there is no yellow crime scene tip here and no one is standing guard. People pass by in droves, yet no one seems to care about the murder that happened here. Not a single person stops to take even a curious look. Come on, let's head in. Okay. Hotel guest room. The entire room is a mess, with mismatched furniture left open and ransacked. There are dark red bloodstains on the bed sheets, floor, and even the furniture. Was the victim tortured before their death? Yep, his body was found badly mutilated, and judging by the state of the room, he must have been tortured. Just hearing the description, you can already picture how brutal the scene was. Any leads on the victim's identity? You said Mr. Jin is looking for him, so the ones who interrogated him. I found a fake passport here. The name on it is Damon York. Damon York. I suspect the one who interrogated him are likely connected to Mr. Jin. As for the exact reason, let's wait until we investigate further before drawing any conclusions. A fake identity and torture before death. Things on Jinjiga Island might be even more out of control than you thought. Okay. There is a wallet in the bedside table drawer. There's no money inside, but there is a pass for leaving the island. The front side is similar to the pass that you and Artem used when entering the island, but it has a cross on it. The main information is written on the back. This pass is used to board the steamship's cargo hold. In addition, there is a handwritten fare and departure time, but it does not have a name written on it like yours. And the handwritten price on the back is astonishingly high, even more expensive than a 7-day trip from Salis to Nanman Bay. This doesn't look like a normal pass. As far as I know, people with this pass can only be stuffed into the cargo hold and sent away. The conditions are terrible, but the price is very high. Only those who can't prove their identity or don't want to expose their true identity would buy it. Luke continues to search through the wallet as he speaks. He then finds a photo in the compartment. Following Luke's gaze, you see a family of 3 in the photo. Judging from its blurry background, it should have been taken a year ago. They're smiling happily in the photo, especially the little girl, surrounded by her parents in the middle and proudly hugging her father. Is this a family photo of Damon? Yeah, the man on the right is Damon. How can someone who traffics and drugs ingredients, causing countless people to suffer, also be a father deeply relied upon by his child? You can't come up with a standard answer for this question, but one thing you're sure of is that all criminal acts should be punished. You find Damon's phone under the pillow, turned off with a dead battery. Luke charges the phone for a while. Although it can barely be turned on, the contents have been deleted. No information is left. It should have been deleted by someone. I'll try to see if I can recover it. You know that Luke is no stranger to recovery for information. But now that he is in Zunyi society, he should have a lot of internal matters to deal with, other than the investigation. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Hearing your worries, Luke smiles proudly. It's fine, I can use it to refresh my mind. The tools on the island are limited. Otherwise, I'd be able to immediately recover the information in this old model. Don't forget to rest. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. On the floor near the bedside, a small notebook lies face down with stains and blood on it. Obviously, the person who interrogated Damon must have also read the contents, but he didn't take it away, which means it hadn't been of any significant importance. However, when you open the pages, there are irregular letters and numbers mixed together. Is this some kind of sophisticated encryption? Let me see. Luke takes a while to study the contents. It's encrypted, but it's not anything sophisticated. Our terminal has the latest encryption analysis software developed by the NSB, capable of deciphering most existing encryptions. Luke takes out his terminal and points to one of the icons. Here it is, input the relevant information and you'll get the results in seconds. That's so convenient. Yep. As if to prove it, Luke inputs one line of the encryption. Just like what he said, the software quickly provides the analysis results. June 18, 2029, Zinjiga Island, N2X1. N2X, this notebook records the transaction information of N2X ingredients. Try entering something else. Okay. After trying several more lines, you can basically determine that the notebook records information about N2X ingredient transactions. Selling N2X ingredients seems to have caused Damon's death. Luke nods with a serious expression. But according to the notebook, he's been trading with Zinjiga Island for a long time. What happened this time to cost him his life? Did a conflict break out between him and the buyer? We can't rule out the possibility. Let's take pictures of all the contents in the encrypted notebook and save them for reference later. Okay, I'll take the pictures. Half a piece of paper with numbers written on it lies on the stained floor dull by the bed. A glass of Hennessy, a plate of salad. It seems to be a restaurant receipt. You hand the receipt to Luke, who shakes his head after checking it. There's no restaurant that uses this kind of receipt in the lower district. However, its paper quality and printing technology are both top-notch. It should be a receipt from a high-end restaurant. I will have the Nanman Bay police investigate, but the information exchange between the island and the outside world is slow, so it will take some time. As Luke speaks, he takes a photo of the receipt. I'll also keep an eye out in the upper district. There is a large blood stain on the edge of the black bed, which should be the position where the deceased fell. But there are no police on Zinjiga Island, so there shouldn't be any forensic team available. You look at Luke. Luke, based on the current situation, can you determine the cause of Damon's death? Yes, there are many wounds on his body, but none of them are fatal. That person would probably trying to get some secrets out of him. So the integration was designed to make him suffer. He died of suicide due to extreme pain. Suicide? Luke nods and squats down, pointing to a broken chair leg. It has a sharp conical tip which is covered by dark red bloodstain. I checked his wounds and compared them to the chair leg. He must have struggled to get up and hit it hard to cause such a wound. He would rather die than spill the beans, indicating the significance of what he's hiding. The investigation is almost done, but since Damon's notebook contains a lot of encryptions, you haven't finished reading them yet. You're worried that some important information might be overlooked, so it's better to check everything once both of you get back. Luke, can I try the decryption software from just now? Yeah, sure. Just take out your terminal. You try it once and sure enough, it quickly deciphers the encrypted text. You mentioned earlier that it can decode many common ciphers. Does that mean I can use it to obtain information whenever I come across something encrypted? Yup, as long as it's letters, numbers, or a combination of both, it will work. You nod, just as you're about to leave with Luke, the sound of footsteps echoes from outside the door. Following that is a stream of rapid muttering. Though not loud, it is remarkably piercing. Lingyi has disappeared somewhere too. The mighty leader of the Zenji Society hasn't been seen for half a month, and he keeps running off to Nanman Bay. What on earth is he up to? I'm worried sick. You look at Luke curiously as he is about to explain. A man with his hair up in a bun and wearing a floral shirt similar to Luke's pushes the door open and walks in. He is holding an old-fashioned phone, his fingers swiftly typing a reply. Lucky, have you dealt with that poor sap yet? We've got another case coming in. This time it's a pretty foreign girl, though she looks a bit young. Chiang. Why are you coughing? Did you catch a cold? If you're sick, you should... The man finally lifts his head, his gaze darting back and forth between Luke and you. Pointing at you, he stammers, unable to form a complete sentence. Lucky, why didn't you tell me your girlfriend was coming? What are you talking about? Oh, I get it now. You haven't managed to win her over yet, have you? Luke wants to deny it, but Chiang clearly thinks he is just being shy and nudges his shoulder. You going to introduce us? He sighs helplessly, stands between you and Chiang, and resigns himself to making the introduction. This is Chiang, my boss at the Zenji Society. He takes good care of me. Hello Chiang, I'm Shirara. I'm Luki's childhood friend and now I work as an attorney. An attorney? That's impressive. Luki, she's amazing. Yeah, she's always been good at studying, unlike me. Just looking at words giving me a headache. Luke casually makes up an excuse, conveniently forgetting who used to compete with you for the top spot in school. Alright, you two grew up together, so you're childhood sweethearts. Let me tell you, Luki is incredibly capable. That of my other guys combined can't match him. Yet he just focuses on his work every day, no messing around. Mishwara, you've got a great eye. You glance at Luke, who is desperately signaling you with his eyes to no avail, and hold back your laughter as you respond to Chiang. Yes, I know Luki is a good person. Phew, I'm relieved that you know. Chiang, didn't you just say we got a new case? Perhaps afraid Chiang will keep going, Luke swiftly changes the subject. Alright, I almost forgot about that. Chiang pats his pockets and not finding what he is looking for, turns out every single one. Strange, where did it go? What's wrong? Did you lose something on the way? I just bought a cold drink at the herbal tea shop on Junji Street. I must have left it there. I'll go check. Before you can even reply, he has already run off and disappeared. Should we help look for it too? Yep, let's go. We're pretty much done investigating here anyway. Zenji Street. When you arrive, Chiang is holding a photo, puffing his cheeks as he blows the dust off it. Thank goodness it's still lit here. What exactly is it? Just a photo, see for yourself. Chiang hands Ichi look is a scanned photo of what looks like a grandparent and grandchild, judging by their age and appearance. Seeing your confusion, he points to the young girl beside the elderly person. She is about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in elaborate foreign clothing. Someone on the black market offered a high price to have her taken out of Zinjiga Island, but she could not know the reason, so the methods had to be a bit forceful. Forceful? You mean just grab her and ship her off? Luke stares at the photo, deep in thought. Did you catch a cold? Oh, what cold? I'm perfectly fine. Chiang shoots Luke a glare, then turns to you with a grin. Well, Miss Herrera, let me tell you something. What we're doing here is actually for that girl's own good. It's not safe for her to be alone in this island. It's best if she leaves soon. No one hurt her. It's just regular business. Oh, business. Boss, I'll take this job. You sure? I can have someone else do it. It's fine, I got this. Also, she's been out for a while now. I wanna take her home first. Yeah, you should take her back. He pulls Luke aside, takes out a wad of cash, and stuffs it into his hand. Here's an advance payment. Treat Shurara to something nice on your way back. Luke hesitates, caught between taking it or leaving it. Speechless from gratitude, come on, it's a date, enjoy it. We don't usually do advance payments, do we? Consider it a friendly sponsorship. Now, go, don't keep her waiting too long. Alright, thanks. Chiang nods, shoves his hands in his pockets and strolls off. After a few stops, he turns back. Drop by again when you're free. Sure. After Chiang leaves, Luke lets out a long sigh of relief. He glances at the photo, about to put it away. Take a look. Sure. Just as I thought, the photo shows a grandfather and his grandchild. The old man's attire in the photo looks somewhat familiar. He is dressed like a Swartian aristocrat. Swart, isn't that where Dr. Richter is from? On this island, there are many aristocrats, rich businessmen, and celebrities from around the world. This guy is just one of the many. The back of the photo is scrawled with some information. Cecily, Modern Era Hotel. This should be the intel related to the girl. Does she also lives in the Modern Era Hotel? This photo is a scan, so where is the original? I wonder who wants Cecily gone. I'm guessing they don't mean to hurt Cecily, they just don't want her to know too much. That's why they are paying a hefty price to have us take her far from all this trouble. You sigh and drop the subject. Since arriving on Jinjinga Island, you've realized that many things don't fit into what you used to know. Don't overthink it. The sun's setting. I'll take you home. Okay. As the workday winds down, the streets filled with people rushing about. At first glance, it looks just like anywhere else in the world. But from the business that Chiang and Luke has discussed earlier, you know many people's jobs aren't as simple as they seem. What they are involved in can't possibly be limited to just handling unidentified bodies and escorting young girls. Luke, during your time on the island, did you often receive cases like Cecily's? Yeah, sometimes, but not too often. You know about the Zenji Society, right? You nod. Before coming here, you studied the history of Zinjiga Island. Before there were any official records, only natives inhabited the island. But then Swart discovered this place and claimed it as their own. What followed was a century-long conflict between the aristocrats and the natives. The Zenji Society was originally formed by the natives to resist the oppression of the aristocrats. Initially, most members just wanted to live in peace, but later Lin Yi inherited the Zenji Society and became the current leader. The organization got involved in more illegal activities, and people became desensitized to all sorts of heinous incidents. For them, a mistress' death in the lower district wasn't anything out of the ordinary. That's why Chiang didn't find Damon's death unusual. Most people don't care why others die as long as it doesn't affect their own interests. Is there no law anymore? You can't help but question this by stylish standards, and Luke can only respond with a bitter smile. Maybe, in the eyes of the people here, you're the one with strange ideas. This is an area where fees are more useful than the law. Besides, the nearest police are in Nanman Bay, and while they have jurisdiction, they don't have the right to directly enter the island. The law only works where it can be enforced. In lawless places like Zunjiga Island, under the push and pull of various forces, it just becomes a swarm of sin that eventually swallows everything whole. Is there really no other way? I think there will be. When external forces fade away, the wishes of ordinary people will become visible. When that time comes, order will return to this island. The upper district is just across this bridge. I won't be seeing you off from here. Without realizing it, you have reached the border between the upper and lower districts, and Tua's temporary headquarters is not far from you. You gaze at this bridge, even though it doesn't restrict people's movement between the two districts. Its very existence seems like a symbol, one of Zinjinga Island's division. Not just in terms of economic and technological levels, but also in people's aspirations for the future. Okay, you should head back now. Yeah. Do you have some time to spare later? There is something I would like your help with. Sure, what is it? It is about the disappearance of the aristocrat I am investigating. I found a caregiver who had been taking care of him. However, she is very cautious and has a confidentiality agreement with the sanatorium. So I want you to pretend to be his distant relative and ask around, which may help lower her guard a little. Isn't pretending to be an aristocrat too far-fetched from who I am? I'm afraid of being exposed. Do not worry, that will not happen on my watch. So, can you help me? Since Dr. Risha has said so, of course I will. Alright, then it is a deal. I will let you know once the location is confirmed. Lower District Restaurant. Following the location Vin provided, you found a restaurant in the Lower District. You arrive a few minutes late due to a bad traffic. When you are led to the table, Vin is already sitting there studying the menu in front of him. Dr. Risha. Upon hearing you call his name, Vin stands up in a gentlemanly manner and pulls out a chair for you in the noisy dining environment.
ここを探すのは大変だったかな。やっぱり僕が迎えに行けばよかったね。
Vin planned to pick you up at the hotel, but considering your respective identities, you still think it's safer to meet up at the destination separately, but you overlook one thing. With Vin's attire and the way he carries himself, he would stand out in the dining environment of the lower district. It's fine with me, but what about you, Dr. Richter? Are you comfortable here?
僕が
Vin looks around in surprise, then smiles knowingly.
少し騒がしいけれど、それ以外は悪くないよ。
As he speaks, he hands you the menu.
せっかく来たんだし、先に何か注文しようか。
Is there anything you'd like to eat, Dr. Richter?
僕は何でも構わないよ。
Vin pauses for a second before giving a cautious answer. Is it not to his liking? As you open the menu and see the names of the dishes, you finally understand why Vin had acted so oddly earlier. Slaying the lead to a cow, dark clouds obscuring the sun, Green Dragon crossing the river, a gathering of heroes, Guan Yu fights Qin Qiong. None of them gives any clue about what the ingredients are. This menu. How about we just go for the set menu? I think it will be a safer bet.
うん、そうしようか。
After finally finishing ordering, you suddenly remember why you're here with Vin today. He had been investigating the disappearance of a Swartian aristocrat, Duke Campbell, at the sanatorium and to gather information from his caregiver, Mrs. Chen. So he asked you to pose as Campbell's distant relative to find out more information about him. This excuse is pretty flimsy, but hearing it from Vin somehow makes it convincing. Since he can pose as Ojira's private doctor, it should be fine for you to pose as a distant relative of an aristocrat, but deep down you still feel a bit nervous. I wonder if they'll see through my identity later. A relative of Duke Campbell would exude an aura of refinery. I never thought I'd have to pose as an aristocrat's relative. While you're lost in thought, Vin takes out a paper package from somewhere and places it on the table, pushing it towards you. What is this? You quietly open a corner and find a large amount of banknotes, which seems to be the currency of Sword. Dr. Risher, I'm helping out as a friend, free of charge.
分かっているよ。
Then why are you giving me so much money?
これは佐藤さんに渡そうと思って。療養所は職員への規定が厳しい。入所者の情報漏洩が発覚したら即刻解雇されて、再雇用の機会も一切ないらしいから。調べたら、佐藤さん一家はシンジカ島の先住民で、夫との間に2人のお子さんがいる。幸せな暮らしを送っていたのに、夫が賭博にのめり込んで、多額の高利の借金を抱えてしまったんだ。療養所の給料だけでは、毎月借金の返済に追われて、家族の生活費すら賄えない。リスクを負っていただく以上、それに見合った報酬を用意するのは当然だろう。
Actually, besides gathering information, we probably wanted to help Mrs. Chan too. You're so thoughtful. As soon as you finish speaking, Mrs. Chan, the person you are going to meet today, shows up.
すみません。今日は忙しくて休憩時間が少し遅れてしまって。お待たせいたしました。
Mistress Chen is wearing a uniform from a herbal tea shop, so it seems she works part-time there in addition to the sanatorium.
大丈夫ですよ、佐藤さん。こちらが以前お話ししたキャンベル公爵の遠縁にあたる姪の方です。
はじめまして。ご質問があるとお伺いしております。
Yes, I'd like to know about Uncle Campbell. He's gone missing, and we were all very worried about him. You converse with Mrs. Chen as Campbell's relative, just as Vin has taught you.
キャンベルさんは親切な方でした。最初の頃は落ち込んでいることも多く、体調も優れなかったのですが、しばらく療養生活を送ったおかげで、体調も回復されて若々しくなられたんです。
Do you know what he was taking at the sanatorium? Mistress Chen thinks for a moment, then shakes her head regretfully.
キャンベルさんのお薬の表示は外国語で書かれていて、私、学校には行っていないので読めませんでした。
After thinking for a moment, you dip your finger in the tea and write Psyche on the table for her to identify. Did this word appear on any of those medicines? She stares at it for a while, then looks at you apologetically.
すみません。よく覚えてません。
It's okay. Can you tell me more about my uncle's condition? Are there any side effects after he took the medication?
副作用ですか？確かに。キャンベルさんは時々苦しそうにしていました。
苦しそうに？
はい、体中が痛むみたいで、かなり深刻だったことが一度あって、それは院長先生にご報告差し上げました。
What did the director say?
余計な心配はするな、と。キャンベルさんがどうしても耐えられないときは、鎮静剤を投与しなさいと言われました。
鎮静剤を投与？
はい、眠ってしまえば痛みも感じなくなりますから。
Won't feel pain when asleep. Why would a Spartan aristocrat have to bear that? You look at Vin, who is obviously confused as well.
彼の失踪について何か手がかりはありませんか？
Mistress Chen lowers her head, fingers interlocking nervously.
それが1ヶ月前の朝のことです。キャンベルさんのお部屋に朝食をお持ちした時に、院長先生が彼はすでにお帰りになったとおっしゃったんです。ですが、私は前日に半熟卵を食べたいと言われました。お約束したのに急に出ていくとは思えなくて。
療養所でこうしたことは頻繁に起きるのでしょうか？
よくわかりませんが、最近は療養所の患者さんが減っています。そうでなければ、私が喫茶店で働く余裕はなかったでしょう。
Mrs. Chen, when did the patient numbers start going down?
多分、約1ヶ月前から徐々に減り始めたんじゃないかと。
1 month ago, it was precisely when the body of the researcher from GLaDOS Valley was found. Are these two things related?
他に質問はありませんか？そろそろ時間が。
You glance at Vin and hand the money he gave you to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen, thank you for answering all our questions.
そんな。先ほども申し上げましたが、キャンベルさんは本当にいい方でした。知ってることを話しただけですからお金なんていりませんよ。
This is how we do things in SWAT. You deserve a reward for helping us. If you don't believe me, you can ask a tourist here. She still refuses to accept it, so you turn to Vin for help.
そうですよ、佐藤さん。このお金は受け取ってください。彼女も心配していますから。お金があれば新しい人生を選ぶこともできるでしょ
新しい人生？
Vin nods and looks at Mrs. Chen's astonished face before speaking slowly.
う。例えば、お子さんを連れてシンジカ島を離れて小さなお店を始めるとか。
He mentioned how things were with Mrs. Chen's family, so he specially prepared a generous remuneration to help her. He called you here so that Mrs. Chen wouldn't feel guilty. His kindness was sincere and direct, though a little awkward.
ありがとうございます、森月先生。ですが、私も子供たちもこのシンジガ島で生まれ育った生粋の島民です。ここを離れれば暮らしは楽になるかもしれませんが、私たちの故郷は永遠に失われるでしょう。
それでは、私たちからの貸し付けということにしましょう。お子さんたちにも安定した生活が必要だと思います。違いますか？
Having heard all this, Mrs. Chen understands Vin's kindness. With tears welling up in her eyes, she nods.
ありがとうございます。このお金は必ずお返しします。
She wipes her eyes with her sleeve, stands up and bows, then hurriedly returns to the herbal tea shop for work. Shortly after Mrs. Chen leaves, Ogier, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly appears.
坊ちゃん、弁護士さん、そろそろお戻りの時間でございます。
Ogier, shouldn't you be pretending to be sick at the sanatorium?
最初は車椅子に座り、じっとしていればいいと思っていたのですが、病人のふりをするのは本当に苦痛でして、やはり自由に動き回れる方が性に合っています。
You rarely see such a troubled expression on Ogier's face. Vin calmly takes a sip of his tea, furrowing slightly.
今さらそんなことを言っても仕方ないじゃないか。そろそろ会心の時間だったね。公爵様は先に帰った方がよろしいかと。
一緒にお戻りにならないのですか？
そうなるね。主治医にも私的な時間は必要だから。
Vin cool refuses is in stark contrast to Ogier's worried expression.
主治医の同伴があれば、私は外出できるのでは？
His last desperate attempt makes you feel both sympathetic and amused.
次回は構わないよ。でも今日は予定通りに診察を受けてくれるかい？くれぐれも怪しまれないように。
かしこまりました。
あと、僕が頼んだことを忘れないで。
はい、承知しております。
Ogier puts on his hat and looks around, then quickly disappears into the crowd. I never thought I'd see Ogier look this uncomfortable.
本来は活動的な人なのに、その自由を奪うのは酷なことだと分かっているよ。
Yet you were so cold-hearted to him.
そうだったかな。
Just a little. Vin's finger gently touches the rim of the cup.
お茶が少し薄いようだ。今度は僕の入れたものを飲んでほしいな。実のところ、オジにはまだ重要な任務が残っていてね。今後の計画にも関わるから先に帰ってもらったんだ。
Is Vin specifically explaining this to me? He looks at you with a sincere expression.
つまり、僕はそこまで冷たいわけではないよ。
I see. May I ask what the plan is?
もちろん。あなたもこの計画に欠かせない人だからね。
Me?
2日後に、オジの顧問弁護士という立場で療養所に来てもらえないかな。
On your request, of course.
ありがとう。後で王子が作った島での身分証を送るよ。
You note as the dishes you ordered are served. Despite having bewildering names on the menu, the dishes look exquisite with a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor.
では、この土地の味を存分に楽しむとしようか。
Sure. Do you have time now? I'm sorry, Dr. Risher, but I have things to do later. I don't have much time. It is okay. I just found a string of letters while investigating. I just want to share it with you. It will not take too long. What letters? BTI. It looks pretty simple, but I wonder what it means. Okay, I'll try it later. Yes, Oger came to see me. Let us chat again when we have time. Hotel guest room. After a busy day, you finally returned to the hotel. You thought you'd be able to fall asleep after washing up. You didn't expect that with everything going on these past few days, you'd end up feeling worn out but still have your mind racing. After tossing and turning for half an hour without feeling sleepy at all, you decide to just get up. Looks like I'm destined to sort through these clues. Laboratory. One-way glass door separates the dimly lit lab into two sections. Colin stands in the shadows, hands in his pockets, facing the glass. The cold light casts a faint shadow.
万能薬の資料が欲しいなら私に直接言えばいいだろう。余計な真似は控えた方がいい。
まだあのステラ氏の極潰しどもにチャンスを与えるつもりですか？貴重な原料を無駄にするだけです。プシュ系にはまだ改良の余地があります。ただ
Shadows move inside the one-way glass door, and the sound of panting interrupts Colin's words. After some time, the painful panting from inside gradually stops.
20年。もう十分無駄にしただろう。
それは。
この件には手を出すな。話があるなら原料が見つかった後に聞こう。今は下がれ。
Colin hesitates for a moment, bows slightly, and leaves the lab quietly. Corridor. After making sure that the person inside is unable to hear him, he takes out his phone and sends a voice message to an unknown number.
いつ動くって言うんです。こっちはもう限界なんだ。
Mr. Jin 1, owner of Zunjinga Island, mysterious identity. Mr. Jin is the owner of Zunjinga Island. His origins and true name remain unknown. Rarely seen outside the island, he is best known for his immense wealth. Mr. Jin, too, collaborated with Wilson. He collaborated with Wilson and was desperate to obtain the miracle drug. In Chandong's eyes, he was a cold and ruthless person, merciless to those he deemed useless. Mr. Jin 3. No signs of psyche usage. Mr. Jin appears like an ordinary old man with no signs of taking psyche. He is also closely guarded by mercenaries. Adrian Foster, developer of the miracle drug. A member of the Gladiolus Valley new drug development team, involved in the development of the black market drug known as the miracle drug. Over a month ago, his body was found drowned in the waters of Nanman Bay. Based on the estimated date of death and ocean current simulations, it was determined that the body drifted from Zinjiga Island. Chen Dong-wan, leader of the Gladylus Valley New Drug Development Team, whereabouts unknown. The head of the Gladylus Valley New Drug Development Team and Adrian Foster's superior, working under Wilson for many years. His current whereabouts are unknown. Chen Dong-chu developed the miracle drug for Misogyn, currently detained in the Research Institute. Chen Dong's new drug development team was transferred to the Oracle Research Institute by Wilson to develop the miracle drug for Misogyn. However, since the critical research data remained with Wilson, his death left Chen Dong without the necessary information, and the miracle drug failed to meet Misogyn's expectations, wasting precious materials. As a result, Chen Dong was imprisoned here. Comments. King. I just can't understand leaving home to study something as absurd as a miracle drug. Adjudicator. Based on the evidence we have, everything he did was his own undoing. Raven. The wheel of fate turns, and those who do evil will eventually bring about their own downfall. Rosa. No matter what, he should be brought back to Salis to face legal consequences. Libra, replies Rosa. I believe we will bring him back. One day he will atone for his sins in the prison of Salis. Burn 1. Burn Green Concierge. A part-time server at the Modern Era Hotel, 15 years old with half Swartian heritage. He has a gentle personality, excellent service skills, and a keen sense of propriety when interacting with people. He is also skilled at managing the floral greenhouse and has a deep understanding of the island's local customs. However, he seems physically frail, appearing thinner and weaker compared to peers of the same age. Byrne, too, participated in Research Institute drug trials. Byrne's mother passed away from illness. To quickly repay the debts accrued for her treatment, he volunteered to participate in the Oracle Research Institute's drug trials. Friendly guest, Byrne's inquiry log. Unlike the public perception of Misogyn, in Byrne's eyes, he is a very kind old man who not only chats with him but also tips generously. Damon York deceased, suicide. Damon York, a pseudonym, was found dead in a guest room of a lower district hotel, showing signs of torture before death. He came to the island to trade anthrax materials with Misogyn, but for unknown reasons, the supplier terminated the deal. Misogyn issued an island-wide bounty for Damon's whereabouts, but Damon preferred to commit suicide rather than reveal the location of the anthrax materials. Chiang Wan, member of the Zenji Society. Chiang, a member of the Zenji Society, is also looks superior within the organization. Cecily Wan, Swart Girl, a teenage girl from Swart. Someone has offered a hefty sum for the Zenji Society to escort her safely to Nanman Bay. International Mercenaries, a special organization. The mercenaries hired to protect Misogyn are said to be capable of taking on 10 opponents each. Their captain is a woman named Harriet. Zhen Hao, competing for healthcare product agency rights, businessman. A shrewd businessman who came to Zinjinga Island to negotiate for the healthcare product distribution rights, sociable and adept at adapting to various situations. Duke Campbell 1. Whereabouts unknown. Duke Campbell mysteriously disappeared months after staying at this new life sanatorium. According to his caregiver, the Duke arrived in poor health but gradually improved and appeared younger during his stay. However, he sometimes experienced great pain, possibly a side effect of the drugs he was taking. Mistress Chen, sanitarium caregiver, a caregiver at the New Life Sanitarium who was previously responsible for looking after Duke Campbell. She is an island native raising two children with her gambling addicted husband. Despite the hardships, she refuses to leave Zunjinga Island. Zinjiga Island 1, Nanman Bay Islands. Zinjiga Island is under the jurisdiction of the Nanman Bay. Due to its unique historical background, The island was long owned by the Svart family's Kapi lineage, leaving Nanman Bay with limited control and transforming it into a haven of criminals. For unknown reasons, the mistress Misogyn acquired ownership of the island. However, his arrival only deepened its divide into the affluent upper district and the impoverished lower district. The upper district is under Mr. Jin's control. New Life Sanitarium 1 location Upper District. This elite sanitarium in the Upper District of the Zijinga Island has a high entry threshold. Its clientele includes the rich and famous, including Swart nobility who favor it. New Life Sanitarium 2 fewer patients. A month ago, patients at the New Life Sanitarium began to dwindle. King, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this, Libra. Let's not jump to conclusions without solid evidence. Revan, in a month of time, there must have been quite a few people who went missing. Rosa, where could these missing patients have gone? Adjudicator replied to Rosa, it is still unclear. I will check the sanitarium later. There might be new leads. Oracle Research Institute 1 location Upper District Research Healthcare Products. Located in the Upper District of Zijiga Island, this pharmaceutical research institute specializes in health product development. It collaborated with Wilson Source to obtain research data on the miracle drug. And to its temporary headquarters location Lower District, this mission's base of operations. Originally an underground facility for air defense, it has an outdated design but sturdy structure. After arriving on the island, Luke leads it through secret channels and converted it into a temporary base for the Antivirus team. Antoine's investigation team on Zinjiga Island. The entrance is meticulously disguised, making it hard for outsiders to find. Comment. Raven, welcome to the temporary Antoine's headquarters, Libra. Very unique style. Adjudicator, if it were closer to the sanitarium, I would consider visiting more often. Rosa, this place feels like a secret hideout. I really like it. King, replying to Rosa. True, maybe we could renovate our headquarters in Stelis. Modern Era Hotel location Upper District. A luxury hotel located in the Upper District of Zijiga Island featuring a twin tower structure connected by a bridge. The higher the floor, the more opulent the decor, hosting many elite and wealthy guests. Raven, the Modern Era Hotel, never been there. Is it fancy? Kate, so. It's still a bit inferior compared to the hotels under our and Pax's banner. Libra, the room number system is poorly designed. I've already filed a complaint. The hotel supply flowers are beautiful. Maybe we could decorate the temporary headquarters with some. Adjudicator replying to Rosa, leave that to me. Secret prison, Mysterious Zone. A secret prison in the Upper District specifically used to detain those who are disobedient or useless to Mr. Jin. King. A secret prison? Does this Mr. Jin really think of Zijinga Island as his own kingdom? Raven. In a closed environment, some people can indeed get away with anything. Libra. Such illegal places will eventually be shut down. Adjudicator replies to Libra. I suspected of you. Hidden Laboratory, the innermost level of the institute, contains extensive psyche data. A hidden laboratory located on the lowest level of the Oracle Research Institute, storing a wealth of research data and case studies related to psyche. Zenji Street, street named by the Zenji Society, a street named after the Zenji Society, originally inhabited by natives. Most of its current occupants are now illegal immigrants. Comments. Adjudicator, putting other things aside, this street still retains the old charm of the Zinjiga Island. Rosa, I've heard that there are quite a few specialty foods on Zinji Street, which could also be a direction for development. Ravan, looks like you've already thought of a way out for the future economic development of this island. Libra, once everything is over, that future might not be impossible to realize. King replies to Rosa, Sujiga Island's food is really unique. I'm even considering investing in it. Lower District Diner, location Lower District. A small eatery in the Lower District with excellent business and widely praised dishes. However, its peculiar menu can confuse those unfamiliar with it. Adjudicator. Better to choose a set menu. You can't go wrong. With such good business, I suspect that the confusing menu is likely a marketing tactic. Raven, even so, I think the dishes in this restaurant are already the best in the lower district. Libra, a special menu. I really like to try it if I get the chance. King replies to Rosa, it really is a good marketing strategy. Now I'm a little curious too. Carefree communication, island communication device. Contact Loop privately if you encounter issues. A terminal developed by NSB effectively addresses the issues of weak signals and eavesdropping on Zinjiga Island. However, enhancing security comes at the cost of limiting some regular features. Even so, it fully meets the communication needs on the island. Additionally, the terminal comes pre-installed with specialized software to assist in investigation. King, overall, it's not bad, but the emotes are so retro. Does it hold some sort of special sentiment to the NSP? Adjudicator, it would be better if some additional features were added. Libra, this looks like version 1.0. There will likely be updates. I hope it stays available after leaving Zinjiga Island. Raven replying to Rosa, I could try submitting a request to the department. Maybe they'll grant your wish. Zenzi Society 1, organization governing the lower district, initially established as a grassroots mutual aid organization by the natives of Zinjiga Island, it evolved into an independent civilian group. It now controls the lower district, maintaining a tense rivalry with Mr. Jin. The entry permits issued by Zenji Society fetch exorbitant prices on the black market, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Healthcare product. Pharmaceutical developed by the Oracle Research Institute. Developed by the Oracle Research Institute, the full name of this supplement is grisophenol. Its purported effects include curing terminal illnesses, eternal youth, and even immortality. Claims more outlandish than Wilson's black market drugs. Raven, is there really such a miraculous drug in this world? Libra, honestly, I don't believe it. Even if it exists, the price must be devastating. Adjudicator, just think about Wilson's miracle drug. King, life and death are natural laws. To defy them is to challenge nature itself. Hotel rumors. Burns inquiry log. It is said that Mr. Jin has a lavishly decorated suite on the top floor of the modern era hotel, strictly off limits to anyone. Psyche research materials. Research materials on a drug called Psyche. Records indicate that Psyche medication offers miraculous anti-aging effects but comes with severe side effects, including addiction and neurological pain. Discontinuation accelerates aging and leads to physical decline. Special receipt, a specially printed receipt found at Diamond's death site. A custom receipt with numbers written on it, listing Hennessy and salad. The texture and design suggest it's from an upscale dining establishment. Encrypted notes. An encrypted notebook discovered at Damon's death site filled with alphanumeric ciphers. Upon decoding, it reveals records of his transactions involving N2X raw materials with Zinjiga Island. February 28, 2015, Zinjiga Island and Twax 1. March 12, 2028, Zinjiga Island and Twax 1. October 8, 2028, Zinjiga Island and Twax 1. April 17, 2029, Zinjiga Island and Twax 2. Wallet. An old wallet found at Damon's death site. The wallet contains three items. 1. A confirmed family photo of Damon where the three family members are smiling happily. 2. A costly pass that allows leaving Zinjiga Island without the need for ID verification. 3. An ID card with the name of Damon York, whose authenticity cannot be confirmed. Phone. An old phone found at Damon's death site. An old phone that has been formatted. The data can only be retrieved once it is restored by Luke. Cecily's photo. The target photo assigned to Luke by the Zenji Society. The photo shows a pair of grandparents and grandchildren. Judging by the grandfather's attire, he is likely from Sword. On the back, there is a clue related to the target, Cecily Modern Era Hotel. Hotel guest room. After getting ready in the morning, you are about to head out for breakfast when you hear a knock at the door. Huh, I don't remember ordering any food delivery. With a hint of doubt, you open the door. There stands Byrne at the doorway, holding a bouquet of flowers identical to the previous one. You haven't seen him since your hasty goodbye at the Oracle Research Institute. Afterward, you asked his supervisor about him, but he only said that Byrne had some family matters to attend to and needed to take a few days off. Byrne, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Good morning, miss. He flashes you a bright smile. You remember how unwell he looked when you last saw him at the research institute, but now he seems much better. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, miss. And my mother's debts have all been paid off. I won't be going back to the research institute anymore. Realizing what you're about to ask, Bern answers your question before you can. That's good to hear. You breathe a sigh of relief and then notice he is still standing at the doorway with flowers in his arms, so you step aside to let him in. The flowers today are just as vibrant as the ones before. I'm glad you like them. Bern replies while placing the flowers in the vase, carefully arranging them. You're about to ask him about his plans when the terminal on the bedside table starts vibrating. I've arranged the flowers, so I'll take my leave now. He gathers up the old, slightly wilted flowers and quietly steps back to the doorway. The terminal keeps vibrating incessantly, so you have to let Bern leave first. We can talk more later. Okay. Bern nods slightly and leaves, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. You quickly walk to the bedside. The Antoine's group chat messages have been waiting for you for a while. Some of the deleted data from Demon's phone has been restored. There are 3 contacts. According to the chat content, one of them should belong to a mysterious organization that provides end-to-end ingredients. Another contact should be Mr. Jane, who sent the other party a message to cancel the transaction. The last contact should be his family. I saw in the chat history that he promised to celebrate his daughter's birthday together. Any clue about this mysterious organization? Nor is a virtual number. We can't track the signal source. Did Mr. Jin have any reaction after he cancelled the transaction? Mr. Jin was probably blocked before he could react. It's like the trail has gone cold yet again. Ugh, all for nothing. I think it's worth something. At least we can be sure that it wasn't Mr. Jin who provided the end-to-end ingredients, but the organization behind them. The mysterious organization behind him is getting more mysterious. As a middleman, Damon died, and then the most likely person on the island to know about it should be... Since Mr. Jin has been tracking Damon, he must know some inside information. Yeah, but the most important thing now is how to get intel about the mysterious organization from him. Before finding a way to get the information, you need a proper reason to meet him. That's a good idea. I'm sorry, but I have something else to do right now. I'm afraid I can't continue the discussion. It's already this late. Sorry, I also made an appointment with someone to gather intel. I have to leave now. Since that's the case, you all should go ahead. We've pretty much covered everything, so let's catch up again if there's any progress. I'll add it to the group if I have any news. Me too. By the way, Sharara, do not forget our agreement. Of course, I haven't forgotten. I'm going to pretend to be an OGS private attorney and meet you at the sanatorium. So it's today, huh? I'll leave in a while. It seems that everyone in this group is very busy. After all, we all have important things to do on this island. Shara, no need to rush. I will be waiting for you at the door. Alright, see you then. After leaving the group chat, you grab breakfast at the cafeteria before heading to the new life sanatorium to meet Payne. New Life Sanatorium. The sanatorium sits on the western side of the upper district, surrounded by lush greenery and a peaceful atmosphere. If not for the heavily guarded entrance, it would be the perfect place to recuperate. I didn't expect a nursing home to have such high-level security. Just as you step forward to speak, a familiar voice calls out from the side. Miss Shirara, you have arrived. Vin greets you with a polite smile and a composed demeanor. You immediately understand what he's trying to do and slip into your role for the day. Dr. Richter, I've brought the documents requested by Duke Orgier. Alright, he is already waiting for you. He presents the pre-arranged visitation documents to the security guard. After a brief check, the guard confirms that you are not carrying any dangerous items and lets you through. Do not look back. Stay close to me. You nod silently and follow Vin through the sanatorium's iron gates. It's only when you move deeper into the garden, far from the entrance, that you finally relax. The sanatorium is much larger than you imagine, mostly consisting of private villas. Many have security guards stationed at their entrances, keeping outsiders away. The level of security here seems on par with the Oracle Research Institute. The residents of this sanatorium are either wealthy or nobles, and they value their privacy greatly. One of the main reasons they chose this place is because of its advanced and comprehensive security system. You think for a moment before nodding in agreement. So this is what life is like for the wealthy. Dr. Richter, where are we going now? You change the subject. Just then, Vince stops in his tracks and glances at the surveillance cameras position around. Following his gaze, you notice that the thermal monitoring camera seems to have stopped functioning. They aren't tracking your movements. Let's head to the Campbell's villa. Hasn't he already gone missing? Wouldn't the sanatorium really keep his living quarters untouched? The villas in the sanatorium come with full ownership rights. I looked into it and Campbell bought it outright at the time. So even though he's missing, the villa is still his private property. The sanatorium has no right to handle it. Is that how it works here? Looks like we have arrived. Before you know it, you arrive at the villa. Since no one lives there, even the security guards have left. The door isn't even locked. Vin turns the handle lightly and the front door swings open. The door isn't locked. It was locked. I had Ogier unlock it beforehand. His words remind you of earlier at the restaurant when Vin asked Ogier to take care of something. So this what This was what Vin asked Roger to do earlier. The surveillance footage from just now must have been part of it too. Let us proceed without further delay. Okay. Campbell's room. Sunlight streams through the large windows, lighting up the entire room. Everything seems untouched. This place looks pretty tidy. Someone must have cleaned up after he went missing. Clean up? That means some key evidence might have been erased. But anything that once existed always leaves a trace. Let's start looking. As if sensing your disappointment, Vin reassures you sadly. Okay. There is an exquisite box on the desk. From its design, it should be a gift box. It's just locked and it should require 4 numbers to unlock. On the chair lies a notebook with an ornate cover, and upon opening it, it seems to be a diary. Just like the medical report, the texts are written in Swart's language, so you can only continue to rely on Vince's translation. This is Campbell's diary, and many old-fashioned aristocrats do have the habit of writing diaries by hand. And he happens to be the most conservative of them all. What did he write? Vin lowers his head and reads for a moment. The pages rustle softly as they turn. Finally, he finishes reading, lifts his head, and lets out a soft sigh. The content in his diary is quite complex, and there are many modifiers. I will just summarize the main points. That would be agreed. In the diary, there are 3 main points. He accepted treatment so that he could attend his granddaughter's coming of age ceremony. But it did not work very well. Just as he was about to lose hope, he learned about Zinjiga Island from his friends. He heard that the sanitarium on the island had a special medicine called Psyche, which could cure incurable diseases. I remember that the reports from the Oracle Research Institute did not mention that Psyche could treat cancer. Perhaps for Research Institute, the most important role of Psyche is not to treat cancer. That's possible. Did he write anything else in the diary? Yeah, the rest of the content is a little strange. He said he discovered something incredible. What is it? Vin flips to the back of the calendar and briefly glances at it. According to the diary, he meets SK, his former classmate at the boarding school, who should have been of a similar age. But SK looked 20 years younger than him, and all of this was brought by Psyche. Vin closes the diary. The diary ends here. You can almost conclude that Psyche is a special medicine administered to patients in the sanatorium. And SK, Campbell's classmate, is the most obvious case of someone having taken the drug, but his identity is a bit mysterious. On the desk by the wall, there is an exquisite vintage photo frame. I've seen this photo before. When? You tell Vin about the high-priced styles that Luke received from Zenji Society. Since this is his job as an undercover agent, we didn't mention her to avoid confusion. I remember this girl's name is Cecily. Cecily de Campbell. Vin recites her full name. Looks like she managed to get on the island. Huh? Actually, I came to the sanitarium partly because of her. Do you remember why I came to this island? Vin said he was investigating the disappearance of a smart aristocrat who was involved in the pharmaceutical industry. I remember you suspected that Campbell's disappearance was related to Antwerp's drugs. This is the main reason, and another secondary reason is Cecily. Her grandfather is a conservative aristocrat in Swart. To put it simply, he is at odds with my family. Cecily suspects that my father is behind his disappearance, so she turned to me because she could not get any clues from my father. I see. I have to say that Cecily is a very noisy person. Ogier and I agreed to help her because we couldn't stand her noise. I've seen this girl before, but now I have a first impression of her personality. You flip to the back of the photo frame where a date is written, 1017, with a word that seems to be a location below it. Is this the time and place that this photo was taken? Yes, the location is the Golden Manor in Swart, which is in the territory of the Campbell family. This The decorative pattern on the photo frame is quite unique. The simplified pattern of a thorn bird is the badge of the Campbell family, who always take pride in their pure bloodline. Unfortunately, by this generation, Cecily is the only one left in the entire Campbell family. Judging from the intricate patterns and the materials, it is clearly very valuable. You open the desk drawer, and inside there's a piece of paper that looks like a hospital medical report. Is this a medical report? It's written in the language of Sword mixed with professional terminologies which is beyond your comprehension. Knowing how challenging it is for you, Vin takes it, glances at it, and frowns slightly. What's wrong? Campbell was diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer 9 months ago and could only live for 3 months at most. But Mr. Chen said Campbell went missing a month ago, and by any calculation, he has outlived the hospital's medication. Could it be because of the sanatorium? After all, the Oracle Research Institute has been researching drugs similar to the miracle drug. Perhaps Psyche also has similar effects. It is a possibility. It is a numeric password, probably some significant date for him. I think so too. The box is open, but it is different from what you expected. There is no gift inside, only a card. The card has a handwritten poem. Vin picks it up and translates it. Your soul is soft, yet it never compromises. Is this Campbell's expedition for Cecily? It would be fitting for a coming of age ceremony. Putting down the card, you look at the box. Judging by the design of the lining, something was once stored inside. It seems this box was supposed to contain the gift he prepared for Cecily, but now is missing. This is indeed a bit unusual. Maybe there is a secret hidden in the gift, or maybe someone took it because it was too precious. Regardless, this gift should be returned to its owner. I think we can wrap up the investigation. Yes, although we did not get much information, we have found something unexpected. Vince speaks, standing by the window and glancing down at the patrolling security guard passing by downstairs. We could be discovered here at any time. Let us get out of here. Garden. You return to the sanitarium's garden. The open space and multiple pathways make it easy to spot any movement. While waiting for the clues to be uploaded into the cloud, a troubling question crosses your mind. Dr. Richard, who do you think spent a fortune to send Cecily away? Vince's gaze sweeps over the photo of the Campbell family before finally landing on your face. What do you think? First of all, the person doesn't harbor any ill intentions towards Cecily. Sending her away was more about concealing something. Campbell has a terminal illness and is receiving treatment on Zinjiga Island. He probably didn't want Cecily to know about his condition. So, you believe Campbell is the one who issued the job to the Zenji Society? Faced with Vince's question, you do feel that something is a little odd, but still you nod. Yeah, wouldn't this indirectly prove that he's safe? Vin doesn't answer right away. He thinks for a moment and shakes his head. I am unsure. Do you suspect that Campbell... It is too early to say, but if he really is safe, why would he let Cecily take such a risk? Cecily lost her parents in a plane crash when she was little. Since then, she and her grandfather have relied on each other. He went to the island for life-saving medicine just so he could attend his granddaughter's coming-of-age ceremony. It is hard to imagine why he would do such a thing. Unless his condition no longer allowed him to tell Cecily everything. If that's the case, then Campbell is probably in grave danger. Vin must have thought of this as well, which is why he doesn't come to the same conclusion as you. If that's the case, then the person who secretly ensured Cecily's safe departure from Zijiga Island is worth looking into. If we can't figure it out right now, let's try a different approach. Do you remember the key figure Campbell mentioned in his diary? It is evident that he was not only familiar with the drug Psyche but was also taking it continuously. Yeah, if only we knew who he was. You think of the two letters in the diary and turn to Vin. Dr. Richter, SK must be someone's initials, right? Indeed, in their time, aristocratic students often use their initials to refer to themselves. I checked the sanatorium's admission records. There is no name with the initials SK, so he is likely using an alias. Then it will be hard to verify his identity while we are still on the island. True, but I will find a way to contact SWAT and have their people look into it. Can we reach SWAT through the terminal? No, but I have another idea. There are many fishermen who travel freely between Zinjiga Island and Nanman Bay. We can pass messages through them disguised as family letters and have them bring back the investigation results the same way. That sounds like a solid plan, and as we dig deeper, we might uncover more clues. Vince smiles slightly as the terminal in his pocket vibrates. It is Ogier. He reminds us that the doctor's routine consultation is coming up soon. Then I'll head back for today. Oh, by the way, though it likely won't be needed, I still drafted a will. After all, if we are going to stage this act, we need to play it convincingly so no one catches on. You hand the will to Vin. He glances at it, a meaningful smile forming at the corners of his lips. Why? Is there a problem? There is nothing wrong with the will. It is quite comprehensive. However, looking at its provisions, it feels as though they describe a life from another parallel timeline of Orgia's existence. Huh? In reality, Ogier is still unmarried, let alone having the son and daughter mentioned in this will. So, Ogier is still single? Yes, he was in an arranged relationship when he was young. At first, they got along well, but later his partner grew dissatisfied with Ogier's frequent absences. In the end, they parted on bad terms, and Ogier has remained single ever since. I had no idea about this part of his past. Did he have strong feelings for that lady? I know not. I am merely wondering, if he truly loved someone, how could he let her live so easily? Does this not precisely prove that he did not care for that person as deeply as claimed? Dr. Risher seems to take matters of the heart quite seriously. That makes sense, but Mr. Urge might have his own reasons to consider. Indeed, it is merely a fragment of the past that suddenly came to mind. There is no need to dwell on it. Allow me to escort you out. After leaving the sanatorium, you first upload the investigation clues to the cloud while your memory is still fresh. After double-checking that you didn't accidentally leave anything out, you pull out Cecily's information and send it to Luke. By my calculations, he should be about to send Cecily away. You look up at the tightly closed doors of the sanatorium with the midday sun hanging overhead. It's almost noon. I should head back to the hotel for lunch first. I've received Cecily's intel, but I'll keep pushing the plan forward to avoid exposure. I've already communicated with the people of Nanman Bay. They will ensure Cecily's safety after the ship arrives. Are you already on the move? Not yet, but soon. Can I see Cecily before you send her away? Of course, I'll contact you once I've made the arrangements. Hotel room. After finishing your meal at the restaurant and returning to your room, you check your terminal but find no new clues have been uploaded. Just as you are about to change clothes and take a break, there is a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? You open the door and are greeted by a striking flash of red. Bet you didn't expect to see me here, miss. Mary strikes an exaggerated pose, leaning against the door frame with one hand grinning like a peacock showing off its feathers. I certainly wasn't expecting this. Weren't you investigating that from their face you saw? Yeah, we're at a crucial point now, and it's time for you to work your magic again. Don't tell me it's another banquet. Of course not. Remember Zhen Hao, whom we met at the banquet before? He's hosting us at a bar for drinks today, and the person I'm investigating will be there too. At Mr. Jin's dinner party, Maris mentioned that he had seen this person in a family photograph. But at that time, Maris couldn't be certain, so he didn't tell you the details. Now it seems he knows exactly who that person is. Okay, what time? Seeing how quickly you agreed, Maris cups his chin, looking puzzled. Hey, wait a minute, miss. Shouldn't you be asking me about that person's real identity right now? Aren't you even a little curious? After all, this is quite the juicy secret about the Van Hagen family. I'm curious, but you mentioned that it's related to your family, so it's a private matter. It should be your choice whether you want to tell me about it or not. I see, let me tell you. Alright, I'm all ears. After that day, Maris had Vincent find a way to contact Salis and investigate their identity. If I remember correctly, that person is my mother's cousin, Yuan Su. Although I wasn't born when that photo was taken, his appearance hasn't changed much. You don't know much about Mary's mother, only vaguely remembering that she spent most of her time abroad before marriage. So, his purpose for coming here was to obtain distribution rights for health products. To be honest, I don't know, but there are rumors that Mr. Jin has already met with him in private. Could Mr. Jin have already chosen him as his representative? He contemplates for a moment, then shakes his head in denial. I don't think so. Why? Mary smiles and returns to his previous composure. It's simple. Normally, if someone gets the proxy rights, they'd leave with the goods right away. He's still on the island, which means either he hasn't gotten the prior proxy rights yet, or he has other motives. Lost in thought, you pay no attention until Maris waves his hand in front of your face. Think it now. After all, our objective for today is to confirm this. Ready to head out, miss? Wait, since we're going to meet them, let me change my clothes first. Bar. The presidential suite area is truly exceptional, with not only a dedicated dining area but also its own theme bar. The overall style here is more vintage, with an intimate atmosphere perfect for both casual chats and business meetings. It feels like we've stepped into a different world. You whisper quietly to Marius. Indeed, while this is a bar, it's quite secluded. That's why people with more secrets than money like to come here. Marius leads you to the bar counter, and shortly after, Zhenhao arrives with Yuan Su. From a distance, from the way those two interact, it's clear that Zhenhao is completely fawning over Yuan Su. He keeps enthusiastically talking about something from the side, while Yuan Su only occasionally responds with monosyllabic answers. Mr. Yan, Miss Shurara, come here. Let me introduce you to each other. No need, Mr. Yuan's reputation precedes him. Marius stands up and gives a casual, laid-back greeting, perfectly playing into the stereotype of a spoiled rich heir. Oh, you know me. Of course, you are the first person Mr. Jun invited, and the envy of countless people. Yuan Su gives a cool smile, seemingly indifferent to this honor, and turns to place his order with the bartender. Just as Zhenhao is about to sit down with you for a business discussion, his vintage phone rings. Sorry, I need to take this phone call. Before leaving, he desperately winks at Marius, urging him to seize the chance to discuss distribution. Mr. Yan, please take good care of Mr. Yuan. Don't worry. Marius closes the menu and expertly orders drinks for both of you, while Yuan Su's drinks has already arrived. He takes a small sip, seemingly disliking the taste, and pushes it aside with a frown. Try this one instead. It's milder, and if you savor it carefully, you can taste a hint of plum. As he speaks, he pushes his glass toward Yuan Su. The glass makes a soft sound as it scrapes across the wooden bar counter, but the other party neither accepts nor pushes it away. Thanks, but if you want to discuss distribution, I'm sorry, I haven't obtained the agency rights. I thought business people would be more tactful in conversation, but I didn't expect Yuan Su to lay his cards on the table so directly. No way! What did Mr. Ju want with you? A friendly chat? Marius deliberately acts in exaggerated manner, successfully provoking Yuan Su's displeasure, or rather gaining his attention. Yuan Su looks over, his gaze scrutinizing yet filled with the resignation of an elder watching a youngster make mistakes. This isn't something you should get involved in, kid. I suggest you leave quickly with your little girlfriend. And what if I don't want to? Yuan Su doesn't answer. Instead, he turns his head to look at Marius and the drink he pushed over, letting out an almost inaudible sigh. Your father only has you now. Young people shouldn't just think about themselves. You need to think about your family too. What do you mean? Marius is currently posing as the only son of a real estate tycoon with no siblings. But Yuan Su's words just now seems to hint that he knows Marius' true identity. Also saying that, he picks up his glass and gently swirls it, making the ice cubes cling with a crisp sound. What do you think was Mr. Jin's purpose in sending investment invitations to the wealthy? Of course it's about making money. That's just part of it. What he's really looking for is a research partner for the immortality drug. Immortality? I don't believe such a thing exists in this world. Even if it did, it would surely come at a great cost. Does it matter? Yuan Su takes a sip of alcohol from his glass. This time he doesn't frown, but neither does he show you a friendly face. Immortality and eternal youth are just concept stocks. As long as people believe in them, there's a market. Besides, everyone has seen the actual effects of these health supplements. They really do help in staying young. What about the potential side effects of the product? In response to Mary's question, Yuan-Su downs the liquid in his cup in one go, then stands up and gently pats his shoulder. Who cares? I've said everything I needed to say. What happens next is up to you. As he speaks, he walks straight toward the bar entrance. Just then, Zhenhao comes in after finishing his phone call. Saying he wants to leave, he hesitates momentarily between asking about the situation or rushing after him. Mr. Yan, what's going on? Mary sits at the bar counter and asks the bartender to add more ice to his new glass, shrugging helplessly. Nothing much, the negotiation just fell through. Fell through? Ah, Mr. Yan, you're indeed so young. I don't even know what to say to you. Zhenhao looks utterly exasperated, stomping his feet anxiously before chasing after them. Hey, Mr. Yuan, wait up! We're all here to make friends. Let's chat some more. After the lively crowd leaves, only you and Maris are left in the bar with two other customers. Is it Marius? After my mom left, we lost touch with my grandfather's side of the family. Never thought I'd meet an acquaintance here, and under these circumstances. Marius seems a bit down, even with the vast wealth of the Von Hagen family, anyone would long for familiar bonds. After all, the Orvin family is Marius' maternal father's side, and you vaguely remember Karenina being Zoran's only daughter. In other words, with her gone, Marius and his brother are Zoran's only close relatives, yet they rarely keep in touch nowadays. Come to think of it, Marius' grandfather must be quite old by now. Could you also be doing this for... Are you worried about your grandfather? The words catch in your throat. You know Marius understands this even better than you do. Noticing your concern, he puts down his cup, turns around with his elbows resting on the bar counter, and smiles casually. Looks like I'm making you worry about me. Actually, we don't know all the details yet. Things might not be what they say. By the time everything comes to light, it won't be too late to worry. But before you can finish, Maris pushes a glass towards you. This one's not bad. Want to try it? Noticing that he wants to change the subject, you stop talking and lower your head to pick up the cup. However, the pattern on this coaster. There is a familiar pattern printed on the paper coaster that has been placed under the glass. You take out your terminal and open a receipt. It's the one you and Luke found while investigating the crime scene where Damon's death took place in the lower district. Placing it beside the coaster, you confirm that the receipt is from this bar. You look up and meet Marius' gaze. Judging by his expression, he clearly notices something is off too. Let's ask and find out. He more silently, then lifts his head to look at the name tag pinned to the bartender's chest. Oh, this one is quite good. Can you have it delivered to my room? Of course, sir. However, delivery might slightly affect the taste, so it's better to drink it here. I guess not many people order for it to be sent up then. You quickly jump in before the bartender can react and keep the conversation going. Yes, that's why we always recommend testing on site, but of course we will refuse if a customer insists otherwise. Do you get many customers like that? The bartender shakes his head while drying off a glass. Not many. The customers who came here usually have very high standards when it comes to this. With so few customers, Paul should have a pretty clear impression of them. You enlarge the photo on the terminal and show it to Paul. Do you remember this receipt? Paul glances at it briefly, then returns to wiping the glass in his hand. It's already polished to a shine, yet he doesn't stop. Marius quickly understands his meaning and discreetly moves closer to you. He's saying that this information comes with a price. Can you tell how much he wants? Marius shakes his head with a smile and then takes out his wallet and tosses it directly to Paul. Take as much as you want, just answer my questions. Without hesitation, the bartender takes out a wad of cash from the wallet and casually stuffs it into his pocket. Then he returns the wallet to its rightful owner. The entire sequence of movements flows smoothly against the low background music. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Marius puts away his wallet and pulls up his terminal, showing Paul the delivery order in the image. I want to know everything about the person who placed this order. Hold on, let me check. Although the receipt found at the crime scene of Damon's death is incomplete, the bar keeps a copy of it for reconciliation. Sure enough, it doesn't take long before Paul finds the record. This receipt is for a delivery service ordered by Mr. York at the beginning of last month. He stayed in room 8808. York was the surname Damon used as an alias. It's not confirmed that he did check into the Modern Era Hotel. Do you remember what he looked like? I can't really describe him, but if I see a photo, I should be able to recognize him. You pull up the photo that Luke shared earlier and show it to Paul. Is this him? Paul stares at it longer than he does at the receipt. It's him, although his attire has changed drastically. Judging by his face, it must be the same person. He speaks with such certainty that it doesn't seem like he's lying. Did he order it again after that? After that, he would order once every other day until he stopped about a month ago. He stopped ordering. Did he check out? No, since Mr. York is a regular customer, we sometimes send small gifts to maintain the relationship. That day, Mr. York said he would stay until next month, and he had already paid for his hotel room. Paul's words leave you puzzled. Devon keeps a room at the Modern Air Hotel, yet his body was found in a rundown hotel in the lower district. Could it be to mislead others into thinking he was still at the hotel, buying time to escape? However, judging by the outcome, it didn't work. If you have no other questions for me, then I'll go attend to the customers. Perhaps due to the time of day, a large crowd of customers suddenly floods into the bar. Alright, thanks for your help. You are welcome. After Paul leaves, Marius tries to book a room online, but room 8808 is indeed unavailable for booking. It looks like that room is still under Damon York's name. So if we sneak into his room, we might be able to find some clues about his transactions. Exactly, but the biggest problem now is getting into said room. This hotel uses facial recognition for access control, so there are no key cards or keys. To use the elevator and enter your room, you just need to scan your face. They say this effectively prevents unauthorized people from getting in. However, in case of emergencies, hotels still keep master keys stored in the safe at the front desk. Now that we know the room number, we could go in and investigate if we get our hands on the master key. But the front desk probably won't give it to us, right? They definitely won't give it to us if we just ask. But if we can gain the front desk trust, we might have more room to maneuver. Have you thought of something? Yeah, but I'll need your cooperation, miss. Hotel lobby. Back in the hotel lobby, Mary shares his plan with you. You will distract the receptionist while he takes the time to open the safe and get the master key. After getting ready, you put on synchronized Bluetooth earpieces and split up. I'm heading over. Are you sure you can handle this alone? Leave it to me. Hello, how can I help you? To buy enough time for Marius, I need to find some topics to prolong the conversation. Excuse me, can you recommend any special dishes on the island? Special dishes? You've come to the right person. Besides work, I love eating more than anything else. I can offer advice on any flavor you want. For desserts, I recommend the joyful pudding. It's made from fresh coconut and milk with a rich and delicious taste. If you like spicy food, I highly recommend you hot pepper grilled fish. This is our island's exclusive dish. Alright, I also made some hot hand-drawn food maps. Miss, if you're interested, you can give it a try. Okay, thank you. There's no news from Maris. I'll continue to delay a little longer. But what should I talk about? Your detachable bow tie looks nice. Did you make it yourself? This one is made by Bern. Oh, he's the nicest staff member in the hotel and everyone likes him. I didn't expect to hear Bern's name here. Yeah, I saw him on the first day of my hotel stay. He even specially brought me flowers, very enthusiastic. Miss, hold on a little longer. I'm almost done opening the safe. Mary's voice comes from the earpiece, along with the faint sound of mechanical movement. I'll hold on, but the conversation is going to be a bit awkward. What are your plans for the future? I want to save enough money to go to Nanman to learn how to cook. Do you like cooking? Yeah, and you can cook delicious food for yourself every day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It's just that the tuition is expensive and the living expenses aren't cheap. I've been saving for 2 years, but it's still not enough. Take your time, I'm sure you can make it. Thank you, I also believe I can make it. I don't know how Maris is doing. I'm running out of things to talk about. Just as you worry about not finding a conversation topic, footsteps can be heard from behind. Shirara, we should get going. Marius walks up beside you and greets everyone with practiced familiarity. Are you done with work? Yeah, it's all done. You turn to say goodbye to the front desk and then leave the lobby with Marius. Hotel suite. You and Marius go straight to the 80th floor. You first use Luke's tool to interfere with the surveillance camera and then use a master key to open the door. The room is immaculately clean, as if no one has ever lived there, making your heart sink. It's so clean here. I hope all the evidence hasn't been cleared away. Don't be discouraged. Let's investigate first. Since Damon has been keeping this room open, I'm sure there must be a reason for it. Okay, let's get started. You look around the room and see a hidden mini fridge under the cabinet. The drinks are neatly arranged in the fridge with not a single one missing, but there are stains on the inside of the mini fridge. As a high-end hotel, they wouldn't be so negligent about cleanliness. Let's check again. Mary sees and crouches down to check the drinks in the fridge. One of the bottles is not only filled a little more than the others, but upon closer look, you find that the cap's serrated rims are not connected. This bottle has been opened. I'll check what's inside. Maris unscrews the bottle cap, and after pouring out the drink, he finds a small seal bottle with the Antoax mark engraved on it. This should be the Antoax ingredient we've been looking for. Never expected it to be hidden here. Let's take it back for analysis. Okay. On the cabinet lies a copy of the Nanman Bay Daily dated 1 month ago. Nanman Bay's newspaper is distributed even on Zuniga Island. No, this newspaper should have been brought over by someone from Nanman Bay and then bought by Damon. Let's see what's written on it. You nod, open the newspaper and turn to the front page where 1/3 of the page is about the body found in the Nanman Bay waters. It seems that Damon has been paying attention to this case before leaving. He brought the Antoas ingredients to the island for the transaction, only to find that the other party was involved in a murder case. I've thought of a reason why he cancelled the transaction. You think he cancelled the transaction because he read the news about the death of Gladiolus Valley's researcher? That's right, such transactions usually take place in secret and the parties involved are extremely cautious. If Zuniga Island is related to the murder case, it will definitely attract attention. Then, as a supplier of Antoas ingredients to this island, he would also be implicated. He wouldn't sell the Antoas ingredients, so Mr. Jin had to track him down. However, it seems a bit risky for him to do so. How so? The whole of Zinjiga Island belongs to Mr. Jin. He could have completed the transaction before leaving. He could just quit the business in the future, but it seems too risky to offend Mr. Jin unless he had no choice but to interrupt. It's likely related to the mysterious organization behind him. He managed to make it that far. It seems that this organization is not simple. The hotel brochure is casually thrown on the table with some stains on the surface. They look like food stains. You are reminded of his receipt from before. He probably used the hotel brochure as a placement under his food. Living in such a high-end suite, yet eating takeout and using the hotel brochure as a placement, his dining habits are quite special. There is a brochure about the Oracle Research Institute on the bedside table, which you've also seen in the hotel lobby. Hardly anyone flips through those brochures, but this one has very obvious signs of being read. His bedtime reading is quite special. This seems to be a common brochure with no special content. Indeed, there's nothing tucked inside nor any special quizzes. It's just been casually flipped through. You put everything back in its place, make sure nothing is left behind, and then open the door to leave. Corridor. However, as soon as you return to the hallway, you are immediately surrounded by mercenaries, each of them armed with guns. Leading them is Harriet, Mr. Jin's personal bodyguard, who fixes her stern gaze upon you. Maris is stunned for a moment but quickly regains his composure and steps forward with a smile. Wow, what a grand display! You two, could you hand over what you're holding? Harriet clearly has no intention of making small talk with you, getting straight to the point about her purpose. What kind of treasure is this? It even got you to take action personally, Captain Harriet. Something that will only bring you trouble. Oh yeah? And what if we don't hand it over? Marius grips the seal bottle tightly, dropping his previously affected nonchalant attitude. Mr. Yan, you don't seem to understand the situation you're in. Harriet chuckles and takes a small step back. My questioning is merely a polite formality. Neither of you has a right to refuse. After saying that, she makes a gesture with her hand, and the mercenaries around you quickly close in. Under their coordinated assault, you have no chance to escape. Maris raises the bottle in his hand. Fine, come any closer and I'll smash this bottle. That will be an even bigger loss for Mr. Jin. Maris is betting that the contents of the bottle are important to Mr. Jin. As suspected, Harriet hesitates and waves her hand, holding her forces. This gives you a chance to catch your breath. You exchange a knowing glance with Marius, and he immediately understands. Captain Harriet, I can give you this thing, but I have one request. What request? The agency writes for healthcare products. That's not for me to decide. Taking advantage of their conversation, you throw the tool you previously used at the Oracle Research Institute toward the fire extinguisher. Water droplets fall like rain in an instant, catching the mercenaries off guard. Come on, quickly! Hearing your shout, Maris pretends to throw the sealed bottle into the air while pulling you toward the stairwell. To evade the mercenaries' pursuit, you head straight for the rarely visited top floor. Maris tries the master key in his hand, and to your surprise, it opens the door to the top floor. At that moment, the footsteps from downstairs grow closer and closer. I've already notified Vincent to come as backup. Let's hide inside for now. Okay. Top floor room. You lock the door and lean against it, listening to the sounds outside as the footsteps draw closer and closer. However, they stop not far from where you are, and the sound of Harriet's voice cuts through the air. Alright, stop the search. But there's only one suit here. They must be inside. I said no, and that means no. Have you forgotten Mr. Jin's order? Fall back. But they... Roger. The mercenary falls silent, and as the rhythmic footsteps gradually fade away, you and Maris let out a sigh of relief. You recall Byrne mentioning before that Mr. Jin forbids anyone from entering the penthouse suite, mercenaries included. Looks like they've really gone far. What were they saying about Mr. Jin's orders just now? What does that mean? Earlier, I heard one of the hotel staff say that Mr. Jin has forbidden anyone from entering the penthouse suite. Even the mercenaries are no exception. I see. Let's stay here for a while and leave once Vincent's backup arrives. This is also a good chance to investigate this place. My thoughts exactly. After deciding to stay for a while, you begin examining the room. Everything inside is so luxurious that even the doorknobs on the inside looks expensive. Unlike rooms that have been vacant for a long time, this place is spotless, as if someone regularly comes to clean it meticulously. This room doesn't look uninhabited at all. It's well kept, but Maris picks up the fountain pen from the table. The ink is still not completely dry. At least someone has used this fountain pen. It's completely different from the rumors. Let's see if there are any other anomalies. Got it. There is a vintage wardrobe completely embedded in the wall. When opened, it is filled with gorgeous clothes. This seems to be women's clothes, and yes, and there are all time-honored brands with hefty price tags, but Mary takes out an exquisite dress from the wardrobe and examines it closely. Is something wrong? These designs are outdated. If it were 50 years ago, they would have been in fashion magazines. Huh? Either the owner of this room is a retro fan or she's not young. Above the dressing table hangs a large oil painting in which a woman is lying on the ground. For some reason, this painting gives you an incredibly beautiful impression despite depicting a scene of death. Look at this, the style is so unique. Meda Karavati. Maris points to the bottom right of the painting and reads out a name. You know him? He is a painter and also a criminal. It is said that he disappeared after killing his wife and children 30 years ago. It's a surprise to see that he ended up here. Looks like this island is also a magnet for all sort of creeps and crooks. On the top of the dressing table, there is a woman's photo pendant necklace. The overall design is classic and elegant with many precious gemstones embedded, and its surface is very smooth. The photo is a group photo. Judging from their appearances, they should be a mother and son. The woman is around 30 years old and very beautiful. Miss, have you noticed that the woman in the photo has native features? But the child beside her has few such features. He seems to be of mixed blood. That's true, and this little boy looks familiar. Have you seen him? I'm not sure, but there is a feeling of deja vu. But this photo is a bit old. I don't think I've seen him in person. Maybe I got it wrong. On the dressing table lies a jewelry box inlaid with malachite, inside of which are some beautifully crafted jewelry. Even though you're a layman, you can tell how valuable these pieces of jewelry are. Then you notice a plain ring among them. Unlike other precious items, this ring appears plain and has many signs of wear on its surface. It must have been worn all time to have such signs of wear. You inspect the ring carefully and find a name abbreviation on the inside of the ring, LK. LK. This abbreviation is similar to the SK you and Vin found in the sanatorium. Yeah, is there any connection between the two? Sure. After all, there are many outlanders with the same name and surname, and even more with the same abbreviation. Maris is right, but it's still a clue. Just in case it becomes useful later, you take a photo to save it. You open the drawer and find two papers that look like certificates, but they are written in the language of Svart. You have to take pictures and send them to Vin via the terminal, asking him for help with the translation. I wonder if Dr. Risha is busy now. Looking at the time now, I don't think so. If he really is busy, then I can. Before Maris can finish speaking, you receive a message from Vin. Dr. Risha replied, saying that these two documents belong to two different people. One is a birth certificate for a baby boy named Stahl von Kappe, born on December 7, 1964 at 4 a.m. The other one is a death certificate for a female named Lily von Kappe, who died on December 7, 1976 at 5 p.m. Is there anything about Lily von Kappe's cause of death on the death certificate? Yes, it said that she died of cyanide poisoning at 37. You thank Vin and look back at the birth certificate and death certificate in your hand. Based on the age, Stahl von Kappe is very likely Lily von Kappe's son. That's what I'm thinking too. But she chose to kill herself on her son's birthday. She must have hated him, right? The investigation is almost done, and there's nothing going on outside the corridor, but there is still no news from Vincent. For safety reasons, you and Maris decide to stay here for a while and see what happens. Since we have nothing else to do, let's sort through the clues. Yeah, what concerns me now is Stahl von Kappe's identity. Don't you think that age-wise, he's about the same as Mr. Jin whom we met at the banquet earlier? That's right, and he was born in Swart. It's just that no one knows his name. We can't be certain of it even now. That's fine, since there is a birth certificate issued by a Swart, I think Dr. Risha should be able to find some leads. Let's share today's findings with everyone first. You organize the clues, add explanations, and upload them to the cloud. Just then, Mary's terminal receives a message from Vincent. Vincent has the car ready, but the hotel is crawling with mercenaries. We should avoid direct confrontation. If we want to live safely, we need to avoid them first. We can't stay here forever. Let's get out of here first. Yeah, let's just take it one step at a time. Floral Greenhouse. To steer clear of the mercenaries, you and Maris map out a relatively safe route using the surveillance footage. You reach the first floor and try to leave the hotel through the staff passage, but the mercenaries have control of all exits. You find the hotel's floral greenhouse on the map. It has no exit but is right next to a flower shop by the street. You can jump over to it. The floral greenhouse is massive, and if you rush in, you might get lost, but with no other options, you decide to take the risk. After slipping past the mercenaries and making it to the floral greenhouse, you end up wandering inside for 10 minutes. Is this floral greenhouse some kind of maze? You open the terminal, but the map doesn't show any details of the hotel's floral greenhouse. Not only that, but the signal in the floral greenhouse is so weak that you can't set out any calls for help. Let's keep looking. Marius nods, and at that moment you spot a familiar slender figure. Young lady, what are you doing here? Burn? He's holding a watering can, looking as if he has just finished watering. Probably noticing your panic expression, he puts down what he's holding. Are you hiding from someone? We're not hiding from anyone, little boy. Can't you tell we're on a date? Maris instinctively steps forward, making up an excuse while warily sizing up Burn. Date? Noticing Mary's hostility, he shifts his puzzled gaze to you. I understand Mary's concerns. Given our current situation, we can't afford any complications, so I have to... Yes, what we got lost here. Could you give us directions? Upon hearing your answer, a flicker of disappointment flashes through Bird's eyes. Of course, please follow me. He is considerate enough not to ask further questions. Turning around, he sketches a simple map with pen and paper. There are two paths here. One leads back to the hotel lobby and the other leads out through the flower shop. I wasn't sure where you wanted to go, so I drew both paths. You glance at the map. It's simple but very clear. Thank you, Bern. No need to thank me. I'm glad I could be of help, miss. After saying goodbye to Bern, you follow his map and leave the hotel directly through the flower shop. However, by the time you reach the meeting point with Vincent, mercenaries have already taken control of the area. On the street, Harriet and her men surround you, but she doesn't seem to mean any harm for now. They keep a safe distance and no one draws their weapons. You two, can you hand over what you're holding now? Master, don't worry about me. You should quickly... Before Vincent can finish speaking, Harriet's henchmen silence him and shove him into the car. If I don't hand it over, are you going to kill us? She glances at her watch, then turns her gaze toward you with a hint of impatience. I won't kill you. We're mercenaries. We have our own principles. But I can't say the same for Mr. Jin. What do you mean? If you don't hand over the item within 10 minutes, to get this over with, I'll have no choice but to take you all back with me. As Harriet speaks, she takes a few steps closer to you. And once I do that, even I can't say what will happen to the both of you. Are you threatening us? She smiles and doesn't take your words seriously. I'm just reasoning with you. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, you better hand it over. Besides, it's of no use to you anyway. Instead of wasting time on it, you better be focusing on the health supplement distribution rights. Harriet holds her palm out to you. I'll give you 3 minutes to think it over. She takes a few steps back. The entire street is already blocked off. You and Maris have no way to escape now. In that case, Maris, they outnumber us, so we have no choice but to hand it over. Yeah, that's the best choice for now. Maris nods and looks at Harriet. If I give you the item, will you let everyone go? Of course, my only task is to retrieve that item. Let my people go first. Harriet gestures with her hand and those restraining Vincent and the others back off. Are we good now? Maris hands the sealed bottle to Harriet. After confirming it's the real thing, she leaves with her people as promised. Master, Maris, Miss Hirara, what should we do now? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. She took my stuff, so naturally I'm going to get it back. He replies calmly, but his expression is grave. Alright, miss, I was thinking. Weren't those mercenaries searching the inside of the hotel the whole time? When did they shift their focus outside? That does seem a bit strange. Could the leak have come from my side? We must get to the bottom of this. Understood, Master Marius. After giving Vincent a few instructions to leave first, Marius looks at you with a worried expression. The hotel is no longer safe. I've asked Vincent to arrange new accommodations. No need, I'll just head to the temporary base. The upper district is crawling with mercenaries. It's probably safer over there. You're right. After what happened, the mercenaries must be especially worried of anyone around me. What about you? Will you come with me? He shakes his head, gazing back at the modern-era hotel towering into the clouds. I won't leave. I need to get back up right where I fell down. How dare they take something from me? There's no way I'm letting things slide. Even in business, there should be a fair trade, right? What matters most is that you're safe. Marius' words make you consider another possibility. The fact that he agreed to hand over the Antwerp's raw materials so readily. Apart from letting all of you walk away unscathed, was it also to keep you completely out of this matter? Will your next move be dangerous? Marius smiles, running his fingers through his hair. Don't worry, I come from money after all. I'll let you know when there's news, miss. Though Marius seems relaxed on the surface, you can't shake the feeling that danger is closing in. After this incident, he'll surely be more cautious about the mercenaries. Staying by his side won't be much help for now. You might as well regroup with the others first and discuss your next move. Alright, just be careful. Got it, used to. Captain Morgan told me that their rescue plan has been finalized, but before we start, he wants to see us and tells us about the progress. Sure, where do I meet you? The previous coffee shop, as usual. Has the time been confirmed? The exact time hasn't been decided yet, but it should be within the next few days. I'll contact you once he informs me. No problem. I'll wait for your good news, Mr. Wing. Okay. Shallow Water Harbor. Following the address Luke sent you, you arrive at the shallow harbor in the lower district. Unlike the previous place where the ship docked besides passenger ships, there are many fishing boats and cargo ships filling the port with a strong fishy smell.
こっちこっち。
You look up to see Luke extending his hand towards you from the deck.
ほら、手出して。ここは滑りやすいから、俺が支えた方が安全だろ。
Deck. The deck of the retro steamship creaks with every step. It's clear that it's been in service for years. Luke opens the cabin door and turns to look at you.
セシリアさんは下の船室にいるけど、キャンベルさんのことどうやって伝えるつもりなんだ？
From your investigation at the sanatorium with Vin, you're almost certain that Campbell has a terminal illness. He's trying really hard to stay alive just to be with Cecily a bit longer, but you're not certain if he's still alive. Since he chose not to tell Cecily the truth as an outsider, you should respect Campbell's decision. We just can't get everything across to her clearly right now. You take out the card that Campbell wrote for Cecily and look at Luke. Cecily has always lived with Campbell, so she can definitely spot his handwriting right away. Maybe with this, she'll understand her grandfather's wishes and stop putting herself in danger.
ああ、それは俺たちで渡してやらなくちゃな。
Right, how is she doing, by the way? Facing this question, Luke shakes his head in exasperation.
シンジガ島から離れてもらうために、キャンベルさんの行方について偽情報を流して誘い出したんだよ。飲み物に安全な睡眠薬を入れるところまでは順調だったが、警戒心の強かった彼女は飲んだふりをしていた。連れ出そうって時に急に抵抗されたから、人数で押し切ってボディーガードを追い払った。彼女も怖いもの知らずというか、大声で騒ぎを起こして人の注意を引こうとしてさ。それで、剛さんが気絶させてここまで来たんだ。
She's quite impressive. What about now? Luke gestures toward the cabin door.
船室の中で剛さんが監視してる。彼女に会ってみないか？
Is that okay?
なんとなくだけど、お前の話なら聞いてくれる気がする。このままだと、本当に薬で眠ってもらうしか。
Although Luke said those drugs are harmless, Cecily would definitely be upset if she were to be sent away like this. I understand. Let me see her. Ship cabin. The windows in the cabin are tightly shut with only a dim yellow lamp illuminating the cramped space. You can only make out Chiang's back from the entrance. His index fingers are plugged into his ears to block out Cecily's voice.
私を解放なさい。いくらもらったの？倍の報酬を出しますから。もうすぐ18歳の誕生日を迎える私に、おじい様は盛大な成人の儀式を開くと約束してくださった。でも本当は、そんなことはどうだっていいの？おじい様がお元気で、私のそばにいてくれることが一番大切だったのに。
それじゃあ、今あんたのじいさんはどこにいるんだ？
Worn down by Cecily's emotional outpourings, Chiang finally gives in and replies reluctantly.
知りません。5ヶ月前に遠出するからといって3ヶ月ほどで帰るというお約束でしたから。それなのに約束の時間が過ぎても帰ってこなくて、調べてみて最後に目撃されたのがこの神事が島です。だからここで探しているの。幼い頃からずっと二人きりで、私にとってたった一人の家族なの。お願い、私を解放して。一人で帰るなんて耐えられない。
俺は
Unlike what Luke just described, Cecily is now nothing more than a fragile and helpless girl. Her fair face is covered with tears. Her elegant dress has become dirty. Even her long golden hair is now tangled in knots. Like a fallen princess pouring out her tale of woe.
剛さん、船の準備ができたぞ。
Luke interrupts their conversation. Jiang turns around with tears streaming down his face.
どうしたんです？
夏彦、待ちくたびれたっての。そう。
His shoulders are shaking. He keeps wiping his tears with the back of his hand.
あんまりだ、かわいそうすぎる。あの子のじいさん、探してやろうぜ。
Jiang wipes his tears as he speaks, while Luke smiles shyly. He winks at you and leads Jiang to the window.
俺たち新翼会は信用第一だろう。前金ももらったし、約束は絶対に守るべきだ。
でも、あの子にはあんな辛い過去があるんだぞ。
だからこそ、ここから離れさせてやるべきだ。島は危険すぎる。一人じゃ安全は保証できない。
そうだよな。やっぱり。
だから、予定通り彼女を送り出したら、俺たちが代わりにおじいさんを探そう。
Jiang nods, finally convinced by Luke. He rubs his nose and looks at you sheepishly.
お前の考えが一番いい気がするな。じゃあ、彼女のことは頼んだ。俺は上の様子を見てくる。
ああ、俺たちに任せとけって。
After he leaves, you finally see the entire cabin clearly. One of Cecily's hand is tied to the bed. Just like in the photo, her eyes are bright with a hint of cunning, and she looks you two up and down without any fear. Finally, she looks at you, and the pitiful expression she showed Chiang earlier is completely gone.
どうやらあなたが一番偉い方のようですね。
Huh?
誰に命じられて私を連れてきたの？おじい様に何をしたの？
Since she has mistaken you for the mastermind behind this kidnapping, you decide to play along. We take the money and do the job. As for who the real mastermind is, we don't pry. That's just how things works. However, I do have some leads regarding your grandpa.
教えなさい！早く！
Cecily stands up abruptly but falls back onto the bed due to her restrained right hand and winces in pain. Are you alright?
私のことは放っておいて。それよりおじい様のことを教えてください。お願いですから。
She looks at you eagerly, and you finally see a trace of young innocence in her eyes. You realize that she has been pretending all along, both while being kidnapped and dealing with someone unfamiliar like Chiang. He came to the sanatorium on the island because of his poor health.
体調が悪かった。そういえばお医者様が家に来ていた時期があったような。私おじい様のこと全然気づいていなかった。異変に気づけなかった。私の落ち度です。
Mr. Campbell could never blame you. He wanted to live on just to spend more time with you. You hand the handwritten card you found in Campbell Manor to Cecily.
お前のしなやかな魂は故に妥協を知らぬままでいる。確かにおじい様の文字です。本当にこの島にいらっしゃるのね。どうして私に連絡してこないのでしょう。ずっと一緒にいると約束したのに、お父様やお母様のようには決して私を一人にしないと。おじい様に何かあったのですか？一体どんなご病気だったの？ねえ、知っていることを全て教えて。
Cecily's questions come one after another, but there are still a bunch of things you haven't figured out yet. It's clear that Campbell and Cecily have a close relationship. If he were safe, he would not be making Cecily worry like this. Sorry, I would only know that Mr. Campbell is actively receiving treatment. He really hopes to personally preside over your coming of age ceremony.
私の成人の儀式を執り行うのはおじい様の昔からの夢です。
She lowers her head to look at the card in her hand. A teardrop falls onto it, smudging the text.
私が生まれた時、おじい様は体が弱くて赤子の世話なんてできる状態ではありませんでした。でも両親が亡くなって唯一の身内だからと迷わず引き取ってくださったの。幼い頃はおじい様が眠ったまま私を置いていってしまうのではと毎日怯えていました。真夜中に目を覚ましてこっそりおじい様の部屋に忍び込んで息をしているか確かめて。
Cecily, you try to say something nice, but your words are stuck in your throat. At that moment, you hear footsteps above the cabin, and then Chiang starts talking from up there.
夏彦、そろそろ出港だ。
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Luke turns to Cecily, crossing his arms.
セシリアさん、おじいさんのことが気がかりなのはわかるが、島の状況は複雑で少しも安全じゃない。数人のボディーガードを連れたところで、あなたが危ない目にあっても守ってくれなかったろ。
何ですって？
つまり、ここにいてできることは何もないってこと。
Cecily is left speechless by such frank words.
俺たちが受けた依頼を説明する。あなたを何万まで無事に送ってくれって言われたんだ。依頼人は身元を明かしちゃくれなかったが、悪意はないだろうな。
それって。
Luke doesn't respond. Instead, he glances at the clock on the wall. When he looks away, he finds something unusual under the bed. He bends down to swipe up the dust with his fingers and raises it to the tip of his nose to take a sniff. What did Luke find?
どうかなさったの？
いや、気づいちまったんだ。予想以上に俺たちのそばに危険が迫ってることにな。セシリエさん、あなたにしか頼めないことがある。
何をすればいいのでしょう。
Cecily, who has accepted the situation, quickly changes her attitude. Luke turns around and asks you for 2 tissues. Then he rubs up the dust from the floor into 2 separate portions. You smell gunpowder through the tissue. Was this ship transporting gunpowder? You glance at Luke, but he doesn't explain further. Instead, he hands a portion to Cecily.
何万港にいる荒川って漁師にこれを届けてくれないか。
手を貸したらおじい様を探すのを手伝ってくださる？
Of course. Didn't you seek help from a psychiatrist named Vin?
彼を知っているのですか？
Actually, he's been investigating your grandpa's case and has made some progress.
わかりました。荒川という漁師に必ずお届けします。
恩に着るよ。もうすぐ船が出る。おそらく南満埠頭には迎えの者がいるはずだ。
Shallow Water Harbor. When you and Luke get back to the port, Chiang's eyes are all red. He must have been crying after you left. Before long, the ship with Cecily on board leaves from the port, sailing against the light.
サツエスさん、最近港の船が随分と減ってないか？
あ、そうなんだよ。一部は兄貴が引き上げちまったからな。この船もコネを使ってなんとか確保したんだぜ。
Most of the ships at the port are under Lin Yi's name, and the natives can rent them for a small fee.
なんで引き上げたんだ？
そりゃもちろん兄貴の命令だからさ。どうした？さっきからなんでって。俺らみたいな子分は頭なんか使わないで兄貴の言った通りに動けばいいんだよ。彼女を送ったらお前もすぐ戻ってこいよ。最近は用もないのに外を出歩くなって言われてんだ。
へえ、大きな山でもあるんですかね。
Luke suddenly tries to probe for intel.
そんなの俺もわかんねえよ。じゃ用事があるから先行くな。
Chiang pats Luke on the shoulder, waves goodbye to you, and leaves the port while sobbing. Luke, what's that gunpowder you found in the cabin? After Chiang leaves, you immediately ask the question that has been plaguing you since the discovery in the cabin. Thinking about what Luke had Cecily take away earlier and his current state, you can't help but worry about what the Zenji Society might do. He nods and takes out the other portion of powder he picked up from the floor. As expected, there is a faint smell of gunpowder.
これはただの火薬じゃなくて違法な軍需品かもしれない。
Ammunition? What are those people transporting this for?
前も言ったけど、銭林の開発のせいで新自我島の先住民の暮らしは苦しくなるばかりだ。鎌田は銭林のことを相当恨んでるみたいでさ、暴力に訴えてでも新自我島の支配権を取り戻そうとしてる可能性が高い。
Violent means? What about the people on the island? Those who are unarmed may get hurt. You can't imagine what would happen to ordinary people if large-scale conflicts break out. Luke nods solemnly. The current situation is beyond what one person can handle alone. He thinks for a moment and looks at you.
ごめん、お前を遅れそうにない。新自我島と南蛮の間には時差があるから、連絡するにしても先のことを考えないといけない。少なくとも武器の数は抑えておかないと。
You go ahead. I want to head back to headquarters to gather my thoughts anyway. If you need any help, just let me know in the group chat.
なあ、わかった。
Have you eaten? I'm just about to go to eat. What about you? Still waiting for my delivery. It's gonna be here soon. By the way, I found some funny letters during my investigation. HW. I have a hunch that it will generate an interesting content. Do you want to give it a try? Okay, I'll try it later. How was your investigation? All good. Just need to verify some things. I'll let you know when I figured it out. I figured it all out. The delivery is here. I gotta go. Talk to you later. Coffee shop. After receiving the meeting time from Artyom, you arrive at the agreed upon coffee shop. He is sitting in the same spot as the last time when you two left Oracle Research Institute. You wonder if this is an agreed meeting spot between him and Darius. Mr. Wing, have you been here long?
いや、私も今来たところだ。何か飲むか？
He hands you a menu which lists various common coffee options. Then I like a cup of latte.
わかった。注文してこよ
Autumn takes the menu to place the order at the counter. When he returns, Darius is with him. Since Darius isn't here as a police officer this time, you finally see him in something other than his uniform.
弁護士さん、久しぶりだな。
After entering the island, it feels like ages since anyone called you by that familiar name. Well, you and Artem are both attorneys, so you think it's fine to be called that. Mr. Morgan?
う。いつも通り呼べばいい。
ああ、俺は確か外で事件を起こしてここに逃げてきたボディーガードという設定だ。
A security guard? You can't help but take a good look at Darius Morgan. His outfit really matches the look of a typical security guard.
全員揃ったところで本題に入ろう。岩崎さん、私たちを呼び出した理由を聞かせてくれるか？
お前たちが研究所に潜入して手がかりを見つけたおかげで、研究員たちが移送された地域をほぼ特定できた。
Earlier at Oracle Research Institute, you found Shendong, the imprisoned leader of the Gladiolus Valley New Drug Development Team. From him, you learned that Mr. Jin would transfer them to a prison on the island to conduct some illegal research. Where is it?
地名はわからないが、大体の位置ならわかっている。
To help you understand better, Darius Morgan takes out a pen and paper to draw a simple sketch.
戦地研究所を起点に外側へ向かって順番に調べていくつもりだが、研究所と療養所の間にある区域に監獄がある可能性は高いだろうな。
いつ始めるんだ？
応援が来てから本格的に作戦は決行する。今回は人が少ないから大規模な救助活動は難しい。
ああ、安全は最も考慮すべきだろ
う。だが、銭林が新字画島を支配している限り、こういった事態は続くわけだ。
You know that due to jurisdictional limitations, Darius has no authority to investigate Jinjiga Island. His job would be done once he rescues Chendong and the others and brings them back to Stalis for trial. But without fundamental change, Jinjiga Island will remain a hotbed for crimes.
この島は彼の個人資産だ。銭林が権利を手放さない限り。新たな加害者が現れ、同じような混乱が繰り返される。この島は何万が管轄するべきなのかもしれないな。
Right, as he finishes speaking, the server brings over the coffee.
ありがとう。
Darius places a tip folded into a star shape on the tray, and you vaguely see something handwritten on it. The server puts away the banknote and gives a slight nod as he leaves, seemingly knowing Darius. Are you two acquainted?
ああ、うちの署に配属された実習生だ。若くて少し落ち着きがないところはあるが信頼できる。カフェは人が集まる分情報収集するには複雑になりがちだ。だがあいつの学生時代の履修科目が活かせると思って特別に同行させた。
In all the time I've known Captain Morgan, this might be the first time I've heard him praise someone. You can't help but take another look at the retreating intern, but he seems to have blended into the crowd without a trace.
そういえば、 最近何万側と連絡を取った時に地震局からの通知も受け取ったな。シンジガ島が地震帯上にあるのは知っているな。
You and Artem nod.
1960年代に最大規模の地震が起きた後は小さな揺れが数回あった程度でほとんど起きていないのではなかったか。
まあ大したことじゃないかもしれないが、地震局の観測によると最近はここ一帯で地震が続いてるらしい。
Huh, but I haven't felt anything.
震度が小さいから一般の人には感じにくい。以前も同じようなことがあったが、今年は頻繁に起きているみたいだな。
大地震が起きる予兆だと。
断言はできないが、万が一のために心の準備をしてほしいと思って一言伝えたまでだ。杞憂で済めばいいが、この島ではすでに十分すぎるほど不幸が起きてるからな。
I hope so. Darius Morgan takes a sip of coffee and lowers his head to glance at his wristwatch.
近況報告は以上だが、折り入って二人に頼みたいことがある。今日呼んだのもこっちが本命なんだが。
何をすればいい？
俺たちが行動している間、戦地研究所の動きを把握してくれないか。あそこは鉄壁の要塞で、俺の部下たちでは潜入できない。
わかった。しかし、その件なら私一人で十分だろ
う。Mr. Wing, realizing his words might have been inappropriate, Arthur smiles apologetically at you.
誤解しないでくれ。私たちが島ですべきことは多すぎる。だから、二人で同じことをする必要はないと。
I understand. I'll leave the tracking to you then, Mr. Wing, since you're more familiar with Colin. As for me, I'll be here to help you whenever you need me.
ああ、頼む。
さて、二人に協力していただけるということで、俺の今日の任務は完了だ。他にも仕事が残っているから、俺はこれで失礼する。
今後も情報がいるときは連絡してくれ。
では、協力に感謝する。
After Darius leaves, Arthur relaxes and starts drinking his coffee like he always does in Stelis.
ここ最近は大変だっただろう。
I'm not as busy as everyone else.
時には休憩も必要だ。無理しすぎないようにな。
Got it. You too, Mr. Wing.
ああ、ありがとう。これから君はどうするつもりだ？
Everyone has uploaded a lot of clues these past few days. I think I can go back to the temporary headquarters to organize them. It will also make it easier for us to review everything later.
それぞれが手がかりを集めているからな。整理するのは少々手間かもしれない。
It's no problem at all. I can also take a look at what we have. Maybe I'll find something new.
君がそう言うなら頼んだ。
Don't worry, this isn't tough work. Are you still busy? I'm going to have a cup of coffee and take a break. What about you, Mr. Wing? I just came back from Captain Morgan's place and I found some interesting letters along the way. As HB is not very long, I thought you might be interested, so I sent it to you. Thank you for sharing, Mr. Wing. I'll check it out. Okay, I need to help Captain Morgan with something. We can chat later when I have time. And towards temporary headquarters. You return to Antuat's temporary headquarters on Zinjiga Island and connect your terminal to the computer. You can organize clues from the terminal, but a computer screen is bigger and more convenient. Everything's ready. Let me start organizing the clues we have. The computer screen displays all the clues that the 5 of you have gathered during this time. I can't believe we've gathered so much information in such a short time. Looks like I have quite a task ahead of me. Lower District derelict street. In the dim light, a group of emaciated rats are scurrying around the trash bin, fighting over the measly food available. A man in a white lab coat frowns in displeasure, staring at the unkempt middle-aged man in the shadows.
私は要求通りに手配しましたよ。例のものは
The man standing in the shadows hands over the folder, and the man in the lab coat quickly takes it and flips through. After confirming they are the originals, he hastily lights them on fire and throws them into an empty trash bin, startling the scavenging rats into fleeing.
これで私を脅かす証拠は二度と手に入らない。
The flickering flames illuminate his gleeful eyes. In no time, the papers are reduced to black ashes lingering at the bottom of the trash bin. Colin cheerfully looks at the man who remains standing in the shadows.
本当に良かったんですか？こんなことをしたらあなたも無事では済まないでしょうに。
余計な詮索は命取りになりますよ。
Study. Mr. Jin stands at his desk, looking worriedly at the person before him, whose hunched figure resembles a monster under the light. The intermittent gasps coming from his throat indicates that he is in tremendous pain.
もうご自身を責めるのはやめにしませんか。
He gets no reply except for the sharp sound of a glass smashing to the floor. Scalding hot water splashes on Mr. Jin's leg, yet he doesn't move a muscle.
出て行け。
Mr. Jin hesitates for a moment, then bends down to pick up the shards before quietly leaving the study. Only the person sitting at the desk is left, hands trembling as he tries to stand up, but it's all in vain. Cecily II, Cecily de Campbell, granddaughter of Duke Campbell. Full name Cecily de Campbell, Duke Campbell's beloved granddaughter. Cecily III came to Zinjiga Island seeking his grandfather. Cecily determined to stay on Zinjiga Island to continue searching for her grandfather, attempts to persuade Chiang to release her. Ultimately, she is convinced by me and agrees to assist Luke in relaying the Zenji Society's messages to Nanman Bay. Adjudicator, leaving this place is a way to protect her, King. Still, I think it's pretty brave of her to go to the island alone. Libra, true, but it's far too dangerous. Rosa, finally convinced Cecily to leave Zinjiga Island. Raven replied to Rosa, indeed, it's thanks to you that everything went so smoothly. Duke Campbell too, seeking medication to treat cancer. Duke Campbell was diagnosed with stomach cancer with only 3 months to live according to the hospital. Determined to survive long enough to preside over his granddaughter's coming of age ceremony, he came to the New Life Sanitarium seeking Psyche to cure his cancer. He also encountered an old classmate from his boarding school on the island, surprised to see them appear 20 years younger than their actual age. SK has second Psyche reverse aging. Duke Campbell's former boarding school classmate, identified only by the initials SK, whose full name is unknown. Having taken Psyche, they appear 20 years younger than their actual age. Yuan Su, Mary's distant cousin. Mary's distant cousin, whose intentions for coming to the island remain unknown. Harriet 1 Mercenary Captain. The mercenary captain tasked with seizing the Antwerp's materials under Mr. Jin's orders. Zinjiga Island 2 suspected of causing an earthquake. Zinjiga Island is located on a seismic belt and experienced a major earthquake in the 1960s. Since then, apart from a few minor tremors, there have been no significant events. However, the Seismological Bureau has recently detected some unusual activity. King, an earthquake, that would be quite the coincidence, adjudicator. No wonder the temporary headquarters is an air defense structure. It must be designed to withstand earthquakes. Libra, if an earthquake occurs, the lower district will suffer the most. Raven, exactly. The buildings here are old and most lack earthquake resistance. The consequences would be unimaginable. Coffee shop, location Upper District, meeting place with Captain Morgan. A cafe located in the Upper District serving as the meeting place where Arthur and Captain Morgan exchange intel on the Gladiolus Valley researches. King, as far as I remember, this seems to be Captain Morgan's first time working remotely, right? Libra, Captain Morgan is in charge of investigating the Gladiolus Valley case in Stalis, so it's normal for him to be here. Rosa, not only did he come, but he also disguised himself, just like us. Adjudicator replies Rosa, if I have the chance, I'd really like to meet Captain Morgan in disguise. Shallow Water Harbor, location Lower District, controlled by the Zenji Society. The primary port in the Lower District, controlled by the Zenji Society. It serves as the gateway for passenger ships, fishing boats, and cargo vessels. Raven, there are fewer and fewer ships at the Shallow Water Harbor. King, could it be that so many ships are being hidden? Adjudicator, unusual events always have a reason. It seems something major is about to happen. Libra, to prepare for the unexpected, everyone should be extra cautious during this time. Lab report, a medical report found in Duke Campbell's room. The lab report is in Swart language. After translation, it reveals that Duke Campbell has been diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer and has at most 3 months to live. Duke's diary. Duke Campbell's diary detailing the reasons for his visit to the New Life Sanitarium and the events that followed. First, Campbell had been undergoing treatment to attend his granddaughter's coming of age ceremony, but the results were poor. Just when he thought there was no hope left, he heard about the New Life Sanitarium. He heard that the sanitarium had a special medicine psyche that could cure terminal diseases, and many influential people had received effective treatment. 3. Campbell ran into an old classmate, SK, who had attended the same boarding school as him. The classmate looked 20 years younger than him. Exquisite photo frame, a framed photograph of Duke Campbell and Cecily. The same photo of Cecily that Luke obtained, except this one is the original. On the back of the frame, there is a note with details about the photo. 1017 Golden Manor. Handwritten card, an exquisite handwritten card featuring a quote from Byron's epistle to Augusta. The verse reads, your soul is so soft yet never compromises. Antwerp's raw material sealed bottle. In the refrigerator at Damon's room at the Modern Era Hotel, it was found hidden inside an open beverage bottle. After pouring out the drink from the bottle, a sealed bottle containing Antwerp's ingredients was found inside. Ring. In the jewelry box of the penthouse suite at the Modern Era Hotel, a worn ring was discovered. The inner ring of the ring is engraved with the initials LK. Birth and death certificates. 2 certificates issued by Swart belonging to different individuals. 1. A birth certificate for Stahl von Kappe, born on December 7, 1964 at 4 a.m. 2. A death certificate for Lily Kappe, who committed suicide on December 7, 1976 at 5 p.m. Antwerp's temporary headquarters. Your temporary headquarters on Zinjiga Island was originally a shelter converted from the basement of a residential house. Although the decor is old and vintage, it has all the necessary spaces for daily living, including several bedrooms. Luke has prepared all kinds of supplies in advance. If you want to, you can live here for weeks without any issues. I wonder how everyone is doing. You pour yourself a cup of coffee and sit at the desk. You've organized most of the clues stored in the cloud, but there are still some questions you haven't fully figured out. It's like a puzzle with a few crucial pieces missing. You can't connect all the dots yet. If only everyone were here, we could discuss this together. Maybe then things would become clearer. Just as you're thinking that, a message from N2X pops up on the terminal. Is everyone free? What's the matter? I have confirmed the true identity of S.K. Campbell's classmate. I will share the details at the temporary headquarters. Sure, I happen to have some things to share too. I'm busy here and don't have much time to spare. I'm probably only available for an hour. That should be enough. Let us keep it short. Okay, then I'll make coffee and wait for all of you at the temporary headquarters. You finish brewing coffee, and Vin is the first to push the door open. What a delightful aroma! Let me help you. He sets down the paper box in his hands and helps you carry the coffee to the table. Dr. Richard, what's this? I picked up some local cake on the way here. I heard it's quite good, so I got some for everyone to try. Dr. Richard, you're always so thoughtful. I'll go get some plates. By the time you finish setting up the cake, the other three arrive. Wow, starting afternoon tea this early? Given the current time, this should still count as breakfast. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten anything since I woke up. Is this coffee from Stylist? It is familiar. Yeah, it's the one we always drink at the law firm. Since Luke's time is limited, everyone discusses the investigation while enjoying coffee and cake. Dr. Misher, you mentioned earlier that you confirmed SK's identity. Who exactly is he? He sets down his coffee and pulls up the photo of the mother and child you and Marius found in the penthouse suite of the modern era hotel. Vin finger lands on the boy in the photo. That's him, Stahl von Kappe. He is the heir to Schwarz's House of Kappe. His father is Count Harold von Kappe, a man quite notorious in the country for being a playboy. His mother, Lily von Kappe, whose original name was Chun Li, was a native of the island who changed her name after marrying Harold. This is starting to sound like a primetime soap opera. It really does. If you ignore the details, their marriage sounds like something straight out of a Cinderella story. And what if we look at the details? Then the story of the prince and Cinderella is an absolute tragedy, as Zinjiga Island originally belonged to the Kappe family. Since Zinjiga Island is the territory of the Kappe family, then Mr. Jin... A thought crosses your mind, but something doesn't quite add up. You stay silent and let Vin continue. At 31, Harold von Kappe visited the island on a whim and fell for Lily at first sight. They swiftly held their wedding ceremony, and afterward the couple settled together in Schwarz. That sounds normal so far. What happened next? Soon after, they had a son, and I believe everyone can guess that he was Stahl von Kappe. But the birth of their child did not bring them closer. In fact, a few years later, Harold found himself a new lover. Yep, definitely a soap opera. When Stahl was 12, Lily, unable to bear her husband's infidelity, took her own life. You recall the death certificate. Lily poisoned herself on Stahl's birthday. After Lily died, Harold was afraid Stahl would hate him for it, so he sent him to a boarding school. That must be where he met Campbell. Vin nods and sends a group photo of Stahl with his classmates to the group chat. To help you recognize them, he circles Stahl and Campbell in the picture. Stahl looks oddly familiar in his school uniform. Before you can figure out why, Vin continues. However, he only stayed at the boarding school for 2 years before Harold sent him abroad. Sent abroad so suddenly? Did something happen? I could not find anything on that. All I know is that when Stahl turned 18, Harold passed away from illness. Stahl returned to Svart, inherited everything, and then vanished. Vanish? And then he shows up on Zijiga Island looking 20 years younger. There is a rumor that before Lily's death, she always believed she was abandoned because she was no longer beautiful. She tried everything to maintain her looks, but when nothing worked, she broke down and took her own life. If Lily had been constantly instilling in the underage Stahl the idea that only by staying forever young and beautiful could he be loved and find happiness, then it makes sense why Stahl has come to the island and taken Psyche to make himself young. That is all I have to say. What about the rest of you? Vince scans the room. Luke swallows his last bite of cake and sets down his fork. I'll go first. Earlier, Sharara and I found some powder that looked like gunpowder in the ship's cabin at the port. Turns out it is. Ninji has been smuggling weapons in secret. So, they really were weapons. How much are there? I only found one warehouse, and there are supposedly 6 or 7 more just like it. By my estimate, Linji has enough firepower to level the entire Zenjiga Island to the ground. That's quite a lot. Looks like he's going all in this time, huh? This is not a good sign. Do the people outside the island know about the situation? I've sent out the message, but Linji's got control of all the ships heading to the island now. They're coming to the island to help, but they might run into some resistance. In that case, it would be even more difficult for people on the island to live. Exactly. Can we figure out when Linji plans to make his move? Luke frowns and shakes his head. Not sure yet, but I guess in about a week. Why a week? Remember Chiang? At the familiar name, Chiang's image comes to your mind. You nod curiously. Is it related to him? Chiang is the previous leader of the Zenji Society and Mr. Wen's grandson. After Mr. Wen's death, Linji became Chiang's legal guardian and treated him like his own son. And in all these years, he never let Chiang get involved in any of Zenji Society's illegal activities. So you're saying Linji will keep him out of it this time too? Yeah, he told Chiang to leave Zenjiga Island within a week. My guess, he won't make his move until Chiang is gone. A week is too broad. If a fight breaks out, it could mess up Captain Morgan's plan. Right, how are things going with Captain Morgan? He's confirmed where the researchers are being held and is planning a rescue, but what? It's not about Captain Morgan, but Colin. When I went to see him for the second time, his attitude changed drastically. Conference room. Inside the Oracle Research Institute's conference room, Colin places the miracle drug documents back in front of Artem. What do you mean? I'm sorry, Miss Owing, but your miracle drug isn't what I'm looking for. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can still negotiate. Facing Artem's concession, Colin shakes his head with a smile. It's not about the money, it's just no longer necessary. If you have other buyers, please feel free to proceed. Colin makes a gesture of invitation, clearly signaling for you to leave. His attitude changed way too quickly. Did something happen that made Colin lose interest in it? That's not very clear yet. His attitude is very firm, as if he is convinced the miracle drug wouldn't work for him. So, given the current situation, does this mean we can't pursue his lead anymore? After all, Colin is the manager of the Oracle Research Institute, and Psyche is also his creation. He probably knows the secrets of Antwerp's raw material suppliers, but since he cancelled the cooperation, there's no chance to probe further. It was challenging, but later I mentioned Colin to Captain Morgan, and he provided me with some intel. What intel? Artem puts down his coffee cup, now a third empty. He pulls up Colin's background information on his terminal. He has a PhD in biology and used to work at a major pharmaceutical company. He's highly capable but also arrogant. Back then, he aimed to develop a drug to prevent cellular aging. To achieve this, he went as far as using the nursing home where his parents lived for experiments. This resulted in multiple deaths, and he himself faced murder charges. However, surprisingly, he was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. After that, he disappeared without a trace. His experiments caused multiple deaths. How could there be insufficient evidence? Otherwise, the police wouldn't have arrested him. Did someone tamper with the evidence to protect him? Mary's speculation aligns with what everyone is thinking. Based on the available data, Aaron Colin is indeed a talented researcher. However, his track record shows that he is both impatient and arrogant. I tend to believe those accusations are true. Someone must have helped him get away with it, such as the infamous Mr. Jane. Exactly. If I were in his position, I would keep evidence of Colin's crimes in my possession to ensure his perpetual compliance. The conversation shifts to Mr. Jane, and you can't help but recall the Antwerp's raw materials that his mercenaries stole from you and Marius. After that, Marius went to follow up on the investigation. You turn to him, and before you can even ask, he already gets it and starts explaining. Speaking of Mr. Jane, after I parted ways with Miss that day, I arranged to meet with him under the pretext of negotiating agency rights. Did you get to meet him? I did, but something felt off about him. He didn't seem to know that Harriet had stolen the Antwerp's raw materials from us. Judging by his reaction, he genuinely thought I was only there to discuss agency rights. Banquet Hall. Mr. Jane, you've developed such an impressive health supplement. Haven't you ever thought about taking it yourself? Health supplements exist only to provide people with a choice. A choice? Some people can accept natural aging while others can't. Mr. Jin, are you one of those who can't accept natural aging? Faced with Mary's question, Mr. Jin seems to recall something and pauses for a moment, before covering it up with a couple of light coughs. My apologies, Mr. Yan. I'm getting old and my health isn't what it used to be. I've enjoyed our conversation today, but I need to rest now. Let's continue next time when there's a chance. With that, he turns to leave, saying that the mercenaries are at a distance. Maris quickly catches up and shifts his position to block the surveillance camera. You, Mrs. Chin, since you've been speaking in riddles with me, I'll get straight to the point. You had your mercenaries steal the Antwerp's raw materials from me. Are we just going to let that slide? As a businessman, I believe in equivalent exchange. Antwerp's materials. Don't you know about it? Are you saying that Mr. Jin had no idea Harriet took the Antwerp's raw materials? Judging by his expression, I don't think he was faking it. Could it be that Harriet acted on her own? But why would she do that? That's what I thought at first too, so I had Vincent look into the mercenaries' background in detail. Did you find anything? Maris winks smugly and uploads the data directly to the cloud. I just received it, let's check it out together. Everyone lowered their heads to look at the documents. Harriet was a veteran and most of her team served in the military with her. As a result, she has quite a reputation among mercenaries. Before collaborating with Mr. Jin, they mainly handled security work for social elites. But based on their previous collaboration records, Harriet valued the mercenaries' reputation highly and never breached a contract during its term. That's strange. If Harriet was acting under Mr. Jin's orders, there's no way he wouldn't know about it. The more clues we find, the more questions seem to arise. Should we organize everything into an evidence wall? It might help us analyze things more clearly. Good idea. The terminal has a special software just for organizing clues. I'll show you how to use it. And to its temporary headquarters. Mr. Jin is the owner of Zinjiga Island. No one knows his real name or identity. He looks no different from an ordinary old man, yet as soon as he appeared, he quickly took control of Zinjiga Island. He transformed the upper district into a place that attracted aristocrats, wealthy merchants, and celebrities, while simultaneously pushing the lower district into a swamp of breeding crime. Mr. Jin built the Oracle Research Institute on Zinjiga Island with the main objective of researching Psyche, a drug for eternal youth. I think there's more to it than that. According to our previous intel, this institute is conducting illegal experiments just like Gladiolus Valley. Yes, they've been conducting experiments for a longer time and a much broader scale. Just like Wilson's black market drug, Psyche also has severe side effects and a very low success rate. However, Campbell wrote in his diary that he had since stalled 20 years younger. This suggests there have been successful cases. Wait a minute, something doesn't feel quite right. Hold on, miss, what seems off to you? Let's analyze it together. It's about Stahl's identity. Based on our previous findings, his actual age is close to Mr. Jin's. The penthouse suite at Modern Era Hotel belongs to Mr. Jin. He doesn't allow anyone near it. Yeah, that's exactly why Harriet didn't come after us directly to snatch the Antwerp's raw materials at the time. I think there are two possibilities. Stahl is either Mr. Jin or someone who's very close to him. From what I know, Stahl has never had many friends due to his mother's bloodline. Then there's an even higher chance that Stahl is Mr. Jin, and the evidence is... Maris, you mentioned earlier that when you met with Mr. Jin, he seemed unaware of Antwerp's materials. Yes, not only that, but he also had no knowledge of Harriet snatching the raw materials from us. Doesn't this prove that the Mr. Jin we met might not be the one who hired Harriet at all? Are you saying he's just a puppet being manipulated? Yes, and I think he probably doesn't have high level clearance, so he wouldn't know what the mercenaries are actually doing. Indeed, that would explain everything. The real Mr. Jin was behind the scenes all along. He took Psyche, which made him appear much younger than his actual age. Now the question is, where exactly is Tal, the real Mr. Jin, hiding? As an investor in Oracle Research Institute, he must know very well that Psyche has severe side effects. Why would he be willing to take such a huge risk by choosing to use Psyche? That's indeed a question, unless he can find a way to suppress the side effects. Artem's words remind you of why Colin was so desperate to get the miracle drug. Could Colin be seeking research data on the miracle drug to treat the side effects of Psyche? Stahl became younger by taking Psyche, but he also suffered from its side effects. The miracle drug claims to cure all diseases, so it's not unreasonable for him to think it could treat the side effects of Psyche. This explains why he was so desperate to get Antwerp's raw materials. After all, they are also a crucial ingredient for making the miracle drug. Antwerp's temporary headquarters. Aaron Collin is the head of the Oracle Research Institute and the one who approached you and Artem for collaboration. When you first met him, Colin showed a great interest in the miracle drug. However, when Artem met him again later, he shows no interest in it at all. Colin's attitude toward the miracle drug is strange. Why was he only interested in it at the beginning? Could it be that he discovered the miracle drug is ineffective against the side effects of Psyche? If he could deduce that with only half of the miracle drug data, his abilities would be far too formidable. Regardless of his capabilities, the drug he developed has severe side effects, just like the so-called miracle drug. Mr. Jin must be quite disappointed considering all the effort he put into saving him from the imprisonment. These words make you realize why Colin was acting so strangely. When you look at Artem, it's clear he has the same thought. You should explain it. What are you two being all cryptic about? Actually, Dr. Richter's words made us consider a possibility. Could Colin be tired of Mr. Jin's control? How so? Colin invited Mr. Wing and me to the island using the Zenyi Society's access pass. If he and Mr. Jin are in cahoots, Mr. Jin must know that we came with the miracle drug research data. After all, what we have might be able to surprise the side effects of Psyche. It's kind of weird. If Mr. Jin knew you were coming, he definitely wouldn't have let you board a ship controlled by the Zenyi Society. If you and I are being controlled by Lin Yi, that'd be way too risky for him. Yes, and after we arrived on the island, Mr. Jin never met with us. Instead, Colin handled everything himself. Your analysis is quite logical. It appears Colin has most likely betrayed his boss. However, I am quite curious whether he has retrieved the evidence of his crimes from back then. For that, we'll need to verify with the real Mr. Jin himself. Autumn's words bring you back to the original question, who exactly is Mr. Jin? As a key figure, he is intricately connected to everything on the island. Yet he remains so mysterious, seemingly omnipresent, but no one knows his true face. Antoine's temporary headquarters. The Oracle Research Institute is a pharmaceutical research facility funded by Mr. Jin and overseen by Colin. It primarily researches a drug based on Nantuxe's raw materials capable of restoring youth. Large-scale illegal experiments have been conducted around it. Judging by when the drug was named, the research started around 45 years ago. Its astonishing duration is beyond belief. Going by the timeline, the Oracle Research Institute was custom-built by Stahl for psyche research. 45 years ago, he was only 22, so his main goal at the time was to slow down aging. However, he didn't expect the early versions of psyche to have such a high mortality rate. According to the data you uploaded, the Oracle Research Institute later shifted the focus of its psyche research. Cross-referencing this with Colin's personal records, we can see that this was around the time he joined. In other words, the psyche that is keeping Stahl young was developed by Colin. Their crimes went on for so long, and so many people were affected. Why has no one investigated this all these years? Frustrated, Luke slammed his fist on the table, making the lead scrape against the floor with a sharp screech. It might be because Senjika Island is a private island. Although it's under Nanman-based jurisdiction, enforcing control there is incredibly difficult. You try to analyze the reasons behind Senjika Island's current state, but no excuse justifies letting crime run rampant. You can't help but feel doubt whether past, present, or future, Senjika Island seems to be trapped in perpetual darkness. Don't be so pessimistic. I have already asked Captain Morgan to send the evidence off the island. The authorities should take action soon. Yeah, Nanman Bay never stops cracking down on crime. I believe we'll make progress this time. I believe nothing is immutable. As long as we work together, we will certainly find a solution. Worst case scenario, I'll see if I can just buy this whole island and solve the problem at its source. I hope everyone involved in the case will be brought to justice, and the innocent will receive the fairness they deserve. Together, you look at the Oracle Research Institute on the map. Its very existence has turned Senjika Island into what it is today. If one day it disappears, will all the misfortune on this island come to an end? And to its temporary headquarters. Psyche, according to the data obtained from the Oracle Research Institute, is a drug that can make people young again. However, besides this miraculous effect, Psyche also has severe side effects. You pull up related information from the terminal. Addiction, neurological pain. Once you stop taking it, it accelerates aging and causes physiological deterioration. Just looking at these side effects, Psyche seems more like a poison than anything else. It's nothing short of poison. According to previous research cases, the success rate is terrifying low, and the number of test subjects who died is countless. Judging by the long time span, there were probably many more cases that went undocumented. Vin puts down his terminal and points at the two characters that appear on the screen. I also noticed a rather familiar name on it, Wild. Well, could it be that the Zheng family's secret drug experiment was actually linked to psyche research? But something doesn't add up. Wall appears to be in his 40s. He isn't reversing aging but simply aging more slowly than normal. You were once trapped in the Zheng family's Blizzard Villa in Yuchen Town. During that time, you got caught up in a series of murders. The true culprit behind it all was Wao. The Zheng family had used him as an experiment for years. He endured it in silence, waiting for revenge. His name showing up here means there must be hidden ties between the Zheng family and the Oracle Research Institute. I suspect that the drug Nolan Zheng used on Wal was an early version of Psyche. At first, Psyche's research focused on slowing aging and preserving youth, but over time, it shifted from delaying aging to reversing it completely. Could it be because Mr. Jin, the mastermind behind it all, was also growing old? The early versions of Psyche weren't enough for him. That's why the research changed direction. It is very likely, but even after shifting focus, Psyche still could not solve his problem. Vin's right. For now, Psyche still has severe side effects. It might make someone young for a moment, but like a fleeting bloom, they wither just as fast. Enter Exemplary Headquarters. Lin Yi, the current leader of the Zenyi Society, is rarely seen. Even after all this time on the island, Luke has only caught glimpses of him a few times. People say he was born into a fishing family. As a child, he was taken in by Mr. Wen, the former leader of Zenyi Society. Later, he helped run the Zenyi Society. After Mr. Wen's death, he naturally took over as leader. His goal has always been to reclaim control of Zinjiga Island. Before Lin Yi, the lower district was poor but relatively stable. After he took over, the Zenyu society expanded fast. Its numbers grew quickly, but its strengths became more mixed. He took control of nearly all the ships in the lower district, using them to dominate maritime traffic. That's how the Zenyu society managed to move a large number of weapons from Nanman Bay to Zinjiga Island. They used this advantage to plan their assault on the upper district. Earlier, Yu and Luke discovered traces of gunpowder on the ship that took Cecily away. At the same time, he gradually reduced the number of ships at the port. It seemed like he was regulating the number of people entering the island systematically. This made it more difficult for Nanman-based security officers to come to the island for support. They might not arrive in time when conflicts break out. According to Luke's deduction, Lin Yi would likely make his move in a week. An impending storm looms over Zinjiga Island. Luke, do you know if there's any personal brush between Mr. Jin and Lin Yi? I heard from Qian that Lin Yi's wife needed treatment in Nanman Bay when she had complications during labor. But the boat was too slow and there wasn't enough time to get her to a doctor. Mr. Wen took Lin Yi to beg Mr. Jin to let them leave by plane. Did Mr. Jin refuse? Yeah, not only did he refuse, he even mocked them, saying they shouldn't have had a child. In the end, Lin Yi's wife missed the optimal treatment window. Both mother and child died. That doesn't sound good. Such a deep-rooted conflict is hard to untangle. What do the other natives on the island think of Mr. Jin? To put it simply, long-standing grudges. They hate Mr. Jin for taking over their homeland. He drove them like rats into the lower district where they barely cling to life. Therefore, it would be difficult to persuade the Zenyu society to abandon their plans. The best solution would be to have an external force directly intervene and stop their actions. Everyone turned their attention to the harbor's location on the map. That was where Yu and Artem arrived on the island. By now, there were hardly any ships coming into port there. There must be another way. Since sea transport is not an option, couldn't they still enter Zinjiga Island by air? Maybe they could disguise themselves as socialites and get to the island by helicopter. Pets can help provide a helicopter. Still, we gotta get this message out first. That should not be difficult. From what I know, the sanatorium has a plane that goes out for supplies every week. We can ask the staff on the plane to relay the message. This way, once we confirm Lin Yi's state of action, we can stop him in time. You all turn to Luke. This investigation can only be entrusted to him. Hopefully, there's still time. Enter its temporary headquarters. 45 years ago, Mr. Jin took control of Zinjiga Island by leveraging his connections with Mr. Wen, the former leader of the Zenyi Society. After the upper district was built, he broke his previous promises and drove all the indigenous people into the lower district. Since then, the Zenyi Society that dominated the lower district began to oppose Mr. Jin, and both sides have been in constant friction. Something about Mr. Jin and Mr. Wen's relationship has always felt a bit weird to me. Following Luke's doubt, you also try to sort out their relationship in your mind. The conflict between the owner of Zinjiga Island and the indigenous Zenji society has a long history. As the leader of the Zenji society, Mr. Wen naturally harbored hostility toward the island owners who oppressed them. Why did Mr. Wen later agree to cooperate with Mr. Jin after he obtained ownership of the island? I still can't figure out why Mr. Wen would trust Mr. Jin. Sure enough, you and Luke arrive at the same conclusion. Indeed, it's rather peculiar. The timeline shows that Mr. Jin didn't take long to persuade Mr. Wen. While speaking, Vin sketches a timeline based on the clues uploaded to the terminal. Within a week of Mr. Jin becoming the owner of Zinjiga Island, the Zenji Society accepted him. Perhaps there is a hidden connection between him and Mr. Wen. I remember that Mr. Jin's mother had indigenous features when I saw her in the penthouse suite at the Modern Era Hotel. Could his mother have known Mr. Wen when she was on the island? Based on the age, that's definitely possible. In other words, Mr. Jin might have exploited his mother's connections to deceive Mr. Wen into cooperating. Well, the story has predictably taken a melodramatic turn. Although it seems a bit far-fetched, you still come to this conclusion after ruling out other possibilities. But what exactly made them turn against each other? You can think of two reasons. First, Mr. Jin was deceiving Mr. Wen from the beginning. Second, Mr. Wen discovered some of Mr. Jin's secrets and opposed them, which led to their falling out. Whichever it may be, these distant truths remain buried under the sense of time, waiting for someone to uncover them. Into Exemplary Headquarters. Aaron Collin was once accused of murder but was saved by Mr. Jin, who brought him back to Zinjiga Island. For more than 20 years since then, he has been developing Psyche, a substance with rejuvenating effects. Due to certain reasons, he had a falling out with Mr. Jin. However, could he really stand against the person who saved his life so easily? Earlier, we speculated that Colin had a falling out with Mr. Jin and they went their separate ways. But regardless, Mr. Jin still has leverage over him. Indeed, Mr. Jin is the owner of Zinjiga Island, and it would be difficult for Colin to stand against him alone. Atom continues your thoughts. Unless he has an accomplice, someone who can help him retrieve the evidence from Mr. Jin and ensure his safe departure from Zinjiga Island. In that case, the number of potential accomplices would be very limited. I went through the list of potential candidates who could work with Colin in my mind. Lin Yi and Mr. Jin have been at odds for a long time. If Colin wants to find a partner, he would be the perfect choice. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is a rather simple way of thinking about allies and foes. Moreover, Lin Yi is not alone. He has the Zenyi Society behind him. For Lini, Colin's betrayal of Mr. Jean would be something he'd be happy to see. Indeed, however, all of this is still just our conjecture. There is no concrete evidence yet. Vin is right. It is okay not to be able to find all the answers. For now, confirming Colin's betrayal of Mr. Jean is enough. As for the rest, you can deduce further when you have more clues. Enter Isenbury headquarters. The Zenji Society is originally a civil organization founded by the indigenous people of Zenjiga Island to fight for a better life. Since the current leader, Lin Yi, took over, the Zenji Society has rapidly expanded and recruited many new members. I wonder if the current Zenji Society has already strayed from its founder's original vision. Looking at the illegal industries that they're involved in now, I doubt they're following the first generation's vision anymore. Luke stated his thoughts in a very objective manner. But the Zenji Society must still hold quite a bit of influence over the locals, right? Although Marius rarely appears in the lower district, he must have his own sources of information. Yeah, that's probably because Lin Yi forbids the Zenji Society from harming the interests of the indigenous people. Were those indigenous people involved in any illegal activities of the Zenji Society? For example, gun smuggling? As far as I know, no. The fishing boats used to transport arms were all purchased by Lin Yi under the name of the Zenji Society. The natives could use them for a small commission fee, but recently he's taken all the fishing boats back. It appears that Lin Yi has quite a distinctive way of conducting himself. Regardless of Zenji Society's original intentions, it doesn't change the fact that they are now involved in illegal operations. When the evidence is conclusive, the Zenji Society will be forcibly disbanded for being an illegal organization. Antwerp Summary Headquarters. Mr. Jin, as the owner of Zinjiga Island, is involved in almost every major event on the island. In every review of the case, you can't ignore the fact that he contacted the mysterious organization behind Diamond. He needed Antwerp's raw materials to develop Psyche. 45 years ago, the early version of Psyche already required Antwerp's raw materials. In other words, Mr. Jin has been in contact with the mysterious organization since then. But Diamond appeared to be only in his 30s, so he must have started working with him later on. In that case, Mr. Jin must be more familiar with the mysterious organization behind Damon. Yep, if we can figure out who he really is, we might get more leads. That is a promising lead. Fortunately, we are not completely without clues. The information we already have can help narrow down our investigation, like age and appearance. Vin makes a valid point. Where should I begin my deduction? According to the birth certificate found earlier in the penthouse suite of Modern Era Hotel, Mr. Jin's actual age is 67. Based on Campbell's diary, we can infer that he looks 20 years younger than his actual age. That means he must be under 47 years old. We should first look for people in this age range. Besides that, his appearance is quite unique as he's of mixed race. Exactly, we can investigate based on both appearance and age. That said, finding the real Mr. Jin is still like searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, the island's population is neither too large nor too small. Since we just arrived, narrowing down the search among so many people won't be easy. At times like this, you really miss the big data lab. At the very least, it can simulate Mr. Jin's appearance at different ages. Unfortunately, stranded on Zijiga Island, You've lost the support of many technological advantages and have to rely on more primitive methods. There's one thing we can be sure of: controlling an entire island isn't something that can be done remotely. Mr. Jin must be on this island. Though it won't be easy, it's not entirely hopeless to find him. If no one knows him, essentially the same as if everyone knows him. Someone must know his true identity. I have a few candidates in mind. Miss, you probably thought of some too, right? Mary's words remind you, and indeed a few people came to mind, like the fake Mr. Jin, Harriet, and Colin. They can't possibly be unaware of Mr. Jin's true identity. The next question is how to get the truth you need from them. Antwerp Submarine Headquarters. Damon York, Antwerp's raw material dealer operating under an alias. Based on various signs, he seemed more like a delivery man than a merchant. He delivered goods to Mr. Jin for a mysterious organization, but due to the special nature of the cargo, he took on much greater risks. Why would Damon York rather die than hand over the Antwerp's raw materials? Maris flips through Damon's files, and the further he goes, the more his expression tightens in concern. The question stands true. If he was just a delivery man, he only needed to be responsible for transporting the Antwerp's raw materials. If the goods were lost, he would have to compensate for it, but would it be worth paying for it with his life? To find the answer, you carefully go through Damon's information once again. Maybe I can find the reason for Damon's suicide in his deleted text messages. Your gaze shifts to the evidence you found at the crime scene, including a family photo kept in a wallet. In the photo, the Damon family of three smiles happily, just like millions of other happy families around the world. Could it be that the mysterious organization behind him has captured Damon's wife and daughter? Was he forced to complete the task with his life to ensure their safety? From the messages he sent to his wife and daughter, it seems he hadn't seen them in a long time. His death only completed half of the task. Would the mysterious organization spare his wife and daughter? It depends on how much they know. If they are completely in the dark, they might be able to avoid the worst. Vince's words send chills down your spine. There's also a sense of helplessness that you can't shake. You glance at Luke. He gives you a reassuring smile. I've already sent out the message, so they should be looking for Damon's wife and daughter now. Fortunately, information from the island spreads slowly to the outside world. The mysterious organization might still be unaware. I hope we're not too late. Mary speaks for everyone. You glance at the photo of Damon's wife and daughter once more. You hope they don't become innocent victims. Antwerp Temporary Headquarters. You have very few leads about this mysterious organization. You don't even know its name. However, it provided the Oracle Research Institute with Antwerp's raw materials, which were essential for producing Psyche. The development of Psyche has spanned over 40 years, and that mysterious organization's control over Antwerp's raw materials probably hasn't been brief either. Yet, despite our long investigation, we still have no leads on it. This might be the closest you've ever gotten to this mysterious organization, yet you still haven't figured out what it really is. No need to be so pessimistic. At least we know their transaction patterns now. Perhaps sensing your mood, Luke walks over to you and gives you a wink. We can dig deeper based on this. I'm sure we'll find some leads. Too bad Mr. Jin snatched away the sealed bottle we found in the refrigerator earlier. Maris is still upset about Harriet taking away the sealed bottle earlier. Don't worry, I believe that as long as we don't give up, we'll get to the bottom of this eventually. Yeah, you're right, miss. Temporary headquarters. Antivirus raw material isn't just used to create the miracle drug, it is also an essential ingredient in making Psyche. Although we've been investigating antivirus raw materials all this time, I've only caught a glimpse of it through a steel bottle before. I still haven't figured out exactly what it is. Actually, all information about antivirus materials is classified. I don't have much intel on it either. Luke seems to recall something and turns his gaze toward Vin. Vin, as the initial member of the N2S investigation team, do you know about this? To be honest, I am not entirely certain of its origins either. I suspect it might be related to the noxious X-Xeno gene from years ago. I do not know more than you do about this matter. However, I believe that when something exists in this world, it is neither inherently right nor wrong. What is wrong are those who greedily use it for their unrealistic dreams. The mysterious organization's transaction of Antwerp's materials clearly isn't out of kindness. Their true purpose still remains a mystery. As you look at the evidence wall analyzed on the terminal, Luke's terminal suddenly vibrates. It's a call from Chiang. He glances at you before turning away to a corner to take the call, his voice reaching all of your ears in fragments. Hello, Chiang, what's going on? We need to meet at the dock right now. Alright, I'll head back right away. He hangs up and looks at you. Sorry, I need to head back to the Zenji Society. Linji is gathering his men at the dock. Is he planning to make a move? But Chiang hasn't left yet, hasn't he? I'm not sure yet. He's just gathering members. Let me check out what's going on first. As for everything else, let me know when you guys reach a conclusion. Sure. Luke nods and leaves the Antwerp temporary base. Just as you're about to continue your discussion, Artem also announces his departure. I apologize, but I need to leave for now. Captain Morgan just messaged me saying he's worried about changes in the situation on the island, so he decided to move out the operation. They're on a mission? What are you going to do? Since I've had previous contact with Chen Dong, my presence could save time on communication. Besides, I was once a distinguished guest at the Oracle Research Institute. Even if something goes wrong, I could buy us some time. Even so, I sense the risk factor is not insignificant. Autumn smiles as he puts away his terminal. From the moment we set foot on the island, danger has been following us like a shadow. There's no use in hiding. We might as well face it head on. He seems to be speaking to you as well as to himself. You know Artem has already made up his mind to go. In that case, it seems you have no choice but to support him. Please be careful, Mr. Wing. Don't forget to let us know in the group chat when everything's over. Yes, I will. After Artem leaves, both Maris and Vin's terminals start vibrating simultaneously. After exchanging glances, they instinctively move to separate corners to take their calls. Everyone seems so busy. Vin hangs up first and returns to you with a grave expression. Shara, I apologize. I also... It's alright. If you have something to attend to, you can go ahead. Please, be careful. Are you not curious about what it is? Could it be about Campbell's whereabouts? Indeed, Ojo just informed me about a lead on Campbell. I need to return to the sanatorium first. Finally, there's news about Campbell. You can't help but think that Cecily should have already been sent to Nanman Bay by now. I hope he's okay. Vince stays silent, but his serious expression suggests that Campbell's situation doesn't look good. Why does everyone look so gloomy? At some point, Marius hangs up and returns. It is nothing. Did something unexpected happen on your end too? Vin changes the subject. Yeah, my distant uncle is leaving Zinjiga Island and wants to meet me before he goes. I thought after what happened last time, he wouldn't contact you again. I thought so too before, but now it seems this distant uncle isn't as cold-hearted as I imagined. But if we all leave, you'll be left here all alone, miss. That's not a problem. I can take this chance to go over the clues again. Maybe I'll even discover Mr. Jin's true identity. I'm sure you can do it, miss. I'll leave it to you. Alright, you guys be careful too. Now that you're the only one left in the Antwerp temporary base, the place suddenly feels much more spacious. I hope everyone's operations go smoothly. Time for me to start a new round of organizing. You turn your attention to all the clues you've gathered, photos of Campbell and his grandson, Damon's family portrait, and pictures of Lily and her son. You also extract all information related to Psyche. Its main effect is rejuvenation, and there are already successful cases. Next is Campbell's diary, where he recorded seeing Stahl, who looked 20 years younger a month ago. Hold on. You go back and reread Campbell's diary, noticing that Stahl once said he could become even younger. So, getting 20 years younger wasn't the main point. His objective from the start was to reverse aging completely. Your gaze shifts back to the photo of Lily and her son, as well as a picture of Stahl during his youth at boarding school. He inherited his mother's good features. His brownish yellow hair, delicate facial features, fair skin, and blue eyes must have come from his father. As you break down Stahl's features and piece them back together, his image becomes clearer before your eyes. So clear that you could even find his real-life counterpart on the island. Stahl, Burn. These two names surface in your mind at the same time. You recall what Burns said when you first arrived at Modern Era Hotel. He's half Spartan, so he looks a bit different from the natives. Stahl's father is a Count of Swart, and he himself is also a mixed heritage between Zinjaga Island and Swart. Burns said he's 15 this time. Judging by age alone, he could easily be Stahl's grandson. Not to mention that a counter at the Oracle Research Institute, Burns was clearly very familiar with its structure. He could even access the hidden laboratory floors freely, claiming he was there for drug trials. But wouldn't that subject normally be left alone in such a secluded place? Unless... A bizarre thought suddenly crosses your mind. What if Burn is Stahl himself? That would explain why he had been in the hidden laboratory. He's always yearned for eternal youth. Now he's truly returned to his younger days. Besides that, there's another piece of evidence. Earlier, when you and Marius were chased by mercenaries, you tried to escape through the floral greenhouse. The only person we encountered was Burn. It wasn't his usual time to tend to the flowers. It was as if he was deliberately waiting there for us. He knew which exit we would choose, so he had Harriet lie in wait along our inevitable path. That explains why the mercenaries could take Vincent hostage so easily and force you to hand over the Antwerp's raw materials. It wasn't an internal leak at all. The seemingly harmless Byrne had been watching you the whole time. I can't believe we were completely fooled by him. He's already gotten his hands on Antwerp's raw materials. Next, he probably returned to the research institute and have Colin develop the miracle drug. You pull up the map of the upper district. Your gaze fixes on the Oracle Research Institute. There might be a conflict on the island soon. I must figure everything out before that happens. You try to send your findings to the group chat, but somehow the signal suddenly weakens. You can't get any messages through. Having come to this far, you have to verify it in person. Grabbing the toolkit, look prepared, you head to the Oracle Research Institute. Oracle Research Institute. You expected strict questioning at the entrance, but to your surprise, there's not a single guard in sight. There is an electronic notice on the glass door stating that due to internal matters, all staff members are temporarily on leave. A heavily guarded research institute, yet not even the security staff are on duty just because of an internal matter. You sense something is off, but at this point, the longer you wait, the more troublesome it will become. I should still check it out, regardless. You update your location in the group chat. Unsurprisingly, the message fails to send. You have no choice but to push open the Research Institute's main door. Research Institute corridor. Following Luke's instructions, you hack into the facility's surveillance system. Through the terminal, you gain access to live camera feeds from every area. Before long, you spot Byrne. He is in the same laboratory when you first encountered him. Colin is cornering him. Does it hurt? Colin carelessly tosses the sealed vial into the corner. It contains the Antwerp's raw materials. Something seems to be leaking from inside. The video signal is poor, making it hard to see clearly. When you look back at them, Colin is already crouching down. He stares at the dying boy. With disgust, he pinches the corner of Byrne's sleeve and lifts it. Ben tries to resist, but his weakened state leaves him powerless. I've destroyed all existing psyche, and I just destroyed the Antwerp's raw materials you stole. Soon, you'll grow old, even older than that loyal dog who willingly lives as your shadows. Is he talking about that fake Mr. Jean? You'll never get what you want. I might as well tell you, the miracle drop from Gladys Valley can't cure psychic side effects at all. When did you find out? When you shamelessly humiliated me. You rather believe those worthless people from Sally's than believe me. Colin suddenly stands up. In the surveillance footage, he looks extremely agitated, almost manic, nothing like when you first met him. Even though you named Psyche, you could never understand how much I've devoted to it over these 20 years. It's like a fragile child. It needs time and dedication to nurture to slowly grow into a towering tree, but you're always so impatient. You destroyed my research and ruined the beloved burnt green. Byrne clutches his stomach and leans against the wall. He looks at Colin with mockery. Looks like I wasn't wrong about you. You're nothing but worthless. I regret saving you back then. Trash like you should rot in prison for life. Colin grabs Byrne by the hair and drags him to the ground. As if that isn't enough, he steps on Byrne. Then he grinds his foot down hard twice. Byrne lets out a painful gasp. Keep denying it all you want. Colin glances at his watch. He releases his foot and coldly stares at Burn's pale face. I'll leave you with these final moments. Savor the despair that awaits. However, to thank you for your gracious patronage, I will prepare a magnificent funeral for you. Look forward to it. With that, Colin leaves the laboratory, leaving Burn struggling to get up. He gently brushes the dust off himself. Slowly, he leans his head back against the wall. Through the surveillance feed, you see his hands covered in some spots. You try to send a message about Colin's departure to the group chat, but the poor signal prevents it from going through. At last, you reach the final floor of the research institute. By the time you arrive at the laboratory, Colin is already gone. Only Burn remains inside. Miss, you... He stands up, leaning against the wall, looking like he might collapse at any moment. You realize that from the very beginning, he has been deceiving you. His name, his identity, everything has been a lie. You can't see him the same way anymore. Everything you thought you knew about Burn now needs to be re-examined. Now that I think about it, there must have been a completely wrong judgment before. At that time, I thought his pale face was due to illness, but now it seems it's time to review it again. People's faces do turn pale when they are sick. He is indeed the same height as a 14 or 15-year-old youth. Is a drug that can reverse aging so amazing that it can even change one's body, or did he become like this due to his aging? These are each spots that can only be seen on the elderly. Looks like Burn really is style. This needle mark must be from his psyche injections. Since he needs frequent injections, it doesn't heal easily. No wonder he sometimes wears long sleeves to cover up. His face is unusually pale. Now I think it is likely due to the side effects of psyche. I was too naive back then. I didn't expect to have already encountered the famous Mr. Chin. Noticing your gaze, Burn instinctively pulls down his sleeve. So you knew about it all along? His voice is hoarse, unlike the helplessness in his tone when speaking to Colin. There is now a trace of apology. Burn. Miss, I know what you want to ask. He forces a faint smile as if apologizing for cutting you off. Would you like to hear a tragic tale of a prince and princess? It's brief and won't take too much time. Seeing your hesitation, Burn adds. Alright, go ahead. About 60 years ago on Zunjiga Island, a naive and foolish yet beautiful young girl thought she had married for love. For love, she betrayed her own people and resolutely boarded a ship bound for a foreign land. She endured all sorts of hardship brought by differences in language, customs, and culture, and desperately gave birth to a son. But is telling his own story. He clears his throat softly and continues. In fact, by that time, she had already sensed that her husband wasn't as faithful as she had believed. His love was like summer snow, melting before it could even touch the ground. Until this point, it all just sounds like the tragic life story of a beautiful young woman, and there's nothing special about it. Right, miss? As I just said, she was all alone in a foreign country. The only thing she could control was her own child. She thought her husband's love would fade because he was no longer beautiful, so day after day, she instilled her beliefs into her child. She believed that only by staying forever young and beautiful would she be loved by everyone, but life's irreversibility always disappointed her. In the end, she took her own life in despair. She didn't even realize that the day she chose to end her life was the very same day she had brought her child into this world. So the scene of his mother's death was deeply etched into the mind of the child who had been looking forward to his birthday. It controlled him like a nightmare. You think of the oil painting you saw on the hotel rooftop. That must be how Bern see his mother's death. Looking back now, that moment must have been unbearably sad and hopeless for him as a child. The child always followed his mother's principles, fantastically determined to develop a drug that would keep people eternally young. At first, it was just a thought. Then one day, he stumbled upon something miraculous. It can be used for drug development and treating diseases, but it can also turn into a deadly poison. Are you talking about the Antwerp's raw material? Bern smiles. That's right, you really do know everything, miss. After that child grew up, he mixed drugs containing Antwerp's raw materials into his father's wine, ending his life silently. Afterwards, he naturally inherited everything, the fortune, the noble title, and Sinjuka Island. Using his mother's connections, he successfully took control of the island and began his secret research. The entire process was long and painful. To create such a drug, he had to sacrifice many things. Among them, conscience and human emotions were the least worthy of mention. In the end, you obtained Psyche. Yeah, it took a lot of time to develop Psyche too. Moreover, it was highly unstable. All test subjects died, and I was running out of time. Looking in the mirror every day is torture. I can almost see my mother pushing me away with a twisted expression, telling me to get lost. Was it worth doing all this for an obsession that may never come true? A faint smile appears on Brent's pale face. I don't know, miss. No one ever told me how a normal person should be. My mother taught me that I must maintain a youthful appearance to avoid being rejected. My father never cared for me. He hated that I looked like my mother. To him, I was a living reminder of his guilt toward her. He sent me off to a boarding school at a young age. There, people despised me because of my mother's background. In their eyes, someone like me had no right to inherit anything, so there was no need to associate with me. Not to mention that at the time, my father was pursuing a noble woman from a family of equal social standing. Bern recounts his past, filled only with pain and entirely devoid of regret. Like a child driven poorly by instinct, only able to clearly feel their own discomfort and never thought to consider others' perspectives. Have you ever thought about the people you've hurt? While you wallow in self-pity over your own miserable life, you turn your blade against those even more vulnerable than you. You move closer to Bern, noticing how the itchy spots on his hands are becoming more prominent, creating a stark contrast with the skin on his face. Since you have been here before, you open the safe directly and take out the Psyche experiment files. In 1980, during Psyche's first human trials, test subjects exhibit severe rejection symptoms, resulting in death of 5 test subjects. In 1999, during Psyche's 52nd human trial, Test subjects showed reduced rejection symptoms and survived for up to 2 months. In 27, during Psyche's 972nd human experiment, the test subject's condition remained stable until death from organ failure after 8 months. As you read these cold experimental reports, Brent's face grows even paler. Do you want me to keep reading? You put down the documents and pull up Damon's photo from the terminal. Are you also involved in his death? I only wanted the N2S raw materials. I didn't plan to kill him. But he committed suicide because of your torture. I don't think you bear any responsibility. Do you know who supplies N2S raw materials? I'm not sure, but I can sense that there must be a very mysterious and powerful organization behind it. I've tried to trace its origins, but all my attempts lead nowhere. He answers between heavy breaths, as there is no need to hide anything anymore. As you put away your terminal and move to help him up, he pushes you away as if startled. Don't touch me. I won't touch you, but right now you must. Before you can finish speaking, a tremor shakes the Oracle Research Institute. At first, you think it is the earthquake that Darius warned about earlier, but something feels off. It is as if the building beneath your feet is slowly sinking. Colin activated the lab's self-destruct system. Soon this place will sink to the bottom of the sea. Is there no way to stop it? Burn shakes his head and leans back against the wall, drained of strength. The tremors continue and you have a premonition that there is not much time left. You quickly try to send an SOS message to the N2X group chat, but before none of the messages go through. After looking around, you walk through the one-way glass door from before, but unlike last time, it opens right away. This place looks less like a laboratory and more like a small private space filled with many of Burns' personal belongings. Besides that, there is also a small elevator here, with displays showing the floors it can access. Does this lead directly outside? Burn nods with difficulty, holding his arm as life visibly drains from him bit by bit. This elevator goes straight to the ground floor. It has an automatic recognition system. As long as the blue signal light is on, it means it's safe. You look up at the signal light. Thankfully, it is still blue. You reach out to help Brent up. Halfway through reaching out, you suddenly remember he doesn't like being touched by others, so you awkwardly pull your hand back. You go up first. Miss, that wouldn't be proper. As a gentleman, I insist that you go first. He straightens up and gestures for you to continue. There is no point in arguing with him now. You need to make the most of your time. Fine. You walk into the elevator and turn around to make room for Burn to enter, but he weakly raises his hand and presses the close button. Burn, what are you doing? Open the door. You look far away to open the door, but there is no emergency release button inside. You have no choice but to knock on the glass door. Miss Shirara, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Tao von Kapi. He introduces himself through the glass door as if it were your first meeting if you ignore his hands. A faint smile appears on his pale face, but his eyes are unable to hide his vulnerability and loneliness.
私のことは調べがついているようですが、トーマスが言うには、お友達作りには挨拶が肝心だと。もう私とは 友達になりたくないかもしれませんが。
He laughs self-deprecatingly, his lips pale. You can tell at a glance that he is in a bad situation. Let's talk about these things after we get out, Burn. Open the door first.
手遅れなんですよ、お嬢さん。外に出られたとしても、プッシュ系がなくては急激に老いてしまう。しかし、これを使えば、私は副作用で死ぬでしょう。私にはもう、生きる道がない。
He is so worn out from talking at length that his voice starts shaking a bit.
ですが、あなたは違います。素晴らしい未来が待っているでしょう。私のような足手まといがいては、ここで命を落とすことになりかねません。
That was an eloquent way of putting it, and it stirs up a complex feeling of sympathy within you. So, you want me to watch you die? Burn, no, Stau, you take Saki to reverse aging and work at the hotel as a server. Every day, you serve different people, deliver beautiful flowers to guests, and get along well with your colleagues. Did you make them like you just so they could abandon you in the end? Fine wrinkles slowly creep up on Stau's neck. You never seen anyone age so rapidly. His life is visibly fading, and you can tell he doesn't have much time left. You have to get him out of here quickly. Your desire to reverse aging isn't really because of your mother's obsession, even though she might have influenced you. But you know exactly what caused her tragedy. You want a different kind of life. A life where you won't be abandoned, but you are too afraid that your hopes would be in vain. That's why you're pushing me away. Ask yourself, do you really want me to leave you behind?
私は、多くの過ちを犯しました。
I know, but your actions will be judged by the law, and it will give you the punishment you deserve.
法、裁判、神事家島で過ごすうちに、そのような断りが世の中にあったことすら、忘れておりました。
He mumbles about your words, then shows a relieved smile.
お嬢さん、今一度、深い感謝を。
His gaze passes over you, fixating on his own reflection on the one-way glass. Inexplicably, his face overlaps with that of the youth from years ago who discovered his mother's suicide on his birthday. But then, when he saw Lily lying on the ground, such a shock would overwhelm even an adult, let alone a child. So, open the door right now. You bang hard on the cabin door, urging Stau to open it. However, he merely lifts his eyes from his memories, smiles at you, and presses the start button beside him.
申し訳ありませんが、そのお願いは聞けません。一度起動すると、出口に着くまで開かないものですから。
Stau! You feel a slight tremor beneath your feet as the upward indication light starts flashing.
お嬢さん、あなたと会えてよかった。
He stands outside the door with a sad smile.
身分の違いから、スウォルトでは友達を作ることはできませんでした。それからブルーノと名乗り、島では多くの友に恵まれましたが、誰も本当の私を知りません。私の秘密を知りながら見捨てずにいてくれたのは、あなたが初めてです。そして、
Stau takes a step back and looks at you with a smile.
あなたは、私が傷つけることのなかった、ただ一人の友人です。さようなら。 お嬢さん。
The elevator shoots upward, making you nauseous. Just when you feel like you're about to throw up, it stops. When you come to your senses, you're already back on the surface. The doors open automatically. Oracle Research Institute. Fighting the dizziness, you step out. At that moment, the ground trembles, and with a thunderous crash, the underground section of the Oracle Research Institute sinks into the sea. The buildings above remain intact, but a salty, fishy scent rises from below. You walk to the door and look down at the churning sea. Stall. A massive creature sinks into the sea, dragging someone down with it. The lively crash of waves intertwines with boundless silence, leaving you unsure whether you're in a dream or reality. Your terminal vibrates non-stop, pulling you back to the present. After leaving the research institute, the signal finally restores. I suspect that Bernie is the Mr. Jin we've been looking for. He is currently in Oracle Research Institute. I will go find him. Nobody's here. That's weird. I'll go in and take a look. I'll update you if I find anything. Colin activated the self-destruct device in Oracle Research Institute, intending to destroy Burn with it. We are going to leave. We are getting ready to leave. The signal wasn't good just now. I just saw your message. How is it going, Shara? Did you come out? Did you come out? I'll go find you right away. It's too risky for you to go alone. Wait for me. I'll be at the Research Institute soon. I am already on my way. If you see the messages, remember to reply to Ashara. I'm fine. Just now the signal was bad in the Research Institute, but now I'm already out. Something's happened here. Many people should be arriving soon. Let's meet up at the Antwerp's temporary base. I just heard a loud bang, and it seems to come from the Research Institute. Is something wrong? Colin activated the self-destruct device. Ben, who actually is Mr. Jin, sank into the sea along with the Research Institute. Understood. Let's talk about the details when we return to the headquarters. Alright, see you at the headquarters. I am almost there. I will wait for you. I will wait for all of you. Enter its temporary headquarters. By the time you return to the temporary base, everyone is already there. They look at you, worry written all over their faces. Only after confirming you're completely fine do they breathe a sigh of relief. I was worried sick when I got the message. Thank goodness you're okay. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It was just a critical moment, and I was afraid delaying any longer would make things worse. Sorry for making you all worry. Miss, even if you apologize now, you'd still rush in without hesitation if this happens again, wouldn't you? You got me. Is this what they call an apology without a change in behavior? Looks like Dr. Risher has picked up some new phrases from his students. It's alright. What matters most is that you're returned safely. Alton smiles as he hands you a cup of aromatic coffee. Mr. Wing, take a break first. You can tell us what happened at the Research Institute later. After that, you give a concise account of the confrontation between Colin and Stahl at the Research Institute, and how Stahl was determined to sink into the ocean along with the Research Institute. But Stahl and Mr. Jin are actually the same person. I am not particularly surprised given his obsession with reversing the aging process. After all the wrongs he's committed, did he really just sink into the sea like that? I find it hard to believe too. Even if he was truly discouraged and tired of everything, he wouldn't choose such a drastic way out. Do you think he sang on purpose? Not necessarily. I just don't think he'd die that easily. Don't Don't forget, he may look like a teenager, but he's actually 67 years old. Mary's words make you feel that things might not be as simple as they seem. Though Stahl faced many hardships, looking back at his life, he successfully inherited his father's estate. He also easily established cooperation with Mr. Wen, gaining control of Zinjiga Island at minimal cost. He's been persistently conducting psyche research for decades. Someone this calculating wouldn't die so easily. But what he said outside the elevator probably wasn't entirely a lie. What exactly was his purpose in doing that? Don't overthink it, leave the rest to the international police, they'll handle it. No matter what, the situation on the island is bound to change after this. True, with our current strength, I'm afraid we can't handle everything at once. We shall address the matter of Stahl's sinking after reinforcements from Nanman Bay arrive. For now, let's focus on what's in front of us. Vin is right, you take out the sealed bottle of Antwerp's raw materials that you retrieved from the Research Institute. Although Colin destroyed the sealed bottle once contained Antwerp's raw materials, so there might still be clues to uncover. Luke, do you think the NSB can find some leads from this bottle? It should be useful, but we'll need to run some tests once we get back. He carefully stores away the sealed bottle. With this, you've completed the main task of your visit to the island. Next comes the gradual evacuation of Zinjiga Island, but judging by everyone's expressions, there seem to be other matters that still need wrapping up. Alright, how are you all doing? Nothing much on my end. My younger uncle invited me to leave Zinjiga Island together. I turned him down. Unfortunately, his plane couldn't take off due to the weather. Is the weather bad? After thinking about how you've been feeling lately, Zinjiga Island seems fine aside from being a bit humid and stuffy. Not really sure about the details, but there seems to be quite a bit of fog around the airport. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. How's everyone else doing? Maris looks at the others and Atom picks up the conversation. I've successfully rescued the researchers and Captain Morgan has moved them to a secure location. I'll arrange for boats to transport them to Nanman Bay later. From there, they'll take a flight back to Starless. After returning, those researchers involved in developing the miracle drug will face due judgment. That's great! Captain Morgan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, I do not bring good news. You recall Vince's earlier words. It seemed to hint that Campbell wasn't in good condition at all. Could he... OJ discovered Campbell's body in the central garden of the sanatorium. The exact cause of death can only be determined after a professional autopsy. Still, OJ believes he died of natural causes, not murder. Died from illness? Could it be cancer? That is a possibility, though we should wait for the professional report before drawing any conclusions. True, what about you, Luke? Things are bad on my end. The Zenji Society is planning to attack the Upper District. Linji doesn't want Chiang involved, so he didn't tell him anything, only arranged for him to leave Zinjiga Island the day after tomorrow. So he's likely to take action the day after tomorrow. That's soon. Will backup from Nanman Bay make it in time? Luke shakes his head. He isn't just short on backup. The Zenji Society has already acquired a large number of weapons. If conflict breaks out, it will probably affect everyone on the island. Then, what should we do? Let's just take it one step at a time. Luke glances down at the time as he speaks. Will Chiang leave? No, he doesn't want to. He's hiding at my place right now. Look, I remember you said that after Mr. Wen passed away, Linji has been taking care of Chiang. They share a deep bond. Is there a chance that Chiang could persuade Linji? I've thought about that too, but Chiang has always looked up to Linji. Now asking him to... Luke's words are cut off by the sound of something vibrating. It's Chiang. He's urging me to go back. Seems like Linji is making a move. You should go back first. Stay safe. You too. Things must be chaotic out there. It's safer to stay here until you leave. Got it. On the deck. On the quiet dock, Colin stands alone on the empty deck, gazing at the vast, boundless ocean. The salty sea breeze blows, and a figure slowly emerges from the shadows behind him.
船員が一人もいませんが、私に操縦しろと。
非凡な人間ってのは何でも簡単にできるもんだと思っていましたがね。
皮肉のつもりか。
とんでもないです。コリン先生、この度はご協力に感謝を。
The figure nods slightly in acknowledgement, ignoring his sudden anger.
二度と会うことはないでしょう。
Style 2, classmate of Duke Campbell. Appearance is 20 years younger than actual age. He is the son of Harold von Kappe, Earl of Swart, and Lily, a native of Zinjiga Island. After his mother's suicide, Stahl was sent to boarding school. 2 years later, he was sent abroad by Kappe. When Stahl turned 19, Kappe passed away from illness. Returning to Swart to inherit the estate, Stahl then vanished from public view. The next time he appeared was on Zinjiga Island, where he reunited with his old classmate Campbell, looking 20 years younger than his actual age. Colin too conducted illegal experiments for research. Before coming to the island, Aaron Colin worked at a major pharmaceutical company. In her pursuit of developing an anti-aging drug, he conducted experiments on residents of the nursing home where his parents lived, leading to multiple deaths. He faced murder charges but was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. It is evident that someone tampered with the evidence behind the scenes. Chiang Tu, grandson of the former Zhenyi Society leader. He is the grandson of Mr. Wen, the former leader of the Zhenyi Society. After Mr. Wen passed away, Linji became Chiang's guardian. He once sent Chiang to study in Nanman Bay to keep him away from the island's disputes. However, Chiang wasn't suited for academics and returned to the island after just one semester, refusing to continue his education. Subsequently, he worked under Linji's guidance but did not engage in any illegal activities. King, who would have thought Chiang's background runs so deep? Raven, I didn't realize it at first either. It was something I stumbled upon nature. Libra, it seems Linji does treat Chiang well. Adjudicator, this shows that Linji isn't entirely cold-hearted. Harriet, too, retired soldier, highly respected within the team. Investigations reveal that Harriet is a retired soldier. Many of the mercenaries in her team once served under her during their military careers, which has earned her significant respect within the group. Mr. Wen, former leader of the Zhenyi Society, the previous leader of the Zhenyi Society and Chiang's grandfather. Under his leadership, the society functioned as a mutual aid organization for the island's indigenous people, mainly helping them sustain their livelihoods. Later, when Mr. Jin arrived on the island, they struck an agreement. However, he was ultimately deceived by Mr. Jin. Clue sorting 1 summary of clue review. Mr. Jin's true identity is Tao von Kappe. The Mr. Jin seen at the banquet was merely his stand-in. He consumed Psyche, a drug with rejuvenating effects, which made him appear at least 20 years younger than his actual age. Desperate for a miracle drug to counteract the side effects of Psyche, his current status and identity remains a mystery. Aaron Collin, as the director of the Oracle Research Institute, was hired by Mr. Jin to develop Psyche. However, Psyche's severe side effects disappointed Mr. Jin, causing a rift between them. Tired of Mr. Jin's control, Collins sought freedom. Clue sorting to summary of Clue's review. After taking control of the lower district through the Zenji Society, Lindy absorbed a large number of illegal immigrants. This caused the society to grow rapidly but also complicated its internal structure, leading to constant conflicts within the district. Meanwhile, Lindy seized control of the shallow water port, dominating maritime transportation. He smuggled large quantities of weapons from Nanman Bay to Zinjika Island, planning to use force to seize control of the island. Mr. Jin used the former leader Mr. Wen to take control of the Zinjika Island, but after the upper district was established, he broke his promise and expelled the indigenous people to the lower district. Since then, tensions between Mr. Jin and the Zenji society have continued to escalate. Mr. Wen's trust in Mr. Jin likely stemmed from Mr. Jin's mother, Lily. To free himself from Mr. Jin's control, Colin collaborated with Lin Ye. With Mr. Jin as the island's owner, Colin found it hard to confront him alone. Given Lin Yi's long-standing grudge against Mr. Jin, their alliance was mutually beneficial, allowing Colin to retrieve his leverage while enabling Lin Yi to strike a heavy blow to Mr. Jin. Clue sorting tree summary of Clue's review. Damenyo transported Antoine's materials for a mysterious organization to Mr. Jin. However, upon receiving orders from the organization, he abruptly halted the transaction. To protect his wife and daughter, he chose suicide over revealing the whereabouts of Antoine's materials to Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin had been involved with Antoine's materials for a long time. After Damon's death, he became the person on Zinjiga Island with the most knowledge about the mysterious organization. Burn 3, Mr. Jin, Stau von Kappe. Burn Green is both Mr. Jin and Stau von Kappe. His mother's suicide left him obsessed with eternal youth. To this end, he established the Oracle Research Institute on Zinjiga Island and helped Aaron Collin evade conviction, hiring him to develop Psyche. After taking Psyche, he transformed into a youthful appearance and crafted a new identity. Burn Green, a mid-race orphan working as a part-time waiter at a hotel to pay off debts. However, the side effects of Psyche became increasingly unbearable. Hoping to survive, he pinned his hopes on Wilson's miracle drug, but the results were ultimately disappointing. King, from an old man to a young boy, should I call Psyche's creation of miracle? Raven, but this so-called miracle has cost many innocent lives. Rosa, no matter how you look at it, his crimes are unforgivable. Adjudicator, if his twisted psyche had been alleviated earlier, things might not have come to this. Libra replies to Rosa, it's a pity that he can't personally atone to the victims. Oracle Research Institute 3 equipped with a self-destruct mechanism destroyed. The Oracle Research Institute was overseen by Colin, who installed a self-destruct mechanism in its underground laboratory. Once activated, the entire institute would sink into the sea and the process could not be stopped. Since Tau frequently traveled between the underground lab and the surface, a highly secure elevator was installed in the lab's compartment. Even after the self-destruct mechanism is triggered, the elevator remains operational for a limited time when only Tau could control it. King, perhaps their plan was to destroy the research institute to erase the evidence of their crimes. Abi- Adjudicator, they just didn't expect it to become Stauf's own grief. Raven, sinking it into the sea won't necessarily erase the evidence. I refuse to believe it can't be salvaged. I can't believe I didn't realize that was a self-destruct device back then. Libra replies to Rosa, you weren't the only one who didn't think of it. Duke Campbell's tree hidden in the sanatorium garden, initially judged as death by illness. Campbell's body was hidden beneath the central garden of the nursing home. Initial assessments suggest death by natural causes rather than murder. The exact cause of death will be determined after a professional forensic examination. Barbering a joke in the sanatorium's garden feels excessively hasty. Adjudicator, on this island, anything can happen. King, I suspect there's more than one person buried in that garden. Rosa, Duke Campbell's dead. Cecily will be heartbroken when she finds out. Raven replies to Rosa, I still haven't figured out how to break the news to her. And to its temporary headquarters. In the following days, Zunjiga Island remains shrouded in an atmosphere of impending turmoil with no sign of support from Nanman Bay. The mercenary seems unaware that Stahl has sunk into the sea and can often be seen searching everywhere. They have also sealed off the airport, preventing anyone from leaving. Meanwhile, the Zunji Society has blocked Shallow Harbor. For now, you have no way to leave. At the Antioch temporary base, it's often just the four of you, Artem, Vin, Marius, and you. I wonder how Luke is doing. It seems that some roads in the lower district are blocked. We can't go there freely. Linyi must be getting ready to make his move. Speculating here would not help. Maybe we should send him a message later, or... A violent tremor interrupts Vin's words. Artem's startled cry follows. Watch out! At Artem's warning, you all crush against the wall. Dust falls from the ceiling. A loud rumbling comes from the ground. It sounds as if massive rocks are crashing down nearby. The tremors last for about 10 seconds, then they suddenly stop. Could it be another building sinking into the sea? No, it's an earthquake. Darius did forward you reports from the Seismological Bureau. There have been multiple minor earthquakes on Zinjiga Island recently. The magnitudes were too low for you to feel anything, so you didn't pay them much attention. If it is really an earthquake, then the situation outside must be bad. Let's go up and check it out. Zhenyi Street. The Antwerp temporary base is at the boundary between the upper and lower districts. Two completely different scenes unfold before you. On the upper district side, most buildings are equipped with seismic resistant structures. The earthquake has had minimal impact. The lower district's buildings, however, were mostly built in the last century. They are old and fragile. In mere moments, countless structures collapse. The power system is also affected. Some areas of the island seems to be plunged into darkness. Many people like you wander the streets. Everyone stands bewildered in front of the ruins, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly the thought of Luke crosses your mind. Luke! You hurriedly pull out your torpedo intending to call him, but Marius has already beaten you to it. I can't get through to him. The signals must have been affected by the earthquake. What do we do now? The earthquake caught you off guard. You feel at a loss. Artem gently pats your shoulder. Stay calm. A disaster like this is beyond our control. Let's return to the temporary headquarters and discuss our options. Yes, the situation is unclear. Acting rashly will only serve to divert our attention. Given the current situation, the real test is yet to come. You know they're right. The earthquake, the conflicts between the upper and lower districts, everything is piling up at this very moment. I need to stay calm now. Alright, let's head back and figure out our next course of action as soon as possible. And to temporary headquarters. After returning to the base, you start analyzing the current situation. Fortunately, this place has an independent power supply and remains unaffected. Everyone's terminals keep vibrating non-stop as if bombarded with messages. Vincent says the upper district has also been affected by the earthquake, but overall is still under control. However, due to concerns about the aftermath, all flights have been grounded. Now no one can leave the island. Not only can you not leave the island, but outside help can't reach you either. Zujiga Island is completely isolated now. What should you do next to minimize the damage caused by the earthquake? Captain Morgan reports that many people are rushing toward the upper district. The lower district is at a lower elevation and close to the coastline. The earthquake might even trigger a tsunami. In situations like this, higher ground is generally safer. It is understandable that they are seeking refuge in the upper district. I recall that there are no proper hospitals in the lower district. After the earthquake, there will definitely be a shortage of medical resources and food. Once disaster strikes, Zunjiga Island will easily be trapped in a food shortage crisis. It is, after all, an isolated island. Looks like things aren't looking too good, huh? As you talk, your terminal starts vibrating. It's a voice call request from Luke. After connecting, the first thing you hear is a burst of chaotic noise. Luke, are you okay? I'm fine. What about you guys? Were you affected by the earthquake? We're fine too. Where are you right now? Still outside, the earthquake destroyed many of the indigenous people's shanty houses, and a lot of old buildings were affected too. What's the situation exactly? According to the news I just received, the earthquake has reached a magnitude of 7. The buildings in the upper district have a pretty good earthquake resistance, so they're holding up, barely. But the facilities in the lower district are old and won't last long. Plus, being so close to the coastline, the consequences of a tsunami would be unimaginable. A lot of people will probably rush to the upper district too, right? That's right, Lin Yi also wants to seize control of the upper district amid the chaos. At a time like this, if a second quake hits and causes mass casualties, what's the point of taking over the upper district? With so many refugees pouring in, it will only add to the chaos. When that happens, mercenaries and private security forces will act first. Wealthy merchants and aristocrats will fight to protect their own interests. Such chaos will be like a small-scale war. The ones who suffer will be ordinary citizens. We must find a way to stop this. A loud crash comes from Luke's end, followed by countless screams. What happened? There is no response from the other side, only an endless stream of noisy commotions. Don't panic, something unexpected must have happened. After a moment, Luke's voice comes through from the other end. A building just collapsed. Relying on self-rescue alone is way too slow. The most effective way now is for the Zenyu Society to organize a rescue team. We have to convince Lin Yi to drop his plan and focus on rescuing the victims. With your current status, will he even listen to you? If I can get Chiang on board first, it might work. But as Luke mentioned, Chiang admires Lin Yi. Getting him to take the opposite side won't be easy. How sure are you? There's a hint of worry in Vince's voice. Can't say for sure, but I am an agent. I know how to handle crisis. Don't worry about me. What's coming next could get bad. With refugees flooding into the upper district, conflicts might break out even without Lin Yi stirring things up. especially with it still in short supply. Luke and Vin are right. As a private independent island, Zujiga Island has weak defenses against natural disasters. If the earthquake triggers a tsunami, even Nanmanbi, the closest point, won't be able to send help in time. During this gap, the islanders will have to fend for themselves. The fragile balance between the upper and lower districts will crumble. The earthquake could push the situation beyond control. Let's talk later. I'll update the group chat if anything comes up. Stay safe. I know, you too. Luke ends the call, leaving the four of you exchanging uncertain looks. A subtle tension spreads between you. Autumn clears his throat, breaking the silence. Given the situation, many people will likely need medical treatment. But there isn't a single proper hospital on Zujiga Island. The sanatorium has medical equipment, stock supplies, and enough space to take in the wounded. Will the nobles and wealthy residents allow it? Even if they do the staff have the authority? That will not pose an issue. I shall find a way to communicate with the director. What concerns me more is food and water. The island already has limited fresh water. After the earthquake, there will be lesser. That's solvable. Large hotels on the island usually stock food and drinking waters. I can persuade the hotel owner to prepare in advance. Will he agree? You've never dealt with him directly, but you've heard he's involved in shady business. He's definitely not a good guy and will never make a deal that puts him at a disadvantage. Arthur smiles slightly. Don't forget that I'm now a gray area attorney. I've my ways to persuade him. Then we'll wait for your good news. He turns to you. Miss, I need to head out too. Nanman-based rescue team is stretched thin. Is it possible to send a large number of rescuers quickly and safely to Zujiga Island? I should go get ready as well. I'll see if I can reach Pax to provide helicopters and essential supplies for the rescue. Couldn't we just contact them from headquarters? Of course, it's not just about contacting Pax. I also need to persuade the wealthy people on the island to contribute. Luke will stop the Zenyu Society, Vin will prepare medical supplies, Artem will gather food, and Maris will support the rescue efforts. Everyone is doing their part to save Zujiga Island. Let me help too. Someone needs to stay at the headquarters to coordinate information. You should stay here. Mr. Wing is right, miss. You should stay here and wait for our good news. I agree too. You know, they're saying this not only to consolidate information but also to keep you from taking risks. But never mind, time is tight. We shouldn't waste it trying to convince each other. Alright, just be careful. After they leave, you keep receiving their location updates in the group chat. However, as the night passes, you realize that staying here to consolidate information is impossible. Communicating has completely cut off. Since there are no further tremors, sitting in the temporary headquarters only makes your unease grow. There must be something else I can do. Hotel lobby. You follow the location shared by Artem and arrive at the hotel lobby. While the earthquake has caused some damage to the hotel's exterior, the interior remains intact. It seems the hotel was designed to be somewhat earthquake-proof. Autumn is at the reception. You walk over to him, seeming rather at ease while the receptionist is on the phone.
君、どうしてここに？
Artem looks very surprised to see you return. I'm your partner, so we should be together. He looks around and leans in, lowering his voice.
ここでは話しにくいから、ラウンジで待っていてくれ。
Lounge. Not long after you arrive at the rest area, Artem sits down in front of you. He just made an appointment to meet with hotel owner Wyatt as an attorney working with legal gray areas, and a server is still following him to provide service. Without looking at the menu, Artem casually orders 2 cups of coffee and dismisses the server rather arrogantly.
かしこまりました。左京様、何かございましたらお申し付けくださいませ。
After the server walks away, you turn to look at Artem curiously. Why is this server so respectful to you?
ブラックカードを使ったからじゃないか。
Artem answers offhandedly, and you recall that he carried the black card with him to better play the part of a shady attorney. Is this the confidence of the most successful lawyer in Stalis, being able to pull out that black card whenever needed? Let's get back to the matter at hand. Alright, Mr. Wing, is there anything you need me to do when you meet with the hotel owner later?
交渉に必要な資料はすでに用意しているが、一つだけ協力してほしいことがある。
What is it?
先ほど岩崎さんと連絡が取れてな。彼らは今ここに向かっている。しかしホテルは警備が厳重で宿泊客以外は入れない。
Are there still rooms available right now?
そこまでの予算は降りていないだろうな。
You didn't see this coming. So they must use a different route to get in. Let me think about what other methods there might be. Just then, you observe the coffee being served and come up with an idea. I got it, the kitchen. The hotel's kitchen has to transport food supplies and kitchen waste every day, and these things can't go through the main entrance of the hotel. So they usually have a door in the kitchen for it, but that requires a chef's access card.
悪くない。だが手よく厨房に忍び込んだとしてカードキーが必要になるだろう。
In that case, we need to either convince a chef to open the door for us or get an access card ourselves.
そうだな。ただ岩崎さんたちが到着する頃にはホテルの支配人と交渉しているかもしれない。扉を開けられる保証はないな。もともと間に合わなければ自分たちで何とかしてもらおうと思っていたが。
Leave it to me. You can focus on dealing with the hotel owner. Autumn smiles and takes a sip of coffee.
頼りにしている。そうだ。別行動を取った後も通信をつなげたままにしてくれ。
Huh?
そうすればお互いの状況がわかるだろ
う。Got it. During the conversation, Artem's terminal vibrates twice. He puts on his coffee cup to glance at it.
岩崎さんは30分後に到着するそうだ。
I'll head to the kitchen first. As you stand up to leave, Artem suddenly blocks your way and taps on his terminal.
通話。
You quickly take out your earphones from your bag and put them on to get on a call with Artem. Once Artem confirms everything is ready, he stands up and adjusts his suit.
私も行くとしよう。
Back kitchen. You arrive at the hallway outside the kitchen. Since it isn't mealtime, many people are taking their break. To your surprise, you run into a familiar face among them, the receptionist.
あれ、お客様、ご注文があるなら直接フロントにご連絡くださればよかったのに。係の者がお部屋までお持ちいたしますよ。
Oh, it's just that after eating Zinjiga Island's cuisine for a while, I'm starting to miss my hometown food. To hide your true intentions, you casually make up an excuse that sounds reasonable.
そうなんですか。お客様の故郷のお料理、きっと美味しいんでしょうね。
She immediately shows immense interest, her eyes lighting up. Oh no, I forgot she's a foodie. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at cooking it. I came here hoping to ask the chef for help.
大丈夫ですよ。私、シェフとは親しいので、お願いしてみます。お客様はレシピのご用意だけしていただければ。
This is quite a tricky situation, and a regular recipe won't cut it. Okay, sure. Atom speaks up from his end, probably after hearing the hesitation in your voice.
大丈夫だ。レシピは私の頭の中にある。私の言う通りに伝えてくれ。
You're a lifesaver.
いえいえ、これが私の仕事ですから。
礼には及ばんさ。
Atom notices that you are talking to him. Aren't you busy now? You assume Atom would be negotiating with the hotel owner right at this moment.
ちょうど休憩時間なので大丈夫ですよ。
ああ、ホテルの支配人が時間を変更したから時間が空いたんだ。
I'm glad that you're here with me.
恐れ入ります。そんなに改まらないでください。
私も同じ気持ちだ。君がいてくれてよかった。
Back kitchen. Despite the minor hiccup, you finally enter the luxurious kitchen of this high-end hotel. With Artem's help, you recite the recipe for a dish he once made. As expected of a head chef, the dish that he produces is a perfect replica of the recipe, tantalizing in appearance, aroma, and taste.
すごくいい香り。故郷ではいつもこんなに美味しいお料理を。
It's not bad, I guess. The receptionist hands you a pair of disinfected chopsticks.
故郷の味と比べていかがでしょうか。
Since you've got to play the role, you pick up the chopsticks and take a bite. The flavor is pretty close to what Artem used to make, but...
どうです？美味しいですか？
私にも聞かせてくれ。
It's really good, just not quite the same as back home.
光栄だな。
やはり何かが違うものなんですね。私もいただいていいですか？
You nod and the receptionist dives in eagerly, raving about how delicious it is with every bite. The head chef goes out for a break after finishing the cooking, so you take the chance to slip over to the kitchen entrance. Their access card is conveniently hanging on a hook with the apron. You quietly inch over, take the head chef's access card and hide it in a tucked away spot outside the door. This way Darius and the others can let themselves in. Mr. Wing, I left the access card under the trash can by the kitchen door. Let Captain Morgan know. Before you can get a response, you hear Artem's slightly frosty voice come through your earpiece.
ホワイトさん、本当にお忙しそうで何よりです。
お待たせしてしまい誠に申し訳ございません。左京さん、
何かご用件があるとお聞きしましたが。
ええ、とても重要なことを。
Autumn's voice is so laid back that you can picture him lounging on a sofa. Then you hear the sound of pages flipping, followed by a stack of paper being tossed onto the table.
これはどういうことですか？
私が何者かは知っているはずだが、職業柄、調べ物をせずにはいられないたちでしてね。さて、私の切り札をご覧になったところで、条件について話しましょうか。
切り札。まったくふざけた話ですね。このホテルは銭林さんの名義なんですよ。横領などありえません。
仕入れや内装工事の見積もり、アート作品の発注、一つ一つ説明して差し上げても構わないが。そればかりか、あなたはコストを抑えるために親友会と結託し、粗悪品を融通させていた。このことを銭林さんが知ればどうなるか。
怖いこと言わないでくださいよ。地震の影響で彼だって自分のことで手一杯のはずです。
では、この話はここまでにしましょう。彼は些細な不正も見逃さない方ですよ。本当にその賭けに出るつもりですか？
There is a brief pause on the other end. Normally, Atom wouldn't lay all his cards on the table this soon. He'd usually reel the other side in slowly, step by step, into a trap. He must be running short on time if he is pushing this hard.
何が望みですか？
ホテルの在庫にある飲料水と食料を用意してください。およそ3分の2ほど必要です。
私は弁護士が悪魔に見えたことはありませんが、左京さんを見て本当だと痛感しましたよ。地震が起きたこの島で特に不足するのは医薬品に水と食料です。下町で売りさばけばボロ儲けできるでしょうね。今すぐ弁護士を辞められてはいかがですか？
あなたにそう言われるとは光栄だな。
本当にもったいない才能です。
Right after Mr. Gain sees that, you hear a sharp clap, followed by a bunch of footsteps. At least 10 people, judging by the sound.
ホワイトさん、どういうおつもりで？
Mr. Wing's in trouble. You check the time. Darius and the others are still 10 minutes out, but you can't afford to wait. Since you can't be sure that Autumn has sent the message, you use the access card to open the kitchen door again. Then you jam a spoon in the door to keep it from closing, so Darius and his team can slip into Banquet Hall. The terminal shows your locations, so you follow Autumn's signal to track him down. You figured they'd be negotiating somewhere more private, but the map leads you straight to the banquet hall. You hide behind a marble column on the second floor. The massive chandelier below blocks the view from downstairs. Autumn is surrounded. Behind Mr. Gaines, someone has a gun trained on him. He's awake.
口封じでもするのか？
それも悪くない。
Judging by the time on the terminal, Darius should be in the kitchen by now. If they get here in time, they can help get him out of this. But there's no telling if they'll actually find you. You need to stall and make a big enough scene to get their attention. Stay calm. There has to be another way.
この件はすぐに銭林さんの耳に入るだろう。
Artem doesn't look rattled at all. In fact, he still carries himself like a man closing a deal.
ホテルのオーナーなら 私がチェックインした時、2人分の記録が残っていることを確認するのはたやすい。
何が言いたい？
こんなところに一人で来るわけがないだろう。資料はすべてコピーを取っている。私が無事にホテルを出られなければ、パートナーが銭林さんに渡すことになっていてな。
こいつのパートナーを調べ上げろ。
Mr. Gaines' men rush out. You know Artem is just buying time and helping cover for you. They will search all over the upper district, never guessing you're right here on the second floor of the banquet hall. But Mr. Gaines doesn't play by the rules. After a brief pause, he suddenly snatches a gun from one of his men and aims it at Artem.
左京さん、あなたの勇気に敬服します。ですが、残念ながら私の機嫌を損ねましたね。すぐに命は取りませんが、腕か足を一本潰したとて取引に支障ないでしょ
う。Mr. Gaines' men are fully armed. If things went south, Artem and you wouldn't stand a chance. Darius' team should be in the hotel by now. There's no time to wait. You have to let them know where you are. Your eyes start up to the fire alarm in a panic. You and Artem used the same trick sneaking into the lab before. Once it goes off, the fire alarm will ring throughout the hotel. That will bring Darius and his team right to us. Mr. Wing, I'm going to trigger the fire alarm and let Captain Morgan know where we are. Hang in there. You whisper to Artem. He doesn't answer but steps closer to Mr. Gaines, pressing his forehead right up to the gun barrel.
ホワイトさん、私は商談に来たのであって、命を懸けに来たわけではない。水や食料は誰に売っても利益になる。私を買い付け業者とでも見ればいいだけの話でしょう。お互いに設けられて、面倒な手続きも省ける。
That's when you realize that Artem is taking the risk to distract them so that you can have a shot at moving freely. You take your chance, slip over to the fire alarm and hit the trigger. The piercing siren blasts across the banquet hall. And then the banquet hall's sprinklers kick in after being activated by the fire alarm system.
なんだ？どうした？
With Mr. Gaines distracted, Artem grabs his gun and holds him hostage instead.
動かない方がいい。彼の命が惜しければな。
A tense standoff follows until Darius Morgan and the international security officers burst in to take down Mr. Gaines and his men. Artem has already had the evidence of Mr. Gaines' smuggling, so the officers arrest him on the spot. You finally exhale and are just about to step out from behind the marble column when you realize you are still shaking from all the adrenaline.
君に助けられたな。
At some point, a hand appears in front of you. You look up and see Artem's warm smile. You reach for his hand. He grips it firmly and pulls you up, steadying you as he leads you out of the chaotic banquet hall. Park. You head to the park outside the hotel, leaving the cleanup to Darius and the international security officers. The earthquake has knocked over everything in the park. Artem helps you clean a bench and use it.
気分はどうだ？
You shake your head thinking about him confronting Mr. Gaines. You can't help but breathe easier. No, just you were way too bold back there, walking straight on into a loaded gun. Weren't you afraid he'd actually pull the trigger?
もちろん恐怖はあったが、賭けに勝ったな。
He smiles at you. You gambled?
そうだ。火災警報を作動させて、岩崎さんに居場所を知らせると同時に、 君は私に好機を作ってくれた。警報が鳴った瞬間、注意がそれるのは間違いないだろうと思ってな。十分近づいていれば、彼から銃を奪い、人質にできる。
That's still insanely risky.
わかっている。しかし、そうすれば多少はこちらが主導権を握れるし、結果的に君を安全にあの場所から救い出せた。
Mr. Wing, when things are that dangerous, you should really think about your own safety. I can handle myself.
それでも、君の賞賛が少しでも上がると分かれば、私はやめないだろ
う。Huh? He looks at you, his eyes calm and clear like still lake water, steady, open and full of care.
君は私にとって大切な人だからな。君の安全は何よりも優先すべきことなんだ。
Mr. Wing?
ん？
Nothing. I just wanted to say, you're really important to me too. The crimson sunset washes over both of you. You turn your head, not waiting to see how Artem will respond. The wind is calm and seagulls drift effortlessly across the sky. Both of you sit in silence, simply savoring this rare moment together. Later, with a staff member leading the way, the security officers discover the hotel's cellar stocked with food and drinking water. They sort the supplies to brace for the coming crisis and open the unused guest rooms to house displaced residents from the lower district. After a busy day, the Nanman Bay rescue team arrives at Zinjiga Island at dawn. The international security officers have arrested Colin at Nanman Bay dock after receiving an anonymous tip. The informant provided criminal evidence from when Aaron Colin mysteriously disappeared during his prosecution and also accurately stated the time and location of Aaron Colin's appearance. Antwerp's temporary headquarters. After being on high alert and working non-stop, all of you can finally relax and return to the temporary headquarters. Although it hasn't been that long, you feel like you barely made it back alive. Finally, it's over.
N2X の原料の供給元が何者かはわからないままだけどな。
Yeah, even Stahl hasn't met them. In the end, all we have is this sealed bottle that once contained N2S ingredients. However, there is still one lead. This supplier must have been cooperating overseas for quite some time.
これほどの大きな組織が今まで表に出てこなかったとはな。巧妙に隠れているか、それぞれのシンジケートが密接に絡み合い、もはや全容を把握できないほど複雑化したのか。
いずれにしても調査は一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
とはいえ N2X の原料の背後に隠れた供給元の存在が明らかになったのは大きな収穫だよ。つまりそれこそが全ての元凶ってことでしょ。
Maris is right. Without someone secretly supplying N2S ingredients, Wilson and Stahl's research would have been impossible. But this enemy lurking in the shadows has once again vanished into the darkness after the fall of Izujiga Island. Who knows when you might get another chance to confront him. The atmosphere at the temporary headquarters quietly grows heavy. Atom clears his throat a couple of times.
そういえば、私と彼女がホテルで支配人と交渉している間、みんなは何をしていたんだ？
You recall the time when the earthquake struck. Luke went to persuade the Zenji Society's leader to organize the rescue, while Atom convinced the hotel owner to provide food and drinking water. Vin rushed back to the sanitarium to convince the director to take in earthquake victims, while Maris negotiated with mercenaries to assist in disaster relief and persuaded wealthy merchants to make donations. Everyone was working hard for the rescue. You couldn't stay alone at the temporary headquarters waiting for news, so you went to help too.
やっぱり手伝いに行ってたんだな。
こうなることは予想していたけれど、なぜ彼の元に行ったんだい？
お姉さんらしいけど、今度は俺を選んでね。
The three of them look at you as they speak. Everyone is speaking normally, but the atmosphere starts to make you feel uneasy. How should I respond in this situation? Perhaps noticing your unease, Arthur walks to your side.
ひとまず、私の方から状況を報告しよう。岩崎さんと保安官の協力のもと、我々はホテルの備蓄を確保した。ブッシュは上下にある各区域の拠点に手配を済ませている。現在の量なら、もってあと1日だろう。
Although Naiman-based rescue teams have arrived, it will take time for them to gather and prepare the supplies. If the supplies run out quickly, chaos might ensue.
療養所の医薬品も同じだよ。消毒液の消耗が激しく、医療スタッフの数も全然足りていない。生活習慣病などの治療が専門で、外科手術を行える医師が極めて少なくてね。今、シンジカ島と何万を往復できるのは飛行機だけで、回路はまだ制限されているようだけれど。
そうですね。津波警報が解除されないことには、回路は使えないと考えた方がいいでしょう。
心配いらないよ。その件ならうちが巻き取った。パックスの救援部隊が向かってるよ。生活物資も医薬品も医療チームも2日以内に到着する見込みだ。それに銭林の残した傭兵部隊も救助活動と復興支援に回せる。
みんなうまくいってるみたいだな。
そっちはどうだったんだよ。
まあなんとかなったな。途中肝を冷やしたけど、最終的には鎌田を説得できた。新翼会は計画を諦めて救助に全力を注いでる。分かってるだけでも助けられた被災者はもう1万人を超えてるらしい。後続の救助部隊の負担も減ったと思う。ただ、
Luke pauses for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Just what?
新翼会は鎌田の代になってから数々の不正を重ねてきた。俺の前任の潜入捜査官が証拠を収集していて、国際保安官も逮捕する一歩手前だったんだ。救援活動に協力したからといって過去の罪が帳消しになるわけじゃない。
But will they let themselves be arrested without resistance? Based on what you've learned about the Zenyu Society during this time, the international security officers will have to fight a tough battle if they plan on subduing every member involved.
鎌田が自首したんだ。
それはいつの話だ？
新翼会の親玉が自首？暴力沙汰を起こそうとしてたやつが？
Autumn and Marius asked almost simultaneously.
ちょうど30分くらい前かな。俺も現場に居合わせました。
Shallow Water Harbor.
兄貴、避難してきた人たちはみんな安全な場所に移動させたぞ。
みんなよくやってくれたな。
Linji places his hand on Chiang's shoulder and gives it a firm pat. Dawn is just breaking. Planes from Nanman Bay are taking off and landing on Sijika Island. International security officers are descending from a helicopter. They have gathered all the evidence of the Zenyu Society's crimes. The exhausted members of the Zenyu Society all turn to look as Bro Yi walks over to face the security officers alone.
兄貴。
鎌田義郎さん、あなたには違法行為の嫌疑が。
はい、罪を認めましょう。
Linji turns around and glances at the veteran members of the Zenji society who have been under his wing for years. They grasp his intent and step forward one by one to surrender themselves.
みんな、どうしてだよ。
Xiang tries to stop them, but Linji pulls him back, helping him dust the dirt from the relief effort of his floral shirt.
剛、これからはもっと自分のことを大事にするんだ。菅原さんが死んでからも新翼会の仕事に関わらせなかったのはお前が使えなかったからではない。お前の手を汚したくなかったんだ。もう信じが党は我々を必要としない。皆が新しい生活を送ることになる。
なら、俺たちで一緒に新しい生活を送ればいいだろう。
Chiang, who was always well protected, finally expresses his deepest thoughts. Linji smiles faintly. Perhaps in his eyes, Chiang's innocence is partly due to the protection from him. However, there are too many people who haven't been as lucky as Chiang.
私たちの時代は終わった。これまでの報いを受ける時が来た。剛、お前はまだ若い。自分の思うように生きなさい。外の世界に目を向けてみるのもいいだろう。きっと新しい景色が見えるはずだ。
俺はどこにも行かない。ここに残る。
そうだな。島を再建するときにお前がいてくれたら心強いよ。
なあ、兄貴は本当に残れないのか。
Linji shakes his head and gives Xiang a gentle pat on the back of his neck.
私は過ちを犯した。償いに行くんだ。命に変えても。
He casually draws a conclusion about himself. Without waiting for Chiang's response, he turns and walks toward the international security officers. As he passes by Luke, he stops for a moment and leaves a meaningful remark.
新翼会の中にも真っ当な奴はいる。
安心してください。公正に調査しますから。
これからは信じが党も新たな課題に直面していくんだろうな。
I think it will turn out for the better.
ああ。何万でも島の混乱を収める計画を立てている。将来的に新たな秩序のもとに信じが党が変わっていくことを信じたい。
そうだね。さて、積もる話はあるだろうけど、
Just then, your terminal starts vibrating. It's a call from an unknown number. After arriving on the island, you've only used your terminal to contact other members of the N2S investigation team and never gave your number to anyone else.
スピーカーにしてくれ。
You nod and answer the call. A familiar voice comes through.
弁護士さん、突然の連絡失礼いたします。
Who are you?
トーマス・ニールソンです。晩餐会でお会いしましたね。
銭林だな。
Marius beats you to revealing his identity, or more precisely, the fake messaging.
伯爵様は私に銭林の名で行動するよう命じておりました。泉様が明戸春樹様として来島したように、ここでは私たちは無意識のうちに別の顔を使い分けているのです。
After Stao is confirmed to be Mr. Jin, the Mr. Jin who appeared at the banquet is naturally proven to be an imposter. But the earthquake kept you busy, and you had no time to ascertain the truth with him. Surprisingly, he has come to you instead. So, Mr. Jin's representative, why have you called?
あなたは相続専門の弁護士だとお聞きしました。ぜひ彼の遺産の整理をお願いしたいのです。もしよろしければホテル最上階の部屋までお越しいただけますか。年寄りにはこの悪路は少々答えますので。
After a moment's hesitation, you decide to accept his request. Perhaps there might be some information about the untoward ingredients among Stahl's inheritance. Thomas has spent more time with Stahl than anyone else, so he surely understands Stahl's behavior better than you. Alright, I'll go over. Hotel Penthouse. The room looks exactly the same as when Maris and you investigated it before, except the window is open this time. Standing by the window, one could admire the calm sea in the distance, shimmering with silver light under the sun. Thomas is waiting for you with Harriet, the mercenary captain. There are some documents on the table too.
お会いできて光栄です、弁護士さん。
He pushes the documents in front of him towards you.
こちらがあなたに依頼する遺産です。
Under Thomas' gaze, you flip open the documents. Unexpectedly, they are all about Zujiga Island. You quickly browse through them. You wish to transfer the ownership of Zujiga Island?
ええ。この島は何もかも変わり果ててしまい、もはや伯爵様にとっても価値はございません。所有権の譲渡先についてはすべてあなたのご判断にお任せいたします。
What about you?
私ですか？保安官の取り調べを受けて罪を償った後、潜水艦でも手に入れて伯爵様を探しましょうか。
Thomas' insistence makes you even more suspicious about Stahl sinking into the water, so you probe further by asking the question on your mind. The ocean is so vast. Do you think you can find him?
それでもやるのです。伯爵様をお守りいたしますとリリー様に誓ったのですから。私はあの方の願いを叶えることができませんでした。しかし祈っております。いつか親子ともに眠れる日が来ることを。伯爵様は見捨てられたとお思いかもしれません。ですがあの方は最後まで伯爵様を愛しておられた。
But the international security officers have already conducted their search, and there are barely any remains of the research institute, let alone. Hearing your reply, Thomas smiles dismissively.
伯爵様のおっしゃる通り、弁護士さんは本当にお優しいお方でございますね。私にとって大切なのは見つけられるかどうかではなく、探し続けることなのです。彼の時間はリリー様の死とともに止まってしまわれた。ですが、今なら本当の意味で再び動き出すかもしれません。スタンリー・フォン・カペーではなく、ブルーのグリムとして。
What do you mean? Thomas taps his skin on the ground, and Harriet walks in from the next room.
さようなら、弁護士さん。また会える日を楽しみにしております。
Harris escorts him out of the room just like before at the banquet. You stride to the window. The sea after the earthquake looks like a glittering sapphire. The sea breeze gently blows at the documents left by Thomas, causing the rustle of papers flipping to resound. Beneath the calm sea, could the obsessions that shouldn't exist still be churning? But one thing you know for certain is that Zinjiga Island will embrace a brand new future. Sanatorium entrance. By the time you get to the front gate of the sanatorium, a crowd of disaster victims have already gathered, most of them injured. But they aren't here for themselves. They are pleading for help on behalf of those hurt in the earthquake, especially children. With no proper hospital on the island, people are clinging to the sanatorium as their last hope, but the security guards wouldn't let them in. The tension keeps escalating, and it feels like things can turn violent at any moment. I need to find Vin fast and figure out a plan. Just as you are about to message him, his text comes through. Take the alley to the right of the main gate. I will meet you there. You reply with on my way, then quietly slip away from the angry crowd and head for the alley. Alley outside the sanatorium. Following Vin's directions, you find him already waiting in the alley beside the sanatorium. Dr. Risher, how'd you know I was coming?
入り口であなたの姿を見かけたんだ。だけど、扉は封鎖されてしまって。警備員に開けてもらえそうもないから、ここに来るようメッセージを送ったんだ。
Vin says it casually like he has been expecting you all along. You sound awfully sure I showed up.
うん。あなたは一人でおとなしく基地にいられる人ではないと知っているから。
What? Is that some kind of psychologist superpower? At your teasing, Vin tilts his head and gives you a small smile.
言われてみればそうかもしれないね。興味があるなら次の機会に教えるよ。だけど今の僕たちにはもっと重要な話がある。
Vin is right. You can't see the sanatorium's entrance from here. But the shouting from the crowd still drifts over, and it is only getting louder. This is the worst possible time for a clash to erupt on Zinjiga Island. You have to calm things down. Richard, can you bring me up to speed?
うん、簡単にまとめると、被災者たちは療養所で治療を受けたい。だけど、島の医療資源を独占する療養所側は彼らを受け入れたくない。
Why not?
理由はいろいろ考えられるけど、それを議論する暇はないね。療養所を再開するにしても多くの課題が残っているんだ。一番の問題は医療資源の不足。ここはあくまでも療養所で総合病院じゃない。
So, we need to figure out how to help as many people as possible with what little we've got.
そうだね。そのためにも、まずは院長を説得する必要がある。彼こそがここの管理者だからね。被災者の支援体制を整えるのはその後の課題かな。
If you want to persuade someone, the best approach is to see things from their perspective. Figure out what matters most to them. Vin looks a little surprised at how quickly you shift into problem-solving mode, but the expression passes quickly.
現時点で彼が最も気にかけているのは、療養所の安全を確保することだろ
う。Then that's our angle. We'll appeal to that.
うん。早速行こうか。この時間なら執務室にいるはずだよ。
Director's office. The director's office is on the top floor of a villa guarded by several security officers. But they all know Vin and let you through without much trouble.
エルビス院長。
森月さん、どうしてここに？もしや。
閣下に何かあったわけではなく、外が騒がしいので何があったのか伺いに参りました。
Elvis nods absentmindedly, his gaze shifting to you.
こちらのお方は？
彼女は顧問弁護士で部外者ではありません。
ああ、そうですか。森月先生、先日島で地震があったのはご存知ですよね。
はい。僕たちもはっきりと揺れを感じました。療養所の方はそれほど被害がないようですが。
それはもう療養所を建てる際に地震の可能性も考慮して設計されましたから。マグニチュード7以下の地震なら耐えられる設計になっております。しかしながら下町の建物は耐震補強が不十分で、あの地震により多くの人々が怪我をされてしまったのです。そしてここを病院と勘違いして負傷者の受け入れを求めてましてな。
島の医療施設が不十分だからここに望みを託したのでは？
Elvis doesn't answer right away. He just lets out a long sigh. If there were proper hospitals available, the victims wouldn't be turning to them in desperation. Letting this standoff drag on isn't helping anyone. As rescue efforts continue in the lower district, more and more disaster victims are going to flood into the upper district looking for help.
弁護士先生のおっしゃる通り、療養所のわずかな警備では最後まで持ちこたえるのは不可能。銭林さんに陳情するために人をやりましたが、まだ返事はありません。
Elvis paces restlessly. He is used to dealing with patients in the sanatorium, not emergencies like this. Still, that might actually work in your favor if you could give him a real solution.
僕にいい案があります。
どんな方法ですか？ぜひ教えてください。
Hearing that Vin has a plan, the director leans in, eager for answers.
人の流れは止められない。抑えきれないなら受け入れた方がいいでしょう。今から対応すれば後々の衝突も避けられるはずです。
銭林さんの返事を待った方がいいのでは。療養所は彼の経営する施設です。私の一存では決められません。
So, he's still worried about taking the blame. Guess Elvis doesn't know that Mr. Jin went down in the sea with the research institute. By now, Mr. Jin probably has his hands full. If he is even still alive, director, you need to start taking charge.
なぜそのように断言できるのですか？
Before the earthquake, the Oracle Research Institute, his pride and joy, triggered its self-destruct system and sank into the ocean. You've heard about that, right? Elvis nods, looking dazed.
しかし、それと銭林さんに何の関係が？
He was inside the institute when it went under. If he made it out, why hasn't anyone heard from him? Even so, you have no solid proof that Mr. Jin was dead. These people didn't see Mr. Jin the way they saw Stahl. At this point, you have to take a gamble. And truthfully, whether Mr. Jin survived or not is beside the point. What matters now is the crisis facing the sanatorium and the choices that have to be made.
銭林さんの損否にかかわらず、この地震によって新ジカ島は確実に変化を迎えるでしょう。院長は対策を立てられた方がいいと思いますよ。できるだけ迅速に。
Vin lays out the situation clearly. Zinjaga Island has once been home to a large indigenous community. Life was hard, but they managed to survive. Now their homes are gone, and resistance is the only path left. Elvis has to know that pushing back will only lead to mutual destruction, but still, he wants to hold out just a little longer.
おっしゃる通りです。ですが、全員を受け入れるわけには、療養所の別荘の一部には患者が泊まっています。 療養中の方の安息を妨げるわけにはいきません。
僕も同じ考えなので、彼女と一緒に被災者の方を説得するつもりです。決してご面倒をおかけすることはありません。
By stepping up, you are really helping the director out of a tough spot. After all, confronting a desperate crowd carries real risk. It's a surprise that he agrees right away.
大変助かります。
ただし、エルビス院長にも負傷者の治療をお願いしたいのですが。
もちろん、受け入れるからには全力で治療いたしますよ。警備員に連絡し、そちらに向かうことを伝えておきます。
You and Vin share a glance and a quick smile. Let's split up and get started. Sanatorium entrance. The crowd outside has grown at least a third larger than when you first arrived. The guards are armed. They haven't done anything rash yet, but you can tell they are on edge. Things are teetering on the edge of chaos.
身体的苦痛を恐れて平常心を保てなくなると、余計に深刻な事態を起こしかねない。まずは動揺している人々を落ち着かせないと。
You push to the front. The lead guard, already briefed by the director, steps aside to let you through.
皆様、委員長が負傷者の受け入れを始めると言いました。ですが、中に入れるのは怪我をした方に限ります。治療のために通路を開けてください。お願いいたします。
Vin doesn't shout, but his voice carries. The tough crowd hears him despite the din.
お前たちを信じろっていうのか。怪我人はもう抵抗する体力も残ってないんだ。治療なんて嘘っぱちで俺たちを追い払おうとしてるんじゃないだろうな。
その点については、怪我をされた方全員に適切な治療を施すことを僕が保証いたします。
広大の連中なんて詐欺師ばかりだ。あの時も俺たちを散々騙しやがって。あの銭林って悪魔みたいなやつのためにタダで高層ビルを建てて、最後は路地裏に追いやられたんだ。
The man is furious, holding a dazed boy with a bloody head wound. The boy looks like he's on the verge of losing consciousness. The sanatorium doesn't have unlimited space. Every second we waste is more suffering for the injured. And right now, there's no upper or lower district in the face of natural disasters, just people trying to survive. A woman clutching a small child pushes forward to your front.
助けてください。子供がさっきまでお腹が痛いって言ってたのに、声を出さなくなって。
Vin gently touches the boy's forehead, then unbuttons his shirt.
発熱と内出血を伴っているようですね。すぐに治療が必要です。
He turns to the guards.
病床と無菌室の準備を急いでください。
The guards nods and signals another, who takes off at a sprint.
その抱き方ではお子様の体によくありません。僕に任せていただけませんか？
Hearing that, the woman flinches, instinctively pulling back, but the child in her arms whimpers in pain.
必ず助けると約束してください。
全力を尽くすよう医師たちに伝えます。
Vin is a psychologist, not a surgeon, so he chooses his words carefully. The woman hesitates, then slowly hands the boy over. Just then, the bed and medical team arrive. As soon as the boy is laid down, he coughs up blood and begins to seize. The doctor, already suited up, starts emergency treatment immediately. Everyone holds their breath, watching the doctor work. You don't know why, but something about that doctor seems strangely familiar. Vin gently brushes your wrist.
大丈夫。きっとうまくいくから。
Maybe it is something in his calm, gentle voice, but it helps you settle down little by little. And it isn't just you. Everyone behind the iron gate is watching in tense silence. At last, the emergency treatment ends. The child lets out a soft breath, slowly opens his eyes, and gives a faint smile to the woman in the crowd.
危険な状態を脱していますが、できるだけ清潔な場所で安静にして過ごさなければなりません。療養所なら適しているでしょう。ただし、あまりに人が増えてしまえば、それだけ感染症のリスクも高まりますからね。
The doctor stands up and gently tries to persuade the child's mother. His voice, it sounds oddly familiar. You look up at Vin again. A subtle smile tugs at the corners of his lips.
オジェだよ。
He murmurs the doctor's name in your ear. Oh, you're saying this doctor is Ogier? Vin nods.
軍隊にいた頃、軍医から医術を学んでいたらしい。未だに覚えているとは意外だったけれど、少しは役に立ったようだ。
This guy is basically the ultimate battler. Dr. Richard maybe dialed down the standards a bit. Standing next to you two is starting to feel kind of intimidating. With Ogier stepping in, a lot of the disaster victims begins to calm down. They agree to leave only the injured here and return to the lower district to continue with rescue efforts. You and Vin join in. You approach to help a young woman who is hurt, but she swats your hand away.
療養所なんか金をむしり取るだけのくせに。
Before you can say anything, she is already limping away on her fractured leg.
あれはサンシー城塞の人みたいだよ。
Sansi Fortress?
ねえ、よそ者が集まってる地域だよ。変わった連中ばかりだから気にすることじゃない。
You glance in her direction, but there are too many people who still need help. You don't have time to dwell on it. Sanatorium Garden. A few hours later, all the wounded have been taken in and the sanatorium is still running smoothly for treatment. You and Vin finally have a chance to catch your breath. You meet up in the garden where the sunset casts a warm, peaceful glow over everything.
お疲れ様。
Vin hands you a can of soda and leans against the edge of the fountain with you. You watch the sun sink slowly on the horizon together. The ones who had it the hardest were the doctors, especially Ujier. You open the drink and let the sweetness wash the dryness from your throat.
そうかな。あれこれ言いながら、僕たち二人を使い走りにするのに熱心だったように見えたけれど。
Vin chuckles under his breath and lightly taps his can against yours.
僕のところに来てくれて、この困難を一緒に乗り越えてくれたことに。ありがとう。
I didn't really do much. Honestly, I think you would have handled everything just fine without me.
いや。
He puts his can down and steps in front of you. The light of the sunset falls on his hair, casting a strange, beautiful glow.
結果的に解決できたかもしれないけど、そこに至るまでの道のりは険しいものになっていただろう。僕は権力を持つ側と持たない側が平和に共存することは難しいと長いこと思い込んでいたから。強硬な手段に出るしかないと思っていたのに、あなたは僕に新しい可能性を見せてくれたんだ。あなたとの出会いと同じだよ。それこそ思いもよらない特別な贈り物のようにね。
Richard, please don't. Flustered by the sudden praise, you turn away without thinking. You hear Vin laugh softly from above. When you look back, he has already stepped aside.
ごめんね。夕日を遮ってしまって。
He stands beside you again, your shoulders almost touching. The sun has turned a deep crimson now. Night is coming fast, the first night after the quake. You know many people wouldn't be able to sleep, but some, because of what you did, finally could. And just thinking about that makes all the fatigue disappear. After a busy day, the Nanman Bay rescue team arrived at Zinjiga Island at dawn. The international security officers have arrested Colin at Nanman Bay dock after receiving an anonymous tip. The informant provided criminal evidence from when Aaron Colin mysteriously disappeared during his prosecution and also accurately stated the time and location of Aaron Colin's appearance. And to its temporary headquarters. After being on high alert and working non-stop, all of you can finally relax and return to the temporary headquarters. Although it hasn't been that long, you feel like you barely made it back alive. Finally, it's over.
N2X の原料の供給元が何者かはわからないままだけどな。
Yeah, even Stahl hasn't met them. In the end, all we have is this seal bottle that once contained N2S ingredients. However, there is still one lead. This supplier must have been operating overseas for quite some time.
これほどの大きな組織が今まで表に出てこなかったとはな。巧妙に隠れているか、それぞれのシンジケートが密接に絡み合い、もはや全容を把握できないほど複雑化したのか。
いずれにしても調査は一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
とはいえ N2X の原料の背後に隠れた供給元の存在が明らかになったのは大きな収穫だよ。つまりそれこそが全ての元凶ってことでしょ。
Maris is right. Without someone secretly supplying N2S ingredients, Wilson and Stahl's research would have been impossible. But this enemy lurking in the shadows has once again vanished into darkness after the fall of Zinjiga Island. Who knows when you might get another chance to confront him. Everyone in the temporary headquarters is in low spirits, and Vin stands up to speak and break the silence.
そういえば僕と彼女は療養所と避難してきた人たちとのトラブルを解決していたけれど、みんなの方はどうだったんだい？
You recall the time when the earthquake struck. Luke went to persuade the Zenji Society's leader to organize the rescue, while Artem convinced the hotel owner to provide food and drinking water. Vin rushes back to the sanatorium to convince the director to take in earthquake victims, while Maris negotiated with mercenaries to assist in disaster relief and persuaded wealthy merchants to make donations. Everyone was working hard for the rescue. You couldn't stay alone at the temporary headquarters waiting for news, so you went to help too.
やっぱり手伝いに行ってたんだな。
君はおとなしく基地で待てる人じゃないと思ってはいたが。
お姉さんらしいけど、今度は俺を選んでね。
The three of them look at you as they speak. Everyone is speaking normally, but the atmosphere starts to make you feel uneasy. How should I respond in this situation? Perhaps noticing your unease, Arthur walks to your side.
ひとまず私の方から状況を報告しよう。岩崎さんと保安官の協力のもと、我々はホテルの備蓄を確保した。物資は上下にある各区域の拠点に手配を済ませている。現在の量ならもってあと1日だろう。
Although Naiman-based rescue teams have arrived, it will take time for them to gather and prepare the supplies. If the supplies run out quickly, chaos might ensue.
療養所の医薬品も同じだよ。消毒液の消耗が激しく、医療スタッフの数も全然足りていない。生活習慣病などの治療が専門で、外科手術を行える医師が極めて少なくてね。 今シンジカ島と何万を往復できるのは飛行機だけで、回路はまだ制限されているようだけれど。
そうですね。津波警報が解除されないことには回路は使えないと考えた方がいいでしょう。
心配いらないよ。その件ならうちが巻き取った。パックスの救援部隊が向かってるよ。生活物資も医薬品も医療チームも2日以内に到着する見込みだ。それに銭林の残した傭兵部隊も救助活動と復興支援に回せる。
みんなうまくいってるみたいだな。
そっちはどうだったんだよ。
まあなんとかなったな。途中肝を冷やしたけど最終的には鎌田を説得できた。新翼会は計画を諦めて救助に全力を注いでる。分かってるだけでも助けられた被災者はもう1万人を超えてるらしい。後続の救助部隊の負担も減ったと思う。ただ
Luke pauses for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Just what?
新翼会は鎌田の代になってから数々の不正を重ねてきた。俺の前任の潜入捜査官が証拠を収集していて、国際保安官も逮捕する一歩手前だったんだ。救援活動に協力したからといって過去の罪が帳消しになるわけじゃない。
But will they let themselves be arrested without resistance? Based on what you've learned about the Zenyu Society during this time, the international security officers will have to fight a tough battle if they plan on subduing every member involved.
鎌田が自首したんだ。
それはいつの話だ？
新翼会の親玉が自首？暴力沙汰を起こそうとしてたやつが？
Autumn and Marius asked almost simultaneously.
ちょうど30分くらい前かな。俺も現場に居合わせました。
Shallow Water Harbor.
兄貴、避難してきた人たちはみんな安全な場所に移動させたぞ。
みんなよくやってくれたな。
Linji places his hand on Chiang's shoulder and gives it a firm pat. Dawn is just breaking. Planes from Nanman Bay are taking off and landing on Sinjiga Island. International security officers are descending from a helicopter. They have gathered all the evidence of the Zenyu Society's crimes. The exhausted members of the Zenyu Society all turn to look as Bro Yi walks over to face the security officers alone.
兄貴、
鎌田義郎さん、あなたには違法行為の嫌疑が。
はい、罪を認めましょう。
Linji turns around and glances at the veteran members of the Zenyu Society who have been under his wing for years. They grasp his intent and step forward one by one to surrender themselves.
みんなどうしてだよ。
Xiang tries to stop them, but Linji pulls him back, helping him dust the dirt from the relief effort of his floral shirt.
剛、これからはもっと自分のことを大事にするんだ。菅原さんが死んでからも新翼会の仕事に関わらせなかったのはお前が使えなかったからではない。お前の手を汚したくなかったんだ。もう新ジガ島は我々を必要としない。皆が新しい生活を送ることになる。
なら俺たちで一緒に新しい生活を送ればいいだろう。
Chiang, who was always well protected, finally expresses his deepest thoughts. Linji smiles faintly. Perhaps in his eyes, Chiang's innocence is partly due to the protection from him. However, there are too many people who haven't been as lucky as Chiang.
私たちの時代は終わった。これまでの報いを受ける時が来た。剛、
お前はまだ若い。自分の思うように生きなさい。外の世界に目を向けてみるのもいいだろう。きっと新しい景色が見えるはずだ。
俺はどこにも行かない。ここに残る。
そうだな。島を再建するときにお前がいてくれたら心強いよ。
なあ、兄貴は本当に残れないのか？
Linji shakes his head and gives Xiang a gentle pat on the back of his neck.
私は過ちを犯した。償いに行くんだ。命に変えても。
He casually draws a conclusion about himself. Without waiting for Chiang's response, he turns and walks toward the international security officers. As he passes by Luke, he stops for a moment and leaves a meaningful remark.
新翼界の中にも真っ当な奴はいる。
安心してください。公正に調査しますから。
これからは信じがとうも新たな課題に直面していくんだろうな。
I think it will turn out for the better.
ああ。何万でも島の混乱を収める計画を立てている。将来的に新たな秩序のもとに信じがとうが変わっていくことを信じたい。
そうだね。さて、積もる話はあるだろうけど、
Just then, your terminal starts vibrating. It's a call from an unknown number. After arriving on the island, you've only used your terminal to contact other members of the N2S investigation team and never gave your number to anyone else.
スピーカーにしてくれ。
You nod and answer the call. A familiar voice comes through.
弁護士さん、突然の連絡失礼いたします。
Who are you?
トーマス・ニールソンです。晩餐会でお会いしましたね。
銭林だな。
Marius beats you to revealing his identity, or more precisely, the fake messaging.
伯爵様は私に銭林の名で行動するよう命じておりました。泉様が明戸春樹様として来島したように、ここでは私たちは無意識のうちに別の顔を使い分けているのです。
After Stau is confirmed to be Mr. Jin, the Mr. Jin who appeared at the banquet is naturally proven to be an imposter. But the earthquake kept you busy, and you had no time to ascertain the truth with him. Surprisingly, he has come to you instead. So, Mr. Jin's representative, why have you called?
あなたは相続専門の弁護士だとお聞きしました。ぜひ彼の遺産の整理をお願いしたいのです。もしよろしければホテル最上階の部屋までお越しいただけますか。年寄りにはこの悪路は少々答えますので。
After a moment's hesitation, you decide to accept his request. Perhaps there might be some information about the N2S ingredients among Stahl's inheritance. Thomas has spent more time with Stahl than anyone else, so he surely understands Stahl's behavior better than you. Alright, I'll go over. Hotel Penthouse. The room looks exactly the same as when Maris and you investigated it before, except the window is open this time. Standing by the window, one could admire the calm sea in the distance, shimmering with silver light under the sun. Thomas is waiting for you with Harriet, the mercenary captain. There are some documents on the table too.
お会いできて光栄です、弁護士さん。
He pushes the documents in front of him towards you.
こちらがあなたに依頼する遺産です。
Under Thomas' gaze, you flip open the documents. Unexpectedly, they are all about Zijiga Island. You quickly browse through them. You wish to transfer the ownership of Zenjiga Island?
ええ。この島は何もかも変わり果ててしまい、もはや伯爵様にとっても価値はございません。所有権の譲渡先についてはすべてあなたのご判断にお任せいたします。
What about you?
私ですか？保安官の取り調べを受けて罪を償った後、潜水艦でも手に入れて伯爵様を探しましょうか。
Thomas' insistence makes you even more suspicious about Star sinking into the water, so you probe further by asking the question on your mind. The ocean is so vast. Do you think you can find him?
それでもやるのです。伯爵様をお守りいたしますとリリー様に誓ったのですから。私はあの方の願いを叶えることができませんでした。しかし祈っております。いつか親子ともに眠れる日が来ることを。伯爵様は見捨てられたとお思いかもしれません。ですがあの方は最後まで伯爵様を愛しておられた。
But the international security officers have already conducted their search, and there are barely any remains of the research institute, let alone. Hearing your reply, Thomas smiles dismissively.
伯爵様のおっしゃる通り、弁護士さんは本当にお優しいお方でございますね。私にとって大切なのは見つけられるかどうかではなく、探し続けることなのです。彼の時間はリリー様の死とともに止まってしまわれた。ですが、今なら本当の意味で再び動き出すかもしれません。スタンリー・フォン・カペーではなく、ブルーのグリムとして。
What do you mean? Thomas taps his skin on the ground, and Harriet walks in from the next room.
さようなら、弁護士さん。また会える日を楽しみにしております。
Harriet escorts him out of the room just like before at the banquet. You stride to the window. The sea after the earthquake looks like a glittering sapphire. The sea breeze gently blows at the documents left by Thomas, causing the rustle of papers flipping to resound. Beneath the calm sea, could the obsessions that shouldn't exist still be churning? But one thing you know for certain is that Zinjiga Island will embrace a brand new future. Derelict Street. Based on Luke's location that was shared in the group chat, you find him and Chiang in a run-down alley. They seem to be planning something. Chiang's expression seems furious and he grabs Luke by the collar.
兄貴を裏切れっていうのか。そんなことできるわけないだろ。
Luke doesn't resist. You stand at the entrance of the alley, unsure if you should try to break up the fight. However, they notice your arrival and look over.
お前、どうしてここに？
Spotting you, Chiang releases his grip and quickly walks past you without looking back. Unable to stop him, Luke watches as he leaves angrily. What happened?
なんでもない。ここは危険だし、先に帰った方がいいんじゃないか。
Though it sounds like a question, you can tell Luke wants you to leave. No, I can't leave when everyone's trying so hard, especially now that you're in trouble. You point in the direction that Chiang had left in. Besides, no one knows if there will be aftershocks, so I'm safest by your side, right? Seeing that Luke doesn't immediately agree, you quickly come up with another reason. He sighs helplessly.
俺がお前に弱いことを分かってやってるだろう。
Well, I know your weaknesses very well. Luke shakes his head in exasperation, seemingly having given in. Can you tell me what's going on, Al? Weren't you going to persuade Linyi to give up his plan?
そうだ。地震が起きたから計画を諦めてくれると思ったんだけどな。実際は違った。
So he's abandoning the disaster victims in the lower district? You thought that even though the Zenji society was involved in a shady business, they would never turn a blind eye to the natives' plight. Especially now with the earthquake, the natives in the lower district are the most severely affected. Just then, you hear hurried footsteps and screams coming from the alley.
ナツヒコ、すぐ来てくれ。
Chiang, who left earlier, suddenly returns in a hurry and asks Luke for help. You two follow him out of the alley and arrive at a collapsed building. Cries and shouts fill the air, while a group of spontaneous rescuers gather worriedly around a fallen beam.
状況は？
中に7ヶ月の赤ん坊が閉じ込められてるんだ。この瓦礫をどかして助けないと。
動かすこと自体は難しくないけど、慎重にやらないと。その子を助ける前に崩れたら大変だ。
Luke immediately takes charge, explaining the situation to everyone at the scene and directing them to begin the operation. You head over to calm down the panicked mother. She is all bruised up and was just rescued a few minutes ago.
突然地震が起きたから、いつもなら置いて離れたりしないのに、ぐっすり寝てたからキッチンの掃除を。こんな建物が崩れるなんて、瓦礫に挟まれて動けなくて、あの子のところにも行けなくて。
Her words come out in a rush of panic. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably as if talking non-stop was the only way to keep herself occupied. Don't worry, they'll definitely save your baby. She nods mechanically at your comforting words. She stares at Luke and the others, praying with clasped hands. And throughout the lower district, there must be many people still trapped in collapsed buildings waiting for rescue. However, when natural disasters strike, Zujiga Island's unique geographical location and characteristics often hinder the timely arrival of external rescue efforts. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Time passes and finally, with everyone's help, the baby is successfully rescued. When first rescued, he was still dizzily sucking his finger, but once he was in his mother's arms, he finally burst into loud cries. Jiang looks at the fragile child, gazes past the collapsed buildings and out to the distant horizon, where the situation is also dire. Finally, he looks back at Luke with rarely seen seriousness.
お前の言う通りかもしれない。俺たちの力だけじゃ、この危機を乗り越えるのは無理だ。新翼会が動けば、もっとたくさんの人の命が救える。
そう言うと思ってた。
You didn't get a chance to ask them why they were arguing, but judging from their conversation, it seems like there's no longer any need.
だけど、兄貴を説得するのは難しいと思うぜ。いろんなことがあって、兄貴は人生の半分をシンジガ島のために捧げてきた。せっかくのチャンスを諦めろっていうのは、死ねって言ってるのと同じだ。
剛さんにとって兄貴はどんな人なんだ？
俺にとって？
Chiang stretches out his left hand and starts taking his fingers off.
約束を絶対に守る世界一真偽に熱い人だ。俺みたいな役立たずでもじいさんとの約束を守ってずっと面倒を見てくれた。俺がガキの頃から兄貴は信じが島をみんなの本当の家にするって言ってた。誰もが安心して暮らせる場所にしたいって。
As Xiang speaks, his voice grows softer as if reminiscing.
でも最近は口数が少なくなって何考えてんのかわからなくなってきちまった。こんなにみんなから頼りにされてるのによ。
そう言ってるけどさ、剛さんの兄貴なのに変わりはないんだろ。
当たり前だろ。兄貴は俺の永遠の憧れなんだ。
じゃあ安心だ。俺が説得してみせるよ。ただ話し合うチャンスが欲しいんだ。
Hearing what Luke said, Jiang raises his head in surprise, showing a hint of confusion.
なんか時々思うんだよな。お前の方が俺のボスみたいじゃないかって。
気のせいじゃないですか。
Jiang doesn't probe. He bends down, pulls a fruit knife from his boot, and hands it to Luke.
じゃあ優しくしてくれよ。
Are you going to pretend to get injured? Luke mentioned before that Chiang is the grandson of Mr. Wen, the former leader of the Zenji Society. Lin Yi promised to take care of Chiang, treating him like his own son. If Chiang were in danger, Lin Yi would definitely show up.
あの人が島で重視してることが2つある。そのうちの1つは剛さんの身の安全だ。新翼界の中で俺の地位はかなり低いから彼と話をする資格がない。会うこともできないのに説得なんてできっこないだろ。だから剛さんに無理を言って助けてもらうしかなかったんだ。
無理ってほどじゃないにしてもやっぱり兄貴に面目ないって思うよ。でもそんなこと言ってられない。島で被害に遭った奴らが心配なんだ。俺の頭で考えてもわからないけど、夏彦、お前なら説得できんだろ。
He looks at Luke again, his worried face tinged with expectation.
約束するよ。
頼りにしてるからな。じゃあ行こうぜ。
Along the way, you see many disaster victims trapped under buildings. Even after being rescued, they are still unable to receive proper medical treatment for the time being. The island has no proper hospitals, only expensive sanatoriums open to the wealthy aristocrats and celebrities. Zenji Street. You find Yi's headquarters outside a mahjong parlor on Zenji Street, which appears to be an ordinary store. To avoid alerting those inside, you temporarily hide at the street corner where Luke hands you his pistol.
夏彦、どういうつもりだ。
ほら、使い方を教えてやるよ。
Luke ignores Xiang's noisy fussing and doesn't seem to be joking at all. No? He nods.
もう時間がない。計画通りなら彼らは被災者になりすまして広大に押し寄せるはずだ。各地の要所を抑えて一気に本丸へ突っ込む。銭林の屋敷に侵入して島の所有権を渡すよう脅すつもりだろう。それまでに彼を止めないといけない。一度動き出したら手遅れになるからな。
You take the heavy gun in your hands. Unlike those provided at the shooting range, this is a pistol for real combat. He walks behind you and teaches you how to open the safety, load the gun and pull the trigger, focusing mainly on how to properly hold the pistol. Then he lets you try 2 more times and corrects your posture. My aim might not be that great.
大丈夫。持ってるだけでいいから。 俺が剛さんを人質にして中に入る。お前は銃を構えて様子を見ていてくれ。
Just for sure?
そうだ。中にいるのは新翼界の精鋭たちだからな。バレないように演技は完璧にやらないと。
So that's why Luke's making you hold a real loaded pistol. I understand. Leave it to me.
誤射だけは気をつけろよ。
Got it. Mahjong parlor. Then Luke holds the knife against Chiang's neck as he walks to the entrance of the mahjong parlor, signaling you to knock on the door with the gun stock.
兄貴と話がある。誰か取り次いでくれないか。
なんだ、剛じゃねえか。どうした？兄貴がここから離れろって言ってたのに、まだ島なんかにいて。
おい、お前と話すのは後だ。兄貴はいないのか？
Chiang points at the fruit knife in Luke's hand, hinting for him to quickly go find Broyi.
兄貴は忙しいんだ。俺なんかに言ったって無駄だぜ。
He clearly doesn't take Luke seriously. After all, you are only two people, like a tiny island surrounded by a sea of Zenji society members in the mahjong parlor.
黙れ。
Luke tightens his grip, cutting off the man's explanation. If you hadn't known that they were acting, you would have thought Luke was actually holding Chiang hostage to threaten Lin Yi.
菅原が死ぬ前に面倒を見てやるって兄貴が誓いを立てたと聞いたんだけどな。なんだ、もうこいつの命はどうでもよくなっちまったのか。
He gradually moves closer while holding Chiang hostage, and everyone in the mahjong parlor backs away step by step until they reach the inner door.
そいつを人質に取るとは、いい度胸じゃないか。
With that, an ordinary middle-aged man emerges from the crowd, looking just like any random passerby you might run into on the streets. But as soon as the people in the mahjong parlor see him, they all back away and he walks straight towards you. Could this be Broyi?
剛、大丈夫か？怪我はないか？
He looks at Chiang with concern, as if the exposure of his vulnerability means nothing to him.
大丈夫。
ならいい。
After confirming Chiang's safety, Lin Yi looks up, and you find that he lacks the fierce look typical of villain bosses. His gaze meets Luke's for a moment, then he casually pulls out a chair and sits down, as if he is about to start a friendly chat.
君の要求は何だ？
傭兵と交戦するのをやめるんだ。
やめるだと？この日のためにどれだけ準備してきたと思っている？
Lin Yi raises his head. His hands are clasped casually, yet he somehow manages to appear immensely intimidating.
30年。君の人生よりも長い時間をかけてきた。そう簡単に諦めがつくと思うか？
こいつの命が惜しくないと？
兄貴。
Lin Yi doesn't waver at Chiang's plea for help. Instead, he looks at you.
そこの娘さん、銃を握る手が不安定だ。誤射すると危ない。
Before you can even react, over a dozen guns are already pointed at Luke and you.
兄貴！
静かに。
Broyi raises his index finger to signal Chiang to stay quiet while keeping his gaze fixed on you.
子供の頃、私は菅原さんが経営する小学校に通っていてね。そこでは、女は男の何倍も頼りがいがあった。君たちが本当に望んでいることを私に聞かせてくれないか？
He speaks kindly like an elder asking questions to a younger person. Your heart pounds rapidly at the sudden attention. You take a deep breath, forcing yourself to ignore the guns pointed at you. We hope you can cease fire with the mercenaries and spend your available manpower and time helping the earthquake victims.
悪くない案だ。私も若ければ君たちと同じ選択をしていただろう。だが、私と菅原さんが新自家島を取り戻すために払った代償を知っているか？今が最大の好機なんだ。菅原さんは生涯を捧げながらも悔いを残して亡くなった。私は彼のように決断を怠るわけにはいかない。次の世代が私たちと同じ思いをしないで済むように、彼らにはより良い生活を送ってもらいたいからな。崩れかけた家に住まず、教育も医療も安心して受けられる暮らしを、人間らしく生きるチャンスを手にするべきだ。
それは人がいてこそ成り立つことじゃないのか。たとえ新自我島を支配できても、先住民の人たちがこの地震で犠牲になってしまったら、その勝利に何の意味がある？今、瓦礫の下にどれだけの人が閉じ込められてるのか知らないんだろう。お前たちは戦うのに夢中で気づかなかったかもしれないけどな。自分たちが帰る家を見に行った奴は。
Luke looks around at everyone. They all appear to be about the same age as Kyang.
家族が巻き込まれたかもしれないんだぞ。安否を確かめなくていいのか。
Murmurs echo throughout the room. Once people's hearts begin to waver, Broyi will be left standing alone. It will be much easier to convince him. You decisively place your gun on the mahjong table, ignoring the worry in Luke's eyes as you walk forward by yourself. Broyi, if you want to take control of Ziga Island, you don't need to make your move right now.
どうしてそう思う？
Before the earthquake, there was a tremor on the island caused by the sinking of the research institute. Mr. Jin has already sunk to the seabed along with the research institute. If you don't believe me, you can go and confirm it now. Lin Yi shows no surprise upon hearing this news. It seems your previous deduction is correct. Colin and Lin Yi had the links with each other. However, the underling behind him fails to keep his composure. Worried that his leader might not be clear on the details, he steps forward to explain.
兄貴、あのうさんくさい研究所がなくなったのは本当です。みんな見てました。
施設がなくなろうと、傭兵も金持ちも貴族もまだ残っているだろう。
The mercenaries were hired by Mr. Jin. Now that their boss is gone, they'll naturally leave the island. As for the wealthy merchants and aristocrats, aren't they here for the Research Institute's drugs? Now that the Research Institute is no more, they'll all leave soon too.
私が君の話を信じる根拠は？
You don't have to believe me, but there's no harm in trusting me either. People are the key to change on Zinjigo Island, so there's no need to rush things. There are still many people on the island who need your help.
そうだよ兄貴。俺ここに来る途中で7ヶ月の赤ちゃんを助けたんだぜ。他にも助けてほしい奴がいっぱいいる。その人たちを助けてくれ。
As Chiang speaks with wide gestures, he unknowingly breaks free from Luke's hold. By the time he realizes, he tries to raise the fruit knife to his own neck, but it's already too late.
ほう、よそ者と手を組んで私を騙すつもりだったのか。
違うんだよ兄貴。俺
Chiang stammers hesitantly, but Linji doesn't get angry. Instead, he turns his back and looks out the window. The streets around the mahjong parlor are completely blocked, with rubble all over the place. His hands behind his back move slightly as he turns around. He seems to have made his decision.
銃を収めなさい。5人1組に分かれて救助に向かうんだ。
では、我々の計画は
30年も待ったんだ。もう数日伸びようと、どうというわけでもあるまい。
兄貴ならそう言ってくれると思ったんだ。ありがとう。
Chiang bounces forward suddenly, but Linji dodges him swiftly. He stares at you and looks with a sharp gaze.
君たちは島の人間ではないな。何万の保安官が送り込んだスパイか。
He speaks casually, but those who have lowered their guns raise them again. Luke instinctively shields you behind him, facing the guns directly. His intention is clear. If Linji has to shoot someone, it should be him alone. Ever since Linji took power, the Zenji Society has been doing many shady things with his permission. Several of these members have become the most wanted suspects by the Nanman-based security officers, and the undercover agent before Luke had also infiltrated to collect relevant evidence. If your identity is exposed, you'll immediately become enemies of the Zenji Society. You're starting to regret putting down your gun earlier.
いや、銃も扱えない人間がスパイとは、とんだお笑い草だな。
Linji overturns his own hypothesis, but his gaze tells you that he knows who you are. He doesn't want to make this public. Instead, he grabs the gun of the person beside him and slowly lowers it. Then he grabs Chiang and shoves him over to your side.
兄貴、なんで押すんだよ。
お前が連れてきたんじゃないか。一緒に手伝ってもらいなさい。
After Linji finishes speaking, he leads the teams to rescue the victims. The armed men also rush out after him. The tension finally leaves you and Luke. Luke gently takes your arm, his face full of concern as he leans in beside you.
大丈夫だったか。
I'm fine, my legs are just a bit wobbly. He gently squeezes your arm and waits for you to calm down. This is probably the greatest comfort he can offer right now.
そろそろ俺たちも行くか。
Got it. As you walk out of the mahjong parlor, Chiang hurriedly follows behind.
おいおい、二人とも待てって。俺を置いてくなんてあんまりじゃねえか。
After a busy day, the Nanman Bay rescue team arrives at Zinjiga Island at dawn. The international security officers have arrested Colin at Nanman Bay's dock after receiving an anonymous tip. The informant provided criminal evidence from when Aaron Colin mysteriously disappeared during his prosecution and also accurately stated the time and location of Aaron Colin's appearance. Enter temporary headquarters. After being on high alert and working non-stop, all of you can finally relax and return to the temporary headquarters. Although it hasn't been that long, you feel like you barely made it back alive. Finally, it's over.
N2X の原料の供給元が何者かはわからないままだけどな。
Yeah, even Stahl hasn't met them. In the end, all we have is this seal bottle that once contained N2S ingredients. However, there is still one lead. This supplier must have been operating overseas for quite some time.
これほどの大きな組織が今まで表に出てこなかったとはな。巧妙に隠れているか、それぞれのシンジケートが密接に絡み合い、もはや全容を把握できないほど複雑化したのか。
いずれにしても調査は一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
とはいえ N2X の原料の背後に隠れた供給元の存在が明らかになったのは大きな収穫だよ。つまりそれこそが全ての元凶ってことでしょ。
Maris is right. Without someone secretly supplying Antwerp's ingredients, Wilson and Stahl's research would have been impossible. But this enemy lurking in the shadows have once again vanished into darkness after the fall of Zinjuga Island. Who knows when you might get another chance to confront him. Everyone in the temporary headquarters is glum, and Luke quickly changes the subject to lighten the mood.
そういえば、俺とこいつが新翼会を説得してる間、皆さんは何を？
You recall the time when the earthquake struck. Luke went to persuade the Zinji Society's leader to organize the rescue, while Artem convinced the hotel owner to provide food and drinking water. Vin rushed back to the sanatorium to convince the director to take in earthquake victims, while Marius negotiated with mercenaries to assist in disaster relief and persuaded wealthy merchants to make donations. Everyone was working hard for the rescue. You couldn't stay alone at the temporary headquarters waiting for news, so you went to help too.
君はおとなしく基地で待てる人じゃないと思ってはいたが。
こうなることは予想していたけれど、なぜ彼の元に行ったんだい？
お姉さんらしいけど、今度は俺を選んでね。
The three of them look at you as they speak. Everyone is speaking normally, but the atmosphere starts to make you feel uneasy. Help! How should I respond in this situation? Perhaps noticing your unease, Artem walks to your side.
ひとまず、私の方から状況を報告しよう。岩崎さんと保安官の協力のもと、我々はホテルの備蓄を確保した。物資は上下にある各区域の拠点に手配を済ませている。現在の量なら、もってあと1日だろう。
Although Nanman-based rescue teams have arrived, it will take time for them to gather and prepare the supplies. If the supplies run out quickly, chaos might ensue.
療養所の医薬品も同じだよ。消毒液の消耗が激しく、医療スタッフの数も全然足りていない。生活習慣病などの治療が専門で、外科手術を行える医師が極めて少なくてね。今、シンジカ島とナンマンを往復できるのは飛行機だけで、回路はまだ制限されているようだけれど。
そうですね。津波警報が解除されないことには、回路は使えないと考えた方がいいでしょう。
心配いらないよ。その件ならうちが巻き取った。パックスの救援部隊が向かってるよ。生活物資も医薬品も医療チームも2日以内に到着する見込みだ。それに銭林の残した傭兵部隊も救助活動と復興支援に回せる。
みんなうまくいってるみたいだな。
そっちはどうだったんだよ。
まあなんとかなったな。途中肝を冷やしたけど、最終的には鎌田を説得できた。新翼会は計画を諦めて救助に全力を注いでる。分かってるだけでも助けられた被災者はもう1万人を超えてるらしい。後続の救助部隊の負担も減ったと思う。ただ
Luke pauses for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Just what?
新翼会は鎌田の代になってから数々の不正を重ねてきた。俺の前任の潜入捜査官が証拠を収集していて、国際保安官も逮捕する一歩手前だったんだ。救援活動に協力したからといって過去の罪が帳消しになるわけじゃない。
But will they let themselves be arrested without resistance? Based on what you've learned about the Zenyu Society during this time, the international security officers will have to fight a tough battle if they plan on subduing every member involved.
鎌田が自首したんだ。
それはいつの話だ？
新翼会の親玉が自首？暴力沙汰を起こそうとしてたやつが？
Autumn and Maris asked almost simultaneously.
ちょうど30分くらい前かな。俺も現場に居合わせました。
Shallow Water Harbor.
兄貴、避難してきた人たちはみんな安全な場所に移動させたぞ。
みんな、よくやってくれたな。
Linji places his hand on Chiang's shoulder and gives it a firm pat. Dawn is just breaking. Planes from Nanman Bay are taking off and landing on Sinjiga Island. International security officers are descending from a helicopter. They have gathered all the evidence of the Zenyu Society's crimes. The exhausted members of the Zenyu Society all turn to look as Bro Yi walks over to face the security officers alone.
兄貴。
鎌田義郎さん、あなたには違法行為の嫌疑が。
はい、罪を認めましょう。
Linji turns around and glances at the veteran members of the Zenyu Society who have been under his wing for years. They grasp his intent and step forward one by one to surrender themselves.
みんな、どうしてだよ。
Xiang tries to stop them, but Linji pulls him back, helping him dust the dirt from the relief effort of his floral shirt.
剛、これからはもっと自分のことを大事にするんだ。菅原さんが死んでからも新翼会の仕事に関わらせなかったのはお前が使えなかったからではない。お前の手を汚したくなかったんだ。もう信じが党は我々を必要としない。皆が新しい生活を送ることになる。
なら、俺たちで一緒に新しい生活を送ればいいだろう。
Xiang, who was always well protected, finally expresses his deepest thoughts. Linji smiles faintly. Perhaps in his eyes, Xiang's innocence is partly due to the protection from him. However, there are too many people who haven't been as lucky as Xiang.
私たちの時代は終わった。これまでの報いを受ける時が来た。剛、お前はまだ若い。自分の思うように生きなさい。外の世界に目を向けてみるのもいいだろう。きっと新しい景色が見えるはずだ。
俺はどこにも行かない。ここに残る。
そうだな。島を再建するときにお前がいてくれたら心強いよ。
なあ、兄貴は本当に残れないのか。
Linji shakes his head and gives Xiang a gentle pat on the back of his neck.
私は過ちを犯した。償いに行くんだ。命に変えても。
He casually draws a conclusion about himself. Without waiting for Chiang's response, he turns and walks toward the international security officers. As he passes by Luke, he stops for a moment and leaves a meaningful remark.
新翼会の中にも真っ当な奴はいる。
安心してください。公正に調査しますから。
これからは信じが党も新たな課題に直面していくんだろうな。
I think it will turn out for the better.
ああ。何万でも島の混乱を収める計画を立てている。将来的に新たな秩序のもとに信じが党が変わっていくことを信じたい。
そうだね。さて、積もる話はあるだろうけど、
Just then, your terminal starts vibrating. It's a call from an unknown number. After arriving on the island, you've only used your terminal to contact other members of the N2S investigation team and never gave your number to anyone else.
スピーカーにしてくれ。
You nod and answer the call. A familiar voice comes through.
弁護士さん、突然の連絡失礼いたします。
Who are you?
トーマス・ニールソンです。晩餐会でお会いしましたね。
銭林だな。
Marius beats you to revealing his identity, or more precisely, the fake Mr.
伯爵様は私に銭林の名で行動するよう命じておりました。泉様が明戸春樹様として来島したように、ここでは私たちは無意識のうちに別の顔を使い分けているのです。
After Stahl is confirmed to be Mr. Jin, the Mr. Jin who appeared at the banquet is naturally proven to be an imposter. But the earthquake kept you busy, and you had no time to ascertain the truth with him. Surprisingly, he has come to you instead. So, Mr. Jin's representative, why have you called?
あなたは相続専門の弁護士だとお聞きしました。ぜひ彼の遺産の整理をお願いしたいのです。もしよろしければホテル最上階の部屋までお越しいただけますか。年寄りにはこの悪路は少々答えますので。
After a moment's hesitation, you decide to accept his request. Perhaps there might be some information about the N2S ingredients among Stahl's inheritance. Thomas has spent more time with Stahl than anyone else, so he surely understands Stahl's behavior better than you. Alright, I'll go over. Hotel Penthouse. The room looks exactly the same as when Maris and you investigated it before, except the window is open this time. Standing by the window, one could admire the calm sea in the distance, shimmering with silver light under the sun. Thomas is waiting for you with Harriet, the mercenary captain. There are some documents on the table too.
お会いできて光栄です、弁護士さん。
He pushes the documents in front of him towards you.
こちらがあなたに依頼する遺産です。
Under Thomas' gaze, you flip open the documents. Unexpectedly, they are all about Zujiga Island. You quickly browse through them. You wish to transfer the ownership of Zujiga Island?
ええ。この島は何もかも変わり果ててしまい、もはや伯爵様にとっても価値はございません。所有権の譲渡先についてはすべてあなたのご判断にお任せいたします。
What about you?
私ですか？保安官の取り調べを受けて罪を償った後、潜水艦でも手に入れて伯爵様を探しましょうか。
Thomas' insistence makes you even more suspicious about Stahl sinking into the water, so you probe further by asking the question on your mind. The ocean is so vast. Do you think you can find him?
それでもやるのです。伯爵様をお守りいたしますとリリー様に誓ったのですから。私はあの方の願いを叶えることができませんでした。しかし祈っております。いつか親子ともに眠れる日が来ることを。伯爵様は見捨てられたとお思いかもしれません。ですがあの方は最後まで伯爵様を愛しておられた。
But the international security officers have already conducted their search, and there are barely any remains of the research institute, let alone. Hearing your reply, Thomas smiles dismissively.
伯爵様のおっしゃる通り、弁護士さんは本当にお優しいお方でございますね。私にとって大切なのは、見つけられるかどうかではなく、探し続けることなのです。彼の時間はリリー様の死とともに止まってしまわれた。ですが、今なら本当の意味で再び動き出すかもしれません。スタンリー・フォン・カペーではなく、ブルーのグリムとして。
What do you mean? Thomas taps his skin on the ground and Harriet walks in from the next room.
さようなら、弁護士さん。また会える日を楽しみにしております。
Harris escorts him out of the room just like before at the banquet. You stride to the window. The sea after the earthquake looks like a glittering sapphire. The sea breeze gently blows at the documents left by Thomas, causing the rustle of papers flipping to resound. Beneath the calm sea, could the obsessions that shouldn't exist still be churning? But one thing you know for certain is that Zinjiga Island will embrace a brand new future. Coffee shop. Ever since you decided to help Marius, his location on the terminal has been changing. He was at the hotel one moment, then off to a fancy restaurant before finally stopping at a coffee shop. Why do I feel like he's wandering around like some kind of lobbyist? You push open the door. The shop is in the process of closing, leaving only Marius and one other customer inside. When he looks up and sees you, the surprise in his eyes is quickly replaced by a warm smile.
お姉さん、心配して来てくれたの？
Yeah, I was worried about you. How's the situation now?
着いたばっかなのにもう仕事の話？
What else do you want to talk about? Marius smiles and leans over with his head tilted.
ああ、来てくれて嬉しいな。一人じゃ手が回らなくてさ。
Let's get back to business.
それじゃ、本題に入るね。パックスからの支援部隊は計画通りに向かっている。とはいえ、ここは銭林の縄張りだ。今は俺たちの力だけじゃどうにもならない。
Marius is right. The support from PAX has to come through Nanman and like the international security officers, they won't be able to provide help in time. As for the wealthy merchants, they were only invited to the island for the investment bidding, so they didn't bring too many people with them. Take Marius for example. He only brought Vincent and a few bodyguards who protected him in secret. What forces on the island could we rely on? You fall into deep thought. For a while, one word pops up in your mind. Mercenaries. The two of you say this word in unison.
やっぱり俺たち、心が通じ合ってるね。
Marius rests his chin on his hand and grins at you. Do you think we can persuade those mercenaries? According to Marius' investigation, the mercenaries highly value their reputation and are unlikely to break their contract with Mr. Jin.
うん、少しは勝算があるよ。藤崎の調査によると、傭兵のボスのハリエットは元軍人。傭兵部隊のほとんどは彼女と軍に所属していた人たちで、彼らの間でかなり支持されてるみたいなんだ。
So you're saying that everyone else follows Harriet's lead? So if you can convince Harriet, does that mean we can get the mercenaries to work for us?
そう。 そこまではいいんだけど。
Maris sighs and takes out a photocopy, which turns out to be the contract Harriet had signed with Mr. Jin on behalf of the mercenaries.
ハリエットは自分の評判にうるさくてね。銭林と契約を結ぶ際にいくつかの条件をつけた。
What additional conditions?
傭兵団は銭林とその該当者の護衛のみを行い、自ら攻撃をしたり他者への危害を加えたりしない。また傭兵団は島内で起きる事件に一切介入しない。人命救助であろうと銭林の命令がない限り行わないってことになってる。おまけに契約期間中はどれだけ好条件を提示されても別の雇い主と再契約することはしないってさ。
How long is your contract period?
銭林が亡くなるまで。
You know why Maris needs your help. When Mr. Jing sank into the ocean, you were the only one by his side. It's uncertain whether he's dead or alive right now, but as long as you're there, the odds of convincing Harriet will increase. I know, but I can't guarantee that I can convince her. Overall, I don't have any concrete evidence to prove that Mr. Jin is dead.
大丈夫。説得以外の手段だって考えてるし。銭林は金の力で傭兵を動かしてる。今いる島の実業家たちなら有り余るほどの富を持ってるからね。高い報酬には人が集まるものでしょ。
Although Maris sounds unruffled based on his investigation, Harriet is unlikely to be bought off. I'll give it a try. Are you going to meet her here? Maris nods and checks the time.
そろそろだよ。
Soon after, Harriet pushes open the door, looking somewhat agitated.
ハリエット隊長、またお会いしましたね。
She glances at Maris, then turns her gaze towards you.
前回の件であれば、私は命令に従ったまでのこと。お話しすることはありません。
俺も過ぎたことには興味がない。今回は別件で頼みがあって呼んだんだ。
Harriet doesn't seem like someone easy to get close to. She looks at you two coldly.
どういったご用でしょうか。
ハリエット隊長、あなたにしか頼めないことでして、地震の被災者を助けていただきたい。
驚いた。サプリメント目当ての商売人にこんな慈善家がいるとは。
She is brutally sarcastic. Maybe she has seen too many wealthy merchants on this island who treat people like that.
そうだ、まさに慈善活動さ。いくらでも出すよ。きっと満足のいく金額を提示できると思うけど。
申し訳ありませんが、銭林様と契約を交わしております。いくら積まれようと破棄はいたしません。
This is exactly what Maris is waiting to hear.
もし彼がいないとしたら？
は？
You know it's time for you to step in. Captain Harriet, you haven't seen Mr. Jin since the Oracle Research Institute sank into the sea, right? I'm not talking about the Mr. Jin you escorted at the banquet, but this one. You take out Stahl's photo and Harriet immediately shows nervousness after glancing at it.
なぜそれを？
I know everything now. Mr. Jin took Psyche to rejuvenate himself and become a youth. As a mercenary personally chosen by him, you should be well aware of this secret. You can use this to judge whether what I'm saying is true. At that time, Colin activated the self-destruct device and Stahl and I were trapped inside the research institute. I was going to take him with me, but he refused.
銭林様は研究所もろとも海に沈んでしまったと。
That's right. Otherwise, why wouldn't he show up when something so big happened on the island? After all, he is the owner of Sujiga Island.
確か、銭林さんとハリエット隊長の契約は、彼が生きている限りという期限付きだったはず。契約者がいなくなった今なら、再契約をしても保護にしたことにはならないでしょう。
随分とおしゃべりだな。本当に下町の被災者を助けるのが目的だとでも？
Harry looks suspiciously at the two of you. You and Marius nod.
報酬の件ならご心配なく、銭林さんと同等の額を用意します。
人命救助にそこまでの額はいりませんよ。雇われの身であろうと、報酬を必要以上に請求するつもりはないのでね。
あなた方は厳しい訓練を受けてきた上に、非常時の経験も豊富だ。傭兵団の皆さんの手助けがあれば、被災者の生存率は必ず上がると確信しています。
Marius knows the value of Harriet and her team well and wants to offer them a fair price. But this makes Harriet suspicious. She sizes up the flamboyantly dressed Marius standing before her.
私が調べた明戸春樹とは違う。別人なのか？
I didn't expect her to figure it out. Marius doesn't answer directly, instead deflecting the question.
俺の正体が何者かって、今さら関係あるかな？
それもそうだな。
Harriet sees that and leaves the coffee shop. Marius breathes a sigh of relief.
よし、終わった。
Yeah, now we can take a break.
そうしたいとこだけど、そうも言ってられなくてさ。
Why not?
彼女に報酬を支払ったら、俺の個人名義の流動資金が尽きる。これ以上は申請しないと出ない。今は当該の連絡が滞ってて、やり取りに時間がかかるじゃん。下町の救援活動に支障が出ちゃうかもしれない。
I never thought there'd be a day when even Marius would have a spending limit. What should we do then? The reserve fund at Antwerp's headquarters probably won't be enough either, right?
それも無理。だって基地の資金は全部俺が出資してるし。
Speaking of Marius, you almost forgot that he's the investor behind the Antwerp's investigation team. There are so many wealthy merchants on the island. If they could donate a little, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
それ、俺もそう思ってたんだ。
Huh?
だから近くのレストランを貸し切ってて、お姉さんには前もってお願いがある。
What help do you need?
金持ちどもは抜け目がない。俺が寄付金を横領するんじゃないかって警戒するだろうから、信用してもらえる方法を考えたいんだ。
You understand what Marius means. The most important aspect of fundraising is tracking where the money goes, and the easiest way is to choose a trustworthy charity platform. But since you're stuck on the island, you can only use a basic method to make sure everything works out. After preparing the necessary documents, you and Marius set off. Cafeteria. When you arrive at the restaurant, almost all the wealthy merchants you saw at that banquet are present.
明戸社長、俺たちをこんな場所に呼びつけて何の用だ？
募金のためですよ。
募金？
Zhenhao's jaw drops. You were wondering how Marius would convince these wealthy merchants. So he is using the tactic of telling everyone what they want to hear. You have to see this fits Yan Chunming's character perfectly. He stands in the middle, tapping his wine glass with a fork.
皆さんご存知かと思いますが、島で地震が起きてて、下町はほぼ全域が廃墟と化しました。今、島全体が災害復興の資金を必要としています。どうか、皆さんからの温かいご支援を。
神事が島と私たちに一体何の関係が？
A middle-aged, pot-bellied man immediately refuses. Maris doesn't seem to mind. He puts down the wine glass.
田中さんのおっしゃる通り、この島の所有者はあくまでも銭林さんだ。しかし、彼は基本的に広大で過ごしていますが、高所からは下町の景色も一望できます。廃墟となった街並みを目にすれば、いくらなんでも気がめいるでしょう。
それで、明戸社長はどうお考えで？
Yuan Su, who has been stranded on Zijiga Island due to weather conditions, also joins in the conversation.
俺はこう提案したい。代理人がまだ決まってない以上、我々は積極的にアピールすべきでは？銭林さんのお気に召すことができれば、俺たちの中の誰かに代理権を任せる気になるかもしれない。
なるほど。一理ある。
杉原社長、ご支援いただけますか？
Maris immediately picks up on his words and asks, ready to target the first prey, and Yuan Su knowingly plays along.
1億5000万。振込先はどこに？
Maris looks at you, and you immediately step forward. We've set up a dedicated fundraising account for post-disaster reconstruction. All you need to do is transfer the money to that account. All the details will be disclosed later, so you don't have to worry about where the money goes.
口座なんて言って横領する気なんじゃないのか？
It's Mr. Chen again who's questioning things. Maris raises his eyebrows and looks at you proudly as if saying, I knew it. You take out the legal documents you prepared in advance just to prove that every penny they donate will be used on the disaster victims. If any money is used for other purposes, they have the right to appeal and reclaim all donations.
おお。明戸さんに随分と厳しい条項だ。念入りに作られているじゃないか。
Yuan Su puts down the legal documents, takes out a pen from his suit pocket, signs his name, and hands them to you.
寄付金が適切に使われることを信じている。
After saying that, he immediately transfers 8 million to the fundraising account and leaves with style. Everyone else, though not keen on it, starts transferring money. Zhenhao, who has been so hesitant, finally bites the bullet and transfers to 200,000.
俺のところは小さい商いだからな。気持ちばかりだが受け取ってくれ。
ありがとうございます、ゴーニーさん。大事なのは金額より気持ちだよ。
おっと、そうだった。気になることがある。銭林がグラスモルフェンを島の倉庫に保管してると聞いたんだが、地震が起きてそっちにまで被害が出ていないか心配だ。
銭林の倉庫は広大にある。そう簡単に被害は出ないんじゃないか？
だったらいいが、これだけ金を払って水の泡になったら困るからな。
Zhenhao sighs as he walks out. Gradually, you and Maris are the only ones left in the restaurant. He asks Vincent to organize the money for the reconstruction of the lower district. Time passes by and night has fallen over the island. After such a busy day, you two finally feel hungry. The restaurant is not in operation because of the earthquake, so the two of you only manage to find some fruits in the fridge.
フルーツサラダなら作れそうかな。
That's not bad. Soon after, the two of you make a fruit salad together and bring it to the table. The island's power supply is really limited after the earthquake, so you have to dine by candlelight. In the flickering candlelight, Mary's expression becomes ambiguous. He picks up the glass filled with orange juice and clinks it gently with yours.
今日の作戦大成功を祝って。
Cheers! He takes a sip, resting his cheek on one hand and swirling his glass with the other.
お姉さん、キャンドルの明かりのせいか、なんだかいつもと違うみたい。
Different? How?
内緒。
Marius, you're really testing my patience. Marius laughs heartily upon hearing this, with the candlelight flickering gently around him. Perhaps someday in the distant future, you will remember this day when you and he sit in this empty restaurant. Under the candlelight, eating your make-do salads and toasting with orange juice. After a busy day, the Nanmanbe rescue team arrives at Zinjiga Island at dawn. The international security officers have arrested Colin at Nanmanbe dock after receiving an anonymous tip. The informant provided criminal evidence from when Aaron Colin mysteriously disappeared during his prosecution and also accurately stated the time and location of Aaron Colin's appearance. And to its temporary headquarters. After being on high alert and working non-stop, all of you can finally relax and return to the temporary headquarters. Although it hasn't been that long, you feel like you barely made it back alive. Finally, it's over.
N2X の原料の供給元が何者かはわからないままだけどな。
Yeah, even Stahl hasn't met them. In the end, all we have is this sealed bottle that once contained N2S ingredients. However, there is still one lead. This supplier must have been operating overseas for quite some time.
これほどの大きな組織が今まで表に出てこなかったとはな。巧妙に隠れているか、それぞれのシンジケートが密接に絡み合い、もはや全容を把握できないほど複雑化したのか。
いずれにしても調査は一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
とはいえ N2X の原料の背後に隠れた供給元の存在が明らかになったのは大きな収穫だよ。つまりそれこそが全ての元凶ってことでしょ。
Maris is right. Without someone secretly supplying N2S ingredients, Wilson and Stahl's research would have been impossible. But this enemy lurking in the shadows has once again vanished into darkness after the fall of Zinjiga Island. Who knows when you might get another chance to confront him. Everyone in the temporary headquarters feels low. Maris claps his hands, causing everyone to look up.
そういえば俺とお姉さんは傭兵と同業者の説得に追われてたけど、その間に何があったんだ？
You recall the time when the earthquake struck. Luke went to persuade the Zenji Society's leader to organize a rescue, while Artem convinced the hotel owner to provide food and drinking water. Vin rushed back to the sanatorium to convince the director to take in earthquake victims, while Marius negotiated with mercenaries to assist in disaster relief and persuaded wealthy merchants to make donations. Everyone was working hard for the rescue. You couldn't stay alone at the temporary headquarters waiting for news, so you went to help too.
やっぱり手伝いに行ってたんだな。
君はおとなしく基地で待てる人じゃないと思ってはいたが。
こうなることは予想していたけれど、なぜ彼の元に行ったんだい？
The three of them look at you as they speak. Everyone is speaking normally, but the atmosphere starts to make you feel uneasy. How should I respond in this situation? Perhaps noticing your unease,
ひと
Arthur
まず
walks to your side.
私の方から状況を報告しよう。岩崎さんと保安官の協力のもと、我々はホテルの備蓄を確保した。物資は上下にある各区域の拠点に手配を済ませている。現在の量ならもってあと1日だろう。
Although Naiman-based rescue teams have arrived, it will take time for them to gather and prepare the supplies. If the supplies run out quickly,
療養所の医
chaos
薬
might
品も同じだ
ensue.
よ。消毒液の消耗が激しく、医療スタッフの数も全然足りていない。生活習慣病などの治療が専門で、外科手術を行える医師が極めて少なくてね。今、シンジカ島と何万を往復できるのは飛行機だけで、回路はまだ制限されているようだけれど。
そうですね。津波警報が解除されないことには、回路は使えないと考えた方がいいでしょう。
心配いらないよ。その件ならうちが巻き取った。パックスの救援部隊が向かってるよ。生活物資も医薬品も医療チームも2日以内に到着する見込みだ。それに銭林の残した傭兵部隊も救助活動と復興支援に回せる。
みんなうまくいってるみたいだな。
そっちはどうだったんだよ。
まあなんとかなったな。途中肝を冷やしたけど、最終的には鎌田を説得できた。新翼会は計画を諦めて救助に全力を注いでる。分かってるだけでも助けられた被災者はもう1万人を超えてるらしい。後続の救助部隊の負担も減ったと思う。ただ
Luke pauses for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted.
新翼会は
Just what?
鎌田の代になってから数々の不正を重ねてきた。俺の前任の潜入捜査官が証拠を収集していて、国際保安官も逮捕する一歩手前だったんだ。救援活動に協力したからといって過去の罪が帳消しになるわけじゃない。
But will they let themselves be arrested without resistance? Based on what you've learned about the Zenyu Society during this time, the international security officers will have to fight a tough battle if they plan on subduing every
鎌田が
member
自首したん
involved.
だ。
それはいつの話だ？
新翼会の親玉が自首？暴力沙汰を起こそうとしてたやつが？
Autumn Emeritus
ちょうど
asked
30
almost
分くらい前かな。
simultaneously.
俺も現場に居合わせました。
兄貴、避難してきた人たち
Shallow
は
water harbor.
みんな安全な場所に移動させたぞ。
みんなよくやってくれたな。
Linji places his hand on Xiang's shoulder and gives it a firm pat. Dawn is just breaking. Planes from Nanman Bay are taking off and landing on Sinjiga Island. International security officers are descending from a helicopter. They have gathered all the evidence of the Zenyu Society's crimes. The exhausted members of the Zenyu Society all turn to look as Bro Yi walks over to face the security officers
鎌田
alone.
義郎さん、あなたには違法行為の嫌疑が。
はい、罪を認めましょう。
Linji turns around and glances at the veteran members of the Zenyu Society who have been under his wing for years. They grasp his intent and step forward one by one to surrender
どうしてだよ。
themselves. Xiang tries to stop them, but Linji holds him back, helping him dust the dirt from the relief effort of
これからはもっ
his
と
floral shirt.
自分のことを大事にするんだ。 菅原さんが死んでからも新翼会の仕事に関わらせなかったのはお前が使えなかったからではない。お前の手を汚したくなかったんだ。もう信じが党は我々を必要としない。皆が新しい生活を送ることになる。
なら俺たちで一緒に新しい生活を送ればいいだろう。
Chiang, who was always well protected, finally expresses his deepest thoughts. Lin Yi smiles faintly. Perhaps in his eyes, Chiang's innocence is partly due to the protection from him. However, there are too many people who haven't been
私
as
たちの
lucky
時
as
代は終
Chiang.
わった。これまでの報いを受ける時が来た。剛、お前はまだ若い。自分の思うように生きなさい。外の世界に目を向けてみるのもいいだろう。きっと新しい景色が見えるはずだ。
俺はどこにも行かない。ここに残る。
そうだな。島を再建するときにお前がいてくれたら心強いよ。
なあ、兄貴は本当に残れないのか。
Lin Yi shakes his head and gives Chiang a
私
gentle
は
pat on the
過ち
back
を
of
犯
his
した。
neck.
償いに行くんだ。命に変えても。
He casually draws a conclusion about himself. Without waiting for Chiang's response, he turns and walks toward the international security officers. As he passes by Luke, he stops for a moment and
新
leaves
翼
a
会の中に
meaningful
も
remark.
まっとうな奴はいる。
安心してください。公正に調査しますから。
これからは信じが党も新たな課題に直面していくんだろうな。
I think it will turn out for the better.
何万でも島の混乱を収める計画を立てている。将来的に新たな秩序のもとに信じが党が変わっていくことを信じたい。
そうだね。さて、積もる話はあるだろうけど、
Just then, your terminal starts vibrating. It's a call from an unknown number. After arriving on the island, you've only used your terminal to contact other members of the N2S investigation team and never gave your number to anyone else.
スピーカーにしてくれ。
You nod and answer the call.
弁
A
護士さ
familiar
ん、
voice comes through.
突然の連絡失礼いたします。トーマス・ニールソン
Who
で
are
す。
you?
晩餐会でお会いしましたね。
銭林だな。
Barry speeds you to revealing his identity,
伯
or more
爵様
precisely,
は
the fake
私
messaging.
に銭林の名で行動するよう命じておりました。泉様が明戸春樹様として来島したように、ここでは私たちは無意識のうちに別の顔を使い分けているのです。
After Stao is confirmed to be Mr. Jin, the Mr. Jin who appeared at the banquet is naturally proven to be an imposter. But the earthquake kept you busy, and you had no time to ascertain the truth with him. Surprisingly, he has come to you instead. So, Mr. Jin's
あなた
representative,
は
why have you
相
called?
続専門の弁護士だとお聞きしました。ぜひ彼の遺産の整理をお願いしたいのです。もしよろしければホテル最上階の部屋までお越しいただけますか。年寄りにはこの悪路は少々答えますので。
After a moment's hesitation, you decide to accept his request. Perhaps there might be some information about the N2S ingredients among Stahl's inheritance. Thomas has spent more time with Stahl than anyone else, so he surely understands Stahl's behavior better than you. Alright, I'll go over. Hotel Penthouse. The room looks exactly the same as when Maris and you investigated it before, except the window is open this time. Standing by the window, one could admire the calm sea in the distance, shimmering with silver light under the sun. Thomas is waiting for you with Harriet, the mercenary captain.
お会
There
い
are
でき
some
て光
documents
栄で
on the
す、
table
弁
too.
護士さん。
He pushes the documents
こ
in
ち
front
ら
of
が
him towards
あな
you.
たに依頼する遺産です。
Under Thomas' gaze, you flip open the documents. Unexpectedly, they are all about Zijiga Island. You quickly browse through them. You wish to transfer the ownership of Zijiga
この
Island?
島は何もかも変わり果ててしまい、もはや伯爵様にとっても価値はございません。所有権の譲渡先についてはすべてあなたのご判断にお任せいたします。私です
What
か？
about you?
保安官の取り調べを受けて罪を償った後、潜水艦でも手に入れて伯爵様を探しましょうか。
Thomas' insistence makes you even more suspicious about Stahl sinking into the water, so you probe further by asking the question on your mind. The ocean is so
それ
vast.
で
Do
も
you think you
やる
can
ので
find
す。
him?
伯爵様をお守りいたしますとリリー様に誓ったのですから、私はあの方の願いを叶えることができませんでした。しかし祈っております。いつか親子ともに眠れる日が来ることを。伯爵様は見捨てられたとお思いかもしれません。ですがあの方は最後まで伯爵様を愛しておられた。
But the international security officers have already conducted their search, and there are barely any remains of the research institute, let alone. Hearing your
伯
reply,
爵
Thomas
様のおっ
smiles
しゃる通り、
dismissively.
弁護士さんは本当にお優しいお方でございますね。私にとって大切なのは見つけられるかどうかではなく、探し続けることなのです。彼の時間はリリー様の死とともに止まってしまわれた。ですが、今なら本当の意味で再び動き出すかもしれません。スタンリー・フォン・カペーではなく、ブルーのグリムとして。
What do you mean? Thomas taps his skin on the ground,
さ
and
ような
Harriet
ら、
walks
弁
in
護
from
士
the
さん。
next room.
また会える日を楽しみにしております。
Harris escorts him out of the room, just like before at the banquet. You stride to the window. The sea after the earthquake looks like a glittering sapphire. The sea breeze gently blows at the documents left by Thomas, causing the rustle of papers flipping to resound. Beneath the calm sea, could the obsessions that shouldn't exist still be churning? But one thing you know for certain is that Zinjiga Island will embrace a brand new future. Lin Yi choose to surrender. As disaster relief efforts near completion, Lin Yi chose to surrender in the face of the international marshal's evidence. He confessed to his crimes over the years, but understood that as a criminal he could never bring peace to Zinjiga Island and would inevitably face punishment for his past wrongdoings. When he made the decision at Mr. Wen's grave, he had already foreseen this outcome. However, he regretted not being able to look after Chiang any longer. The road ahead would now be for Chiang to walk alone. Thomas, son of the Capet family butler, Mr. James' body double. The son of the Capet's family steward, he grew up alongside Stow. As a teenager, he admired Lady Lily, Stow's mother, knowing how deeply she loved her son. After Lady Lily's suicide, he willingly took on the responsibility of caring for Stow and remained loyal to him. Even after Stow was lost with the Sunken Research Institute, he continued salvage efforts, determined to fulfill his promise to Lady Lily until Stow's body was recovered. Before leaving, he represented Mr. Jane in relinquishing ownership of Zinga Island.